leave via bus, train, or car. Ukraine's president has asked his people to stay and fight, but neighboring countries, Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, Germany, Romania, the Czech Republic, they are all prepared to help those refugees. NewsNation's Evan Lambert joins us live now. So, Evan, what's the latest on what's happening with those fleeing Ukraine?
Well, Nicole, Poland already expects that maybe 1 million Ukrainian refugees might seek shelter in their country after this Russian invasion. The UN saying already 100,000 Ukrainians have left their homes in that now war-torn country. And we started to see this as soon as the sun rose in Ukraine this morning. Cars lined up on highways of large Ukrainian cities like Kyiv, bumper-to-bumper traffic as people escape another large city, Odessa, in Ukraine's south, heading to surrounding countries like Poland, Romania, and Moldova. All this after intense bombing overnight in some of those same cities as Russia began its invasion, targeting mainly military installations, but homes also damaged, creating those conditions that would be terrifying to residents and forcing them to make that tough decision to leave from their homes. Now, in Kyiv, hundreds of people took shelter in a subway, really making it a makeshift bomb shelter, taking shelter from those explosions. The Red Cross and the UN's refugee agency saying that they are prepared to help the people trying to flee.
The consequences of the latest fighting are immediate. Within minutes, people have had to leave their house behind in desperate search for a safe haven. The International Committee of the Red Cross continues to stand with the people of Ukraine. Our teams are at work right now, aiding those in need.
It makes me feel angry and it makes me feel scared at the same time, because we don't want to be occupied by Russia. We want to be free. It's scary. It's a full-blown attack on our country.
The U.S. ambassador to the UN saying recently, when all this is said and done, nearly 5 million refugees may be created out of this situation. The State Department saying that it doesn't keep track of the number of Americans that are still in Ukraine, but they have been warning, telling American citizens for weeks to leave. Nicole?
All right, Evan, thank you for that report. All right, let's head to Ukraine now. Journalist Neil Hauer has been there on the ground. Neil, first, we appreciate you joining us. Can you tell us, where are you now? Are you safe?
Right, I'm in Kyiv right now, in the downtown of the Ukrainian capital. It's been quiet, fairly quiet for the last few hours. You know, some explosions in the distance, but we have been told, we just received word from Ukrainian defense officials that there is supposedly going to be a Russian air raid on Kyiv at 3 a.m. So just after this interview, I'll be heading to the shelter.
Okay, well, and that was my next question for you, Neil. You know, what are your immediate plans? Obviously, you're going to the shelter, but do you plan to stay after that?
I think so. I mean, honestly, I'm still sort of deciding myself, but there's enough other journalists here that I think that, you know, if the more experienced ones were taking off, I would be leaving as well. But, you know, there's 3 million people in this city, and so not all of them can be leaving either. I mean, as you said, it's a country of 44 million people, so a lot of people will be staying here.
Well, Neil, things have really escalated so much in just the past 24 hours. Can you maybe walk us through your day starting at this time yesterday?
Right. Well, it started at about 5 a.m. yesterday. You know, that's when we heard the first explosion in Kyiv. And a couple minutes later, there was another one. And over the course of the next hour or two, you know, maybe 12 to 15 cruise missile strikes on targets in Kyiv. And at that point, and then around the time that dawn hit, it became clear that Russia was launching the full-scale invasion from all 3 axes. And today in Kyiv, you know, it was empty streets, everything, all the stores shuttered, bank machines not working. And, you know, in the middle of the day, I was walking down the street, we heard an air raid siren, and everyone had to run into the nearest metro station. So it's a very tense situation here.
Well, you know, and Neil, in Evan's report just there, we heard from that Ukrainian woman saying that she was scared, but she was also angry. Do you think that these increased sanctions announced today by President Biden, will they make a difference?
I mean, they will absolutely, you know, in the medium to longer term, they will absolutely have a severe effect on Russia. I mean, this is sort of the first step in a number of steps that can be taken. It looks like are going to be taken that will completely cut Russia off from most of the world's financial infrastructure and really cripple their economy and also their war-making capability. But will these have an impact on Vladimir Putin's decision to continue with the invasion of Ukraine in the short term? I suspect not.
And last question for you, Neil. How important is that backing by the West, by the U.S., by those NATO allies?
I mean, it's incredibly important for the West, for the world, to show a very strong response to this, because the worst thing that can happen is this becomes something that works out quickly and successfully for Vladimir Putin, and then he feels emboldened. Not only he feels emboldened, maybe tries his hand at conquering the Baltic states, returning those to Russia's control as well. But maybe China feels emboldened in Taiwan. Maybe other countries with territorial disputes, which are most of them in the world, feel emboldened to try and resolve them as well. So we're really looking at a situation here that could have a cascade effect very quickly.
Journalist Neil Hauer, please stay safe. Thank you so much for your time. NewsNation's Leland Vittert, host of On Balance, spent years as a foreign correspondent, including in that part of the world. Leland, we are only one day into this Russian attack. Already, we are asking, how does this end?
Probably not anytime soon, but when Vladimir Putin gets what he wants is the short answer. The scarier answer is perhaps what Neil was talking about in terms of how this can cascade around the world. What's most concerning right now is how things could potentially get out of control right now and spread beyond Ukraine's borders. This is the first time there's been a war in Europe in 80 years. This is exactly how World War II started. World War I started over far less. The map you see right there is particularly important to focus on the far western part of Ukraine, the town of Lviv, where there's been airstrikes. That is dangerously close to the border with Poland. And that is key because that's where the U.S. 82nd Airborne is set up, is along that border of Poland and Ukraine. And you can imagine just how quickly a Russian fighter jet that perhaps gets lit up by a U.S. Patriot missile battery in Poland, it takes a wrong turn, it flies over the Polish border, the Patriot missile battery shoots it down, and now all of a sudden you have Russia and the United States involved in combat. You've got NATO in Article 5, which is the collective self-defense of NATO, and suddenly you have a very, very different situation. Not to minimize what's going on in Ukraine, but this is about as dangerous and combustible of a situation as we've had on the world stage since the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Well, Leland, I just asked Neil, who was there on the ground in Kyiv. I'm going to ask you, how important is this backing by the West, by the U.S., by those NATO allies?
Well, the Ukrainians might be saying, with friends like these, do we need enemies? If you read into what President Biden really did today and the backing we've given the Ukrainians, it's not much. President Biden admitted today all along, he said, well, the sanctions were never going to deter Vladimir Putin. We never thought this threat of sanctions was going to work. He didn't sanction Vladimir Putin. If engaging in a full-scale invasion and bombing of a democratic country that's allied with the United States doesn't mean you get personally sanctioned, what does? Germany, a NATO member and alleged ally of Ukraine, sent helmets to the Ukrainians when the Ukrainians asked for weapons. Germany denied overflight rights of planes bringing weapons in. The backing of the United States and of the Europeans of Ukraine is quite profound in words and very, very lacking in terms of concrete actions that are going to probably have any real effect on changing the course of Vladimir Putin's thinking.
And just quickly, Leland, one more. I mean, was it telling that President Biden did not answer questions on why President Putin was not sanctioned directly?
Yeah, exactly. That's the most telling, right? And that is that if invading a democracy and bombing it doesn't get you personally sanctioned, what does? And I'll end where Neil did. I thought it was a brilliant point. If you're Xi Jinping, why do you not invade Taiwan now? If you're the Ayatollah, why don't you break out and try and build a nuclear weapon? If you're Kim Jong-un, why do you put any weight in anything that President Biden says? If the President of the United States says don't do something, and you go ahead and do it, and there is not severe and overwhelming consequences that bring you to your knees, then the emperor has no clothes. The threat of the United States no longer sets the rules on the world stage.
On Balance anchor Leland Vittert, thank you for that. Leland will, of course, have more on this later tonight. On Balance airs at 6/7 Eastern. And we will be following the ongoing invasion in Ukraine throughout the show. After the break, how Ukrainians and Russians living in America are reacting to this crisis. And the first major land grab in the crisis, Russia taking control of the site of the worst nuclear disaster in history, what Russia wants with the decommissioned nuclear plant.
Russia invades Ukraine.
This is going to change the world.
Are waking up to a potential of war. It is happening.
From the front lines to our homeland, the truth about what you need to know.
Everybody in America is going to feel this for some time to come.
We have continuing coverage here.
NewsNation is news for all America, and that means news for all Americans, abroad and here at home. For continuing coverage on Russia at war, stay tuned to NewsNation.
New Vicks Vapo Stick. Strong, soothing vapors help comfort your loved ones. For chest, neck, and back. It goes on clear. No mess. Just soothing comfort. Try New Vicks Vapo Stick.
Them Diamondbacks are mighty poisonous. We should get you to a doctor.
Real cattle herd don't need no doctor. Let's drive this herd.
It's okay to ask for help. Find a licensed therapist at BetterHelp.com.
It's time to lose the weight for good. Try Golo. No subscriptions, just real results that last.
I've lost 70 pounds, 58 pounds, 22 pounds, 128 pounds.
138 pounds in 9 months. Crazy, right?
It's time to put dieting behind you and get your health and vitality back.
Once you start this plan and you do what you are supposed to do, you are going to feel amazing. You're going to have a new life.
Change your life now at Golo.com.
I had multiple credit cards that had high interest rates.
Lower your interest rates with a credit card consolidation loan from Lightstream.
I was able to save around $450 a month.
I'm saving about $5,000.
It feels really good. Like, yes. Apply now at trylightstream.com for your discount.
This old toilet won't quit. It's fine, though. I'm a member of American Home Shield. They cover items no matter their age. Oh, shelves clean.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
I really needed to lose some weight for health issues. I didn't want to have a shortened lifespan. Having my wife do this with me is priceless.
Get Nutrisystem's partner plan.
We've lost 85 pounds with Nutrisystem.
Weight loss is better together. Partners lose up to 20% more weight.
I could cheer her on, she would cheer me on.
And it's an easy plan. You eat the meals, you lose the weight, you feel better.
Eat the same meals or choose your own, including new premium meals with up to 30 grams of protein and new skillet dinners ready in minutes.
It smells great. It's like, okay, it's dinner time.
And we're bringing the taste of your favorite restaurant meals right to your home, perfectly portioned with half the calories. Get food for two. Meals and snacks delivered together free. Act now and get 50% off, plus an extra $50 off.
That was us. This is us.
Go online or call 877-319-DIET to save 50%, plus get an extra $50 off.
Thanks for joining us on NewsNation Rush Hour. I'm Nicole Burley. Here's a recap of what's happening right now as Russia invades Ukraine. Today, President Biden announced what he calls profound sanctions against Russia, which target Russia's banks, elite, and high-tech industry. He says if the U.S. does not act now, Putin will be emboldened. But when reporters pressed him on why he would not issue direct sanctions against Putin today, he wouldn't answer. When it comes to U.S. troops, Biden maintains American troops will not fight in Ukraine, but he did say if Putin moves into NATO countries, U.S. troops will be involved. Meanwhile, some new video coming in from Ukraine. This is a small city today in the northeastern part of the country. You can hear whirring and explosion of artillery. The office of the Ukrainian president sharing video of an apparent strike on the region's most powerful thermal power plant. Outside Kyiv, an apartment badly damaged in a Russian attack. This is near an airbase with a runway large enough for the biggest types of cargo planes. So far, Ukraine's health minister says 57 people have been killed in this invasion, at least 169 injured. And today, people across Russia protesting against Putin's decision to invade. This is video from the capital city of Moscow, just one of 50 Russian cities where people are lining the streets, holding signs and chanting. And so far, at least 1,400 people have been detained. Now, back here in the U.S., there's a very large Russian population living in America, more than 3 million nationwide, making Russians the second largest ethnic group in the U.S., and New York leads the nation in the number of Russian Americans, with more than 1.5 million residing in the tri-state area. Correspondent Tom Negevin is live in New York City. So, Tom, how is the Russian community there responding to this attack on Ukraine?
You know what? They're taking note of something very important, Nicole, and that is that there's basically two conflicts going on here right now. There's a shooting war, obviously, a military campaign, but there's also a campaign of propaganda being waged by the Kremlin that's been going on for weeks now. Most recently, Russia's President Vladimir Putin telling the world that this invasion was all about denazifying Ukraine. That's a quote of his, and an absolutely ludicrous statement to make about a Western-backed, democratically elected nation led by a Jewish president who lost family members in the Holocaust. But that's the level of the rhetoric, and it's being spread on TikTok, Telegram, social media, and Russian-backed media interests like RT. It's not new, been going on for weeks, including a hoax that claims an American journalist was killed in Ukraine. Not true. Video and photographs from other wars in other parts of the world actually being repurposed on social media by the Kremlin to talk about alleged acts of Ukrainian aggression that led to this conflict, an excuse for war. Basically, what U.S. intelligence has been telling us would happen all along. We're now seeing it. Just 3 days ago, Russia's news agency reported that 5 Ukrainian soldiers crossed the border into Russia on 2 armored personnel carriers, were killed by Russian troops. Helmet cam video of the alleged incursion was released by Russia. Didn't happen, Nicole. One of many reports like it, including, you'll remember this, the reports of shelling of schools in breakaway regions of Ukraine that, again, was a pretext for a Russian invasion. The state-controlled international television network RT, part of this, running with a headline that says the conflict in Ukraine began 8 years ago, has been a bloodbath, ignored wrongly, it says, by the West. And now Moscow is finally stepping in to end it, going on to report that Russia is ready to negotiate Ukraine's surrender. What's most interesting about all of this, maybe not most interesting, Nicole, but among the most interesting points, is that a lot of this information is either being debunked directly by the Biden administration or by online sleuths who are digging around in this from home on their computers and debunking Russian propaganda right now on the internet in real time.
All right, Tom Negevin live for us in New York City. Thank you. Well, as missiles fly across the Ukrainian countryside, that impact being felt on a personal level around the world and, of course, here in the States. The most recent census data available shows more than 1 million people who identify as Ukrainian live stateside. And for many of them, today is a nightmare come true. Correspondent Kelly Beeson joins us live from Warren, Michigan, which is near Detroit. Kelly, Michigan is home to a number of Ukrainian Americans, but we're seeing a response not only here in the country, but around the world.
You're absolutely right, Nicole. This news sparking concern, shock, and in some cases, outrage globally. There are now cries for freedom for Ukraine in France, Greece, Italy, and England, just to name a few areas. We do have video of some of those rallies that have happened in the streets just within hours, where many are calling for tougher sanctions on Russia. Now, back here stateside, There are many shows of support as well, especially in areas with large Ukrainian communities like Chicago. Some estimating there are 250,000 people in the city with ties to Ukraine. Many of those people waving flags, asking for NATO support, and attending church services to pray for peace. Where we are now in a community about 10 miles north of Detroit, you can see an emergency rally is about to begin at a local Ukrainian church. Just moments ago, we spoke with the chair of the Ukrainian American Crisis Response Team of Michigan, who calls the invasion, quote, horrifying.
Our community has reacted with horror. We're terrified that the ancestral homeland that our ancestors fought to make independent can be made some kind of vassal state of Russia once again. And we can watch that process, the undoing of all of our ancestors' work who fought for liberty. We can watch that live on Twitter and live on CNN. That's terrifying.
Now, many at these rallies saying they heard the threats from Putin, but they never imagined an invasion at the scale that it is would happen. Nicole.
All right, Kelly Beeson live for us in Michigan. Thank you for that. Well, let's bring in Elena Lennon, adjunct professor at the University of New Haven, who has family living in Ukraine. Elena, first, thank you for joining us. Have you been able to speak with your family in Ukraine?
Good evening. Thanks so much for having me. Yeah, we were all glued to our social media networks and phones and TV, trying to keep up with developments. As soon as Putin finished his announcement of the special operation in Ukraine to demilitarize and to denazify Ukraine, which was a horrifying message to hear. Missiles rained down all around Ukraine at 5 o'clock in the morning as people were waking up to the horror of what was going on and panicking, trying to seek shelter. Many people were trying to evacuate, causing incredible traffic jams on the road. Luckily, we were able to keep in touch with family and friends in Ukraine, all around Ukraine. We all stayed up all night trying to track the development and make sure that they can find safety. But we know, of course, one of the hardest things is to find ways to be helpful. And even financial support is extremely hard to deliver right now because ATMs have dried up on cash. Many Ukrainian banks have imposed limits on cash withdrawals. So it's increasingly harder to help people in Ukraine right now.
I would imagine. I'm so glad you have at least been able to get in touch with the family, with the friends that you have there. But just talk to us about the stress of living here in the States and watching all of this unfold so far away.
Well, it's hard to be away and not being helpful enough. Like I said, obviously it also impacts us here in the States. Because it's not just a Ukraine issue, it's a global issue. What we're witnessing right now will have, repercussions for all of us, not just economically, but also in terms of, our value system being under attack. So I think that this fight is not local to Ukraine. It has, global consequences, and that should be disconcerting to all of us here. But what we're seeing right now, too, is, despite the fact that the Ukrainian army is much stronger than it was in 2014 when Russia first invaded, and obviously it is much more capable in terms of its defensive capabilities, and they have put up a really good fight so far. But they're still outmatched by the Russians. So there's, as much as the United States is trying to help Ukraine with defensive weapons and by providing intelligence, which is also crucial given how critical accurate information is right now. But I'm just afraid that all those measures are not going to be enough.
Right.
So the sense of helplessness is excruciating. But at the same time, we're trying to be hopeful and
Absolutely.
at the very least appreciate what the democracy that we have here.
And it is a global issue, just as you said. Elena Lennon, we hope that your family and friends stay safe. Thank you so much for taking the time today.
Thank you.
And we will continue bringing you the very latest on the situation in Ukraine right after the break. We are live outside the White House, breaking down the new sanctions President Biden is imposing on Russia.
Craig, are you seeing this? I have never seen such a gorgeous lawn.
When you see a great lawn, it's all you see. Their lawn's on a whole another level. We'll take care of your lawn. You take care of you. For a healthy, weed-free lawn, call True Green today.
The first 3 months, we saved $4,100.
CarShield saved me over $6,000 in engine repairs.
I saved $4,100 out of pocket. Amazing, amazing.
Customers everywhere agree. If your car is out of warranty, you need to call CarShield before your car has an expensive breakdown.
Without CarShield, there was no way that I could afford to get my car fixed.
An engine, transmission, or computer system breakdown could cost you thousands of dollars, but not with CarShield, America's #1 car protection provider.
CarShield saved us $4,000. That was great, right?
Yes, it was.
We're just happy with CarShield. They put a transmission in it and a motor. Who does that?
CarShield makes sure you don't have to pay for expensive car repairs.
The components that we're using are not getting cheaper. So nowadays, coverage is even more important.
CarShield covers most makes and models from 5,000 to 150,000 miles.
It's easy, affordable, and no long-term contracts.
And when customers realize that they're getting a $5,000 job for $100, they're excited. I've had customers who were so happy that they did break down into tears and cry.
We saved over $6,000 on a complete engine rebuild of our truck.
With CarShield, I saved over $3,600. It's a no-brainer.
I never have to worry about being taken advantage of when it comes to car repairs.
It's like having a suit of armor around my car.
Cars will break down, and those breakdowns could cost you thousands unless you call CarShield today and get the protection you deserve.
CarShield saved me in excess of $10,000.
And when you call, you'll also receive at no extra cost roadside assistance, towing services, and rental coverage.
If your car's out of warranty, believe me, you want to have CarShield.
Make the smart choice and protect yourself from sky-high auto repair bills. Call now for a free and instant protection plan quote. It's only a matter of time until repairs are needed. And once your car breaks down, it's too late. Call 800-898-0074, 800-898-0074.
1-800-PACK-RAT makes moving and storage simple. Whether you're moving in town or across the country, get an online quote for our secure, convenient, and affordable moving and storage solutions. Visit 1-800-PACKRAT.com today.
Hi, it's me again. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check every month may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Check your zip code. It could be dynamite. Call now.
Call 1-800-370-0331. That's 1-800-370-0331 now.
Thanks for joining us here on NewsNation Rush Hour. I'm Nicole Burley. We are continuing to stay on top of every new detail on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Hours after the assault began, President Biden hitting Russia with new sanctions meant to punish the country. He also condemned Putin for his act. NewsNation correspondent Allison Harris joining us live at the White House. So, Allison, explain those new sanctions and what Biden had to say about Putin.
He had a lot to say about Putin, Nicole. President Biden is calling this Putin's unprovoked, unjustified war of naked aggression, saying the U.S. and its allies will make sure that Russia comes out of this weaker. The president saying Putin will be a pariah on the international stage as the world holds him accountable.
Putin declared his war. Within moments, missile strikes began to fall on historic cities across Ukraine. Then came the air raids, followed by tanks and troops rolling in. Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences.
President Biden announcing in those remarks that the U.S. will sanction major Russian banks that hold a combined $1 trillion in assets, that the U.S. will impose sanctions on more Russian elites, and will impose sanctions that will curtail Russia's high-tech imports. The president saying that every asset that Russia has in America will be frozen, and that these sanctions will ensure that Russia cannot finance and cannot grow its military. The president making the announcement after an hour-long meeting earlier today with G7 world leaders, in which the president says the leaders of countries that represent half of the global economy are on board with these sanctions. Now, what we did not hear President Biden announce were personal sanctions against Russian President Putin, saying that's still on the table, implying that there are even more steps the U.S. could take against Russia that don't involve military action. It could be interesting to see whether we could have a third round of sanctions eventually against Russia. The president announcing what the Pentagon later detailed, that 7,000 additional U.S. troops will deploy to Germany to help defend NATO allies, but making it clear he's not going to send U.S. troops to Ukraine.
And Allison, making clear those new sanctions against Russia, but the president also warning that this war will have costs for Americans here at home.
Yes, Nicole, and this is something the president has been talking about at length and really for weeks, especially in his remarks Tuesday when he announced the first round of sanctions. The president saying today that they will release more barrels of oil from the strategic reserve as the conditions warrant. Now, the plan in doing that is to help alleviate those prices at the pump. Gas prices, Americans all across the know, have been soaring. Inflation is expected to rise because of this conflict. It's already been an issue since the pandemic. The president saying, though, there is a cost to defending democracy and liberty, and that this is going to be part of that cost for Americans.
All right, Allison Harris live at the White House. Thank you. Still ahead on Rush Hour, Russian forces have taken control of the Chernobyl nuclear disaster site in Ukraine. What this means for Ukrainian forces and why Russia wanted that site.
What are you recommending for muscle pain?
Based on clinical data, I recommend Salonpas.
Agreed. My patients like these patches because they work up to 12 hours, even on moderate pain.
Salonpas, it's good medicine.
If some of the superstars that have come out of American Idol have never been discovered, the world would have missed out on happiness.
Are you ready for your life to begin?
American Idol returns Sunday on ABC.
I had 3 credit cards. I was completely tired of the interest rates.
19.99%.
I have a very good credit score, and I knew Lightstream would be an option.
Lower your interest rates the easy way with a credit card consolidation loan from Lightstream.
I applied online. It took me less than 5 minutes. I got a great interest rate on my Lightstream loan.
I'll save $8,000 over the life of the loan. Who wouldn't want an extra $8,000?
Consolidate your credit card balances to a fixed rate loan as low as 4.88% APR with auto pay and excellent credit. Apply now at trylightstream.com for your discount.
Do you take aspirin? Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Vazalore 325 liquid-filled aspirin capsule is clinically shown in a 7-day study to cause fewer ulcers than immediate-release aspirin. Vazalore is designed to help protect, releasing aspirin after it leaves your stomach, where it is absorbed to help prevent another heart attack or stroke. Heart protection with your stomach in mind. Vazalore, the first liquid-filled aspirin capsules. Amazing.
This old toilet won't quit. It's fine, though. I'm a member of American Home Shield. They cover items no matter their age. Oh, shelves clean.
If you have COPD, ask your doctor about Breasttree. Breasttree gives me better breathing and helps prevent flare-ups. Before Breasttree, I was stuck in the past. I still had bad days. Flare-ups, which kept me from doing what I love. My doctor said, for my COPD, it was time for Breasttree. Breasttree gives you better breathing, symptom improvement, and helps prevent flare-ups. Like no other COPD medicine, Breasttree was proven to reduce flare-ups by 52%.
Breasttree won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breasttree more than prescribed. Breasttree may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
If you have COPD, ask your doctor about Breasttree.
Made with love.
Anita's aunt is a textbook food pusher.
Made with love.
Whoa.
And that's just a bit of psychology Anita learned from Noom Wait. Sign up now at Noom.com.
I'm Marnie Hughes, and you're watching NewsNation, news for all America.
What do we want delivered every month? Clipping litter, salmon pate. Love that for me. Choose the frequency and ship it. I feel so accomplished. Now you can pet me.
Get fast, free shipping for all your pet's needs. Chewy.
Yo, dude, you need some help?
Don't worry about me.
Yo, there's no shame.
No shame? You don't know my family, man.
It's okay to ask for help. Find a licensed therapist at BetterHelp.com.
Thanks for joining us on NewsNation Rush Hour. I'm Nicole Burley, and the effects of Russia's invasion into Ukraine impacting the entire world right now. Let's take a look at the Ukrainian airspace. Civilian flights in and out of the country at a standstill due to Russia's full-scale military attack. Neighboring Moldova also closing its airspace. The U.S. is banning flights in Ukraine, Belarus, and parts of Russia for now. Those restrictions do not apply to military ops. Now, here's why this is happening. This is a map of reported bombings and airstrikes in Ukraine by Russia. And this isn't just impacting the eastern border of Ukraine, but instead the majority of the country's perimeter. This satellite image from Ukraine shows the seriousness of the damage. Now, about 10 minutes ago, we showed you video from an apartment building near an airbase hit by Russia. Well, this is that airbase from above. Ukraine's military reports several airports and air bases have been attacked. Meantime, in northern Ukraine, the site of the world's worst nuclear disaster has been captured by Russian forces. Russian military reportedly assembled in the exclusion zone just north of the Chernobyl power plant before moving in and taking control. Now, back in 1986, a botched safety test there led to clouds of nuclear material being sent all across Europe. Correspondent Janelle Fort joins us live. So, Janelle, what does this mean in the bigger picture? Why go after Chernobyl?
Well, Nicole, there's still a lot of uncertainty about the implications of this, but a lot of the information coming in is implying that this takeover has more to do with geography than anything else. If you look at a map, you can see that the quickest way, the fastest way to get from Russia to Kyiv is from the north, passing through the area known as the Chernobyl exclusion zone. So when you take that into consideration, it appears that this is a strategic move by the Russians and a move that's creating a lot of fear and worry. Russian forces took control of the site after a fierce battle with Ukrainian National Guards earlier today. As of right now, the condition of the facilities is unknown. There have been unconfirmed reports of an increase in radiation levels in the area, believed to be caused by a Russian shelling hitting a repository. Chernobyl, again, was the site of the worst nuclear disaster in history 36 years ago. There's a 1,000-square-mile zone of mostly an uninhibited forest surrounding it due to radioactivity, and the plant had been in the process of being decommissioned. A few years ago, an enormous shelter called a sarcophagus was built around it to contain the radiation still leaking from it, and nuclear experts say all of that factors into why this takeover is such a grave concern.
The site itself is vulnerable, clearly. And I think the other issue is that even if it were not deliberately attacked in any way, the fact that there could be conflict and military exchanges going on that territory, if bombs go off, the sarcophagus itself could be vulnerable to collapse, releasing potentially an enormous amount of radioactive dust into the environment.
And experts say if that happened, it would be catastrophic, not only for Ukraine, but for Russia, the region, and most of Europe, Nicole.
Yeah, that would certainly be catastrophic. Janelle Fort, thank you for that. Well, we will continue following the situation in Ukraine throughout the night. But right after the break, as the president announces more troops will deploy to Eastern Europe, we are live from Fort Bragg with how military families are handling this news.
Meet apartment 2A, 2B, and 2C. 2A is monitoring his money with a simple text. Like what you see, Abe?
Yes.
2B's covered with 0 overdraft fees when he overdraws his account by $50 or less. And 2C? Well, she's not going to let a lost card get her stressed. Am I right?
That's right.
That's because B's neighbors all have Chase. Alerts that help check, tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours.
If I don't make it, tell Teddy and my kids that I love them.
SUV went over Leon's Ridge.
We have to get down there and we have to save him.
That drop is 100 feet.
Take it slow.
Going to get my friend. Civilian down, no pulse.
It was an accident.
What kind of an accident? What happened in that car? Why are you not telling me?
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
7 in 10 Americans say the country is heading in the wrong direction. Just about everything is more expensive. This means that the car you have today is likely going to be the car you'll have long after your warranty's expired. That's why you need to call CarShield before your next breakdown. CarShield customers can receive protection for major parts and systems and have the freedom to choose the mechanic or dealer for repairs. CarShield administrators go the extra mile by including car rental options. You can also get emergency services for flat or damaged tires, lockouts, dead batteries, and towing, all at no additional cost to you.
So there are a few things in life that are certain: taxes, death, and your car breaking down. So that's why you should call CarShield before it's too late.
Trust CarShield to help save you money when your car breaks down. Call now.
Protect yourself from the unprecedented rise in cost for parts and repairs. Call now to save money with your price lock guarantee. Call 800-998-7235. 800-998-7235.
Got crypto brain? You could satisfy it by getting crypto the same way everyone else does. Or with a tax advantage at Alto Crypto IRA. With as little as $10, you can now put retirement dollars in crypto. Over 125 coins through Coinbase Exchange, including Bitcoin, all with the full tax advantages of an IRA. Everyone's got their eye on crypto. Get yours with the Alto Advantage. Sign up free at altoira.com/crypto.
Abrams, 9 o'clock, telling it like it is, now at a new time.
Here's where I'm coming from. Here's what I'm thinking.
The fastest growing cable news network is redefining prime time. Dan Abrams live at his new time, 9/8 Central, followed by Ben Field, starting next week on NewsNation. Your personal war, how the Russian invasion of Ukraine will impact your bank account, your budget, and your 401k. Tonight on Ben Field.
The military community at Fort Bragg watching the situation in Ukraine closely. Thousands of 82nd Airborne troops have boots on the ground at Poland's border with Ukraine, aiding refugees fleeing that conflict. And with more on that part of the story, we go to NewsNation correspondent Marky Martin. Marky, tell us how are military families reacting to these latest developments?
Hey, good afternoon, Nicole. So the deployment is palpable here. I mean, 10% of the post is missing. I want to set the scene for you first here. I'm on a really special plot of land just outside Fort Bragg. This is called Rick's Place. This is a recreational park where actually a lot of local military families come to reunite in between deployments. As you can see behind me, this is a 50-acre plot of land for families to come play. If you want to know how busy this place is, they facilitate 800 family reunions every single month. So a lot of these families with soldiers overseas will come back here first. And you talk to a lot of locals here, they say this is not their first time in conflict. And for the adults, you know, they really signed up for this. It's the children it's hard to explain their absence to. Want you to hear a bit of sound from this mom. She's a wife of a Fort Bragg paratrooper. She says she has a child asking questions, and right now she just doesn't have the answers.
He'll say, like, when will he come back then? Because he's usually back by the time I have to go to sleep. And I just have to be straight up honest with him and tell him, like, we don't have a set date, but as soon as I figure out, I will let you know.
Yeah, that was Yadira Rodriguez. She said her husband had less than 24 hours to deploy. She says right now she can't even turn on the news. She's trying to keep the kids busy at home with fun activities like baking and movies, just kind of keeping the moving. And Nicole, right now, a lot of families, thousands of families are living through that same absence. Nicole.
Yeah, they certainly are. That's such a global impact. Marky Martin, thank you for that live on the ground in Fort Bragg. Our NewsNation team's monitoring this ongoing situation in Ukraine all night long, and we'll be right back.
Hey, Caleb, what's up? How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. Guess what? I just had my 13th surgery.
Really? I just had my 17th surgery.
Well, you beat me.
Well, I am a little bit older than you.
Yeah, it's true. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm encouraged by seeing how people are coming together to help each other during times like these.
Kind of like how Shriners Hospitals for Children is there for us. Imagine if I couldn't get my surgery. Who knows what would have happened?
Same for me. I know my Shriners Hospitals family will continue to take care of kids like us who need them most. All because of caring people like you.
Like me?
No, the people watching us right now at home.
Oh, those people. Hi, people.
Caleb and I know not everyone can help right now. But for those of you who can, we hope you'll call the special number on your screen right now.
You'll be making sure our amazing doctors and nurses can keep helping kids like us who need them now and in the days to come.
Your gift will make a huge difference for kids like us.
Ooh, show them the thank you gift.
Okay, hold on a second. With your gift of $19 a month, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of the kids you're helping with your monthly support.
So what are you waiting for? You can use your phone and call or go to LordShriners.org to give and join with thousands of other generous people who change lives with their gifts every day.
I think that's about it, buddy. Good job.
My pleasure, Captain. Please call now. If operators are busy with all the other caring people, please wait patiently. Or you can go to LordShriners.org to give right away.
Big or small, your gift helps us all. Thank you.
What are you recommending for muscle pain?
Based on clinical data, I recommend Salonpas.
Agreed. My patients like these patches because they work up to 12 hours, even on moderate pain.
Salonpas, it's good medicine.
At 1-800-PACK-RAT, we make moving and storage simple. We provide the safe, secure moving and storage container. You provide the story. Whether you're moving in town or across the country, need temporary or long-term storage, no one makes it easier than 1-800-PACK-RAT. Get an online quote today for our secure, convenient, and affordable moving and storage solutions. 1-800-PACK-RAT, part of the Moving and Storage Made Simple family.
I know there's conflicting information about Dupuytren's contracture.
I thought I couldn't get treatment yet.
Well, people may think that their contracture has to be severe to be treated, but it doesn't. If you can't lay your hand flat on the table, talk to a hand specialist.
But what if I don't want surgery?
Well, then you should find a hand specialist certified to offer non-surgical treatments.
What's the next step?
Visit findahandspecialist.com today to get started.
NyQuil Severe gives you powerful relief for your worst cold and flu symptoms. On Sunday night and every night. NyQuil Severe, the nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine.
We do have some new information about Ukrainians trying to flee their country. Official government social media posts from Ukraine's border guard and national police says they are temporarily stopping men ages 18 to 60 from leaving. The posts have hundreds of shares and comments, but NewsNation has not been able to independently verify that information. They say this is because martial law has been imposed. And some other breaking news today. The three other former Minneapolis police officers involved in George Floyd's death now convicted of violating his civil rights. The former officers were all found guilty of depriving Floyd of his right to medical care, while former officer Derek Chauvin pressed his knee into Floyd's neck. The other officers will remain free on bond pending sentencing. And that is all for News Nation Rush Hour tonight. Thank you so much for watching. We will continue to monitor this ongoing and developing situation in Ukraine. The Donlin Report is next.
Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East.
President Biden saying that tonight as he sends an additional 7,000 American troops to Europe, not to fight Russia, but to defend our allies. A live look at Kyiv now, where it is 1 in the morning on Friday. Russia's invasion, less than 24 hours old, but the impact has been tremendous already. Ukraine's national police saying just moments ago, no Ukrainian citizens who are men between the ages of 18 and 60 can leave the country. Thank you for joining us. I'm Rudabeh Shabazi, in tonight for Joe Donlin. Putin attacked by air and by land, missiles flying all over the country, as this map shows. Ukraine asking for air support so they could defend themselves on the ground. In a moment, we'll ask, is that even possible? At last count, 57 Ukrainians killed, another 169 wounded. In a moment, Brian Stern from Project Dynamo, who has been our eyes and ears in Kyiv all week long, is there right now. But we begin with NewsNation's Kelly Meyer at the White House. So, Kelly, where are these additional troops coming from, and what will they be doing?
Well, Rudabeh, two things. We were watching to see how the White House was going to respond to what we're seeing come out of Ukraine. And today we're seeing them both respond economically with those new round of sanctions and militarily, sending U.S. troops to support NATO allies in Europe. President Biden is ordering an additional 7,000 U.S. troops to head to Germany. This is to reinforce NATO allies in the areas surrounding Ukraine and a show of force against the Russian President Vladimir Putin. And we were just at the Pentagon getting more details on just where these troops will be coming from here in the U.S. We're learning a bulk of them will be coming from Fort Stewart in Georgia. And we don't know exactly when they will arrive, but we do know that a bulk of them and all of these forces are coming from the U.S. and then the major bulk coming from Fort Stewart in Georgia there. Rudabeh.
And major news today, President Biden announcing major sanctions he says will essentially cripple Russia. How?
Well, the president saying those sanctions are designed to, quote, maximize a long-term impact on Russia. They are sanctioning the second largest bank in Russia with $250 billion in assets. The White House says the new sanctions would limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be a part of the global economy. And he's also adding to the list of Russian elites, adding that they should, quote, share in the pain. Vladimir Putin himself was not included on that list, but Biden says he isn't off the table. The White House has already taken some sanctions actions this week, but it clearly did not deter Putin from invading. The president was asked today how this could change Putin's course now. Take a listen.
Because it will so weaken his country that he'll have to make a very, very difficult choice as to whether to continue to move toward being a second-rate power or, in fact, respond.
Rudabeh, the president facing criticism tonight for not issuing SWIFT sanctions, blocking Russia from the global financial system that ties together banks across the world. Biden insisting his measures exceed SWIFT, and it remains to be seen how Putin will react to all of this. Rudabeh.
NewsNation's Kelly Meyer for us. Thank you. And let's go now live to Kyiv. And joining us once again on the Donlin Report, Brian Stern with Project Dynamo. Brian, thank you so much for being with us. What is it like right now on the ground in Ukraine?
It is a different country than the last time we spoke. We've been on the road. I'm actually very far south of Kyiv at this point, in the middle of the rescue that we started earlier today. We've been on the road for 10, 12, 13 hours already. Lots of people fleeing, lots of people running, lots of lines at gas stations and that kind of thing. The curfew is definitely starting to be enforced. Not quite yet. There's still cars on the road, but absolutely thinning out for sure.
What are you seeing? What are you hearing? What are people telling you? Are people scared? Is the fear palpable there tonight?
It's definitely. There's no panic. I wouldn't say there's panic. I think that's too strong of a word. But people are definitely. But people are afraid. There's definitely a fear. This is now a country at war. It's been at war for quite some time, but it's been kind of far removed. Now it's in Kyiv. Now it's in all the bigger cities. And missiles. The missile threat is very scary. We were awake when the missiles first landed in Kyiv early this morning, and we actually had missiles flying over our head in the middle of our rescue as we were doing our exfil.
Wow. And we understand the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, has ordered a full military operation to counter Russia. Are you seeing any of that?
Absolutely. There's checkpoints now. There's checkpoints now, even as far south as I am. I'm hours outside of the city right now, and I actually just went through a checkpoint a few minutes ago.
And what do those checkpoints look like?
AK-47 armed uniformed police officers and in face masks, and this is a country at war now. This is now a country at war. It is a conflict zone. A couple of days ago, I struggled to get reservations at a restaurant, and today things are closed. People are looking at people are armed. It's a different feeling on the street for sure.
And you're there with Project Dynamo. The goal is to get Americans out. How is that going? And I'm curious how many Americans are still there and why they didn't heed the warnings early on.
We don't know how many are here. What I could tell you is that since the missiles started flying and the helicopters started flying, people have been registering on our website, projectdynamo.org. That is the right answer. Please register. If you don't register, I can't find you. If I can't find you, I cannot rescue you. It's just that easy. That's also a place where you can donate. We are donor funded. Nobody is paid. We're all volunteers. Please donate. Every penny goes to rescuing an American or a NATO ally citizen. And there are thousands upon thousands here that are begging for help. Our database has exploded in the last few hours with people begging. I don't know if you could hear it. My phone is dinging as we're talking. Those are all requests for help. Every single one.
Wow. Well, you are a brave man. Stay safe. Thank you for making the time for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Please donate. We need all the financial generosity people can afford.
Thank you, Brian Stern, for us. Meantime, waves of diplomatic efforts and sanctions to get Russia to back down have failed so far. Missiles have been raining down on locations near the capital city of Kyiv, and tonight the death toll in Ukraine is climbing. More than 40 Ukrainian soldiers and up to 10 civilians are dead in the invasion. Joining me now is former military intelligence officer and executive director of the Association of the U.S. Navy, Jason Beardsley. Jason, thank you for your time tonight. What is Putin's immediate military plan?
From the looks of it, and thank you, by the way, Rudabeh, for having me on, but from the looks of it, the way Putin invaded the Ukraine from multiple angles, it appears like what he wants to do is use his forces to kind of decapitate the Ukrainian government and install a pro-Putin force in there. And at the end of that, what I think we're going to look for is Putin sort of bargaining back those regions around Kiev and in the western province so that he maintains his hold in the eastern province and is able to kind of negotiate out of some of the sanctions that we've already laid on him. So I think his hold right now, and the reason I'll say that is with the amount of forces on the ground, what we haven't seen is an increase in violence that goes into the tens of thousands. And Putin, at the end of this, has still got to control Ukraine. So nominally, he wants to keep the Ukrainians from being deeply embedded in a guerrilla warfare fight or an insurgency that could last up to 5-10 years. I don't believe he wants that. And the way to avoid that is what he's doing, which is strategically targeting the military and political establishment.
And what do you think his next move is, maybe tomorrow or in the coming days?
So in the next day or so, in the coming days, I think what he's going to do, or what we're going to see from Vladimir Putin, likely again is an extension of what he's already done, which is take strategic points, the airport, the airfields, logistic routes, communication nodes, the government buildings, being able to land and move gear and move personnel and equipment throughout the country is going to be critical for him. What he doesn't have is complete control of the terrain. And so he's got to be very careful. But with all the forces that we're seeing there, it could get very dangerous, very violent quickly. We've already heard that from Brian Stern, who came to us from Project Dynamo. This doesn't look like a good situation in the next few days. So we need to hold on.
Yeah, and so many people waiting with bated breath here. The list of countries imposing sanctions on Russia is growing. President Biden has high hopes for these sanctions. Take a listen to what he said.
The notion that this is going to last for a long time is highly unlikely as long as we continue to stay resolved in imposing the sanctions we're going to impose on Russia, period.
How effective are those sanctions, though?
Well, even the president himself, during the press conference early on, said they knew they were not going to be that effective, at least in stopping Vladimir Putin from the invasion. I think they've admitted, and if you listen to the White House carefully, you'll hear them say they sort of have been ceding the eastern province for some time now, or at least hinting to the fact that we weren't going to do anything. I think they recognize that the sanctions are not going to stop or change his behavior. And if they were, he was going to need, President Biden was going to need to involve all 27 EU countries. And you heard him today say that the EU was not interested in the SWIFT sanctions. That's the raft of bank sanctions that would remove Russia from the sort of world global economy. But if the other partners aren't on board with that, then that's going to be very difficult for him to do. So we're seeing a limit to how effective they're going to be.
Okay, so the billion-dollar question, how does anyone stop Putin at this point?
Well, this is now very difficult to do. We lost a lot of leverage when Putin invaded. Our time to really interject or change the outcome was last week. The president should have had military hardware. We're talking about shoulder-fired missiles or anti-tank missiles that are man-portable. Those should have been sent to Ukraine. You could have put 200, 300, 400 of those on the ground and changed the game to establish, one, keep Russia from establishing air superiority, but number two, make it very difficult for Putin to do what he just did. Now that we've lost that initiative, we don't have a lot of leverage to go after him. What we would have to do, but this is a longer-term process, is to have deep energy supplies, be able to have an alternate plan, a robust plan for importing and exporting oil, liquid natural gas to Europe, because we are reliant on Europe, our partners, to come along with us, but Europe is reliant on Russia for their energy supplies. So that's a tough prospect, and now that puts us in the passenger seat waiting to see what Putin's going to do. We didn't come into this situation very smartly.
Russia providing about 40% of the EU's natural gas. Former military intelligence officer Jason Beardsley, as always, thank you.
Thank you, Rudaba.
And a live look at Kyiv once again tonight. We are getting reports that Russian troops are moving closer to the capital at this hour. They were able to advance following a gun battle at the famed Chernobyl nuclear site. Ahead, why this site was a target for Putin and the toxic cloud that could be forming as a result. But before we go to break, strong words from a Ukrainian official on what lies ahead for Russia. Listen to this.
There is no purgatory for war criminals. They go straight to hell, and that's that.
Russia has begun to invade Ukraine.
NewsNation has live continuing coverage.
This is war.
The facts, the journalism, the truth about what you need to know.
This is going to change the world.
From the front lines to our homeland.
The size and the scope of this battle could have global implications.
We're not going to give up our freedom. I truly have faith that we're going to be able to fight back.
Continuing coverage on Russia at war. Stay tuned to NewsNation.
Over 60 miles per hour with a cell moving toward the north and east.
No matter where you live, with Dish you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement. Abby, Austin, hurry.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish. Tuned in to you.
Icy hot. Ice works fast. Heat makes it last. Feel the power of contrast therapy. So you can rise from pain. Icy hot.
And it's easy to get a quote at libertymutual.com. So you only pay for what you need. Isn't that right, Limu? Limu? Sorry, one sec. Yes.
Oh boy. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
With Mucinex All-in-One, you've got unbeatable relief from your worst cold and flu symptoms. So when you need to show your cold who's boss, grab Mucinex All-in-One and get back to your rhythm. Don't play around with cold and flu symptoms.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
Living with metastatic breast cancer means being relentless because every day matters. And having more of them is possible with Verzenio, the only one of its kind proven to help you live significantly longer when taken with fulvestrant, regardless of menopause status.
Verzenio plus fulvestrant is for HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer that has progressed after hormone therapy. Diarrhea is common, may be severe, or cause dehydration or infection. At the first sign, call your doctor, start an antidiarrheal, and drink fluids. Before taking Verzenio, tell your doctor about any fever, chills, or other signs of infection. Verzenio may cause low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infection that can lead to death. Life-threatening lung inflammation can occur. Tell your doctor about any new or worsening trouble breathing, cough, or chest pain. Serious liver problems can happen. Symptoms include fatigue, appetite loss, stomach pain, and bleeding or bruising. Blood clots that can lead to death have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have pain or swelling in your arms or legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart rate, or if you are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be.
Every day matters, and I want more of them.
Ask your doctor about everyday Verzenio.
Todd and I consider ourselves partners in everything we do. So to be able to incorporate Nutrisystem and be one other thing that we're partners with, I think is amazing.
I feel like losing weight using Nutrisystem's partner plan has actually made us closer.
Absolutely. I think we are each other's biggest motivator.
I think Nutrisystem knows best when it comes to losing weight in a healthy and tasteful way.
Go online or call to get 50% off plus an extra $50 off.
What are you recommending for muscle pain?
Based on clinical data, I recommend Salonpas.
Agreed. My patients like these patches because they work up to 12 hours, even on moderate pain.
Salonpas, it's good medicine.
Them dimebacks are mighty poisonous. I should get you to a doctor.
Real cattle herd don't need no doctor. Let's drive this herd.
It's okay to ask for help. Find a licensed therapist at BetterHelp.com.
That is the sound of sirens ringing out early this morning, recorded from inside an apartment building in Kyiv. Just one of the chilling sounds of war heard by Ukrainians as Russia launches a full-scale invasion into that nation. Reports that Russian forces are closer to the capital of Kyiv tonight, and the reason is their targeting of one particular site, the Chernobyl nuclear facility. Russian forces have gained control of the nuclear reactor following a firefight. Chernobyl was the site of a 1986 meltdown. So why exactly was it the priority target for the Russians now? And does it pose any new dangers to the world? Let's ask former State Department Senior Advisor Christian Whiten. Christian, why did the Russians head straight for Chernobyl?
Well, it still actually has some operating nuclear reactors in the broader facility, not just the one that exploded in 1986. So by taking this, it's sort of a key strategic objective, like a TV station, like a pipeline, like a dam, taking a power generation station, the ability to turn on or off the lights, put it under your control. It just gives the Russians more influence and power over a significant part of Ukraine.
Ukrainian officials saying that increased radiation levels have been detected in that area. That sounds pretty worrisome. Is this a glimpse of what's to come, possibly?
Possibly. I would maybe chalk this up to the fog of war and not having clarity in the initial hours and days of a conflict. It's extremely unlikely that they would have tampered with the sarcophagus that encases the destroyed plant. And beyond that, to kick up radiation, this is after a number of mediation efforts over the decades and 30 years of sediment, and also the fact that some of these fission byproducts have actually decayed significantly over the last decades. I'd say that's a questionable piece of data, and we'd want to wait and see a little bit more before we conclude something's going on.
Fair enough. I want to talk about the American response, right? The sanctions versus boots on the ground. This basically is as high stakes as it gets. If you put American troops on the ground, you're talking about another potential world war, another war between nuclear powers.
That's right. And that's, I think, why President Biden has not taken that step. And if you look at polls, the American people, frankly, are very ambivalent on Ukraine. President Biden has never really made the case to what U.S. interests are involved in Ukraine. He's spoken of abstractions like democracy and borders and the sanctity and the wholeness of Europe, but not why it matters to Americans. So in particular, you're going to have hesitancy in the wake of Afghanistan, in the wake of Iraq, of engaging with U.S. forces there, and also just the limitations on our power. But throughout the Cold War, it was sort of just an unwritten rule that the United States and the Soviet Union could not become engaged directly because it might escalate to nuclear war, especially once passions get flying, once some of your own guys get killed. So I think for that reason, and that's basically what President Biden says, it's a no-go for U.S. troops to get directly involved.
I want to talk about another crisis that comes from war, and that is a refugee crisis. Are you anticipating that? Are neighboring countries prepared for the influx of people that's likely to follow?
Probably not, and there probably will be such an influx because, frankly, a lot of people didn't think Vladimir Putin was going to order this invasion, and I don't think Putin actually went into this crisis having decided he was going to do what looks a lot like a dismembering of Ukraine and a rush to Kiev, the capital, to decapitate the government and impose his own will. That's supposition based on some very early moves. But you had a lot of Ukrainians themselves, including the Ukrainian government, that said, we don't think this is as big as what's being reported and suspected elsewhere. So a lot of Ukrainians didn't have an escape plan and are now running for the borders with basically whatever they can carry with them in their cars. So, there is something called the UN High Commissioner on Refugees. The United States kicks in a fifth of that budget. I'm sure we'll provide other aid to Poland, especially since it's a NATO ally, and other countries on the periphery that, yes, are very likely to accept a lot of refugees. And I don't mean to be pessimistic here, but possibly the Ukrainian government itself, if Russia is doing what it looks like it's going to do.
Doesn't it seem in a way that Putin is succeeding at his goal of keeping Ukraine out of NATO? Because at this point, it's a huge liability, right, to accept Ukraine into NATO now, even if it meets all of the requirements, because it automatically draws all the other countries into a war.
Exactly. I mean, it seems to be overtaken by events. Again, I hate to sound a pessimistic tone, and we don't know if the Ukrainian military will put up a significant and sustained fight, but it looks like the Russians are off to a strong start. I do not believe there's going to be an insurgency if Russia takes over the country. I think they'll install a regime that, unlike the United States in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, is not willing to tolerate any political plurality, and they will be very ruthless, and I just don't see this terrain or makeup of people supporting an insurgency as much as, we have, Senator McConnell now saying we should encourage it. Yeah, not a good situation.
All right, Christian Whiten, thank you so much for your insight, former senior State Department advisor. We appreciate your time tonight. And here's a live look at Kyiv once again. What is happening there affecting our wallets here? We're getting into the price of gas and the wild swings in the stock market next. Plus, we're tracking a report that Russia could send missiles over the capital once again in about 90 minutes from now. Also, our Leland Biddard and Marnie Hughes on the air with AP reporter Jacob Fetterman in Kyiv last night when he heard explosions nearby and had to put on a helmet and flak jacket to protect himself.
We have air raid sirens here right in Kiev. If you hear that behind me.
Yeah, we do.
We do, Joe.
Sirens have just gone off.
Good idea to get a flak jacket on. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, we got to put our protection on here.
Yep, yeah. Let's get your helmet on, Joe.
Yeah, thanks.
Are you hearing any aircraft overhead?
Feeling sluggish or weighed down? It could be a sign that your digestive system isn't working at its best. Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil psyllium fiber gels to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. It also helps lower cholesterol and slows sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels, so you can feel lighter and more energetic. Metamucil. Support your daily digestive health. And try Metamucil Fiber Thins. A great tasting and easy way to start your day.
What's my safe light story? I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, I chose Safe Light. They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That's service I can trust.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace. And I'm on a roll.
My mental health was much better. My mind was in a good place. But my body was telling a different story.
I felt all people saw were my uncontrolled movements. Some mental health meds can cause
tardive dyskinesia, or TD, and it's unlikely to improve without treatment.
Ingrezza is a prescription medicine to treat adults with TD movements in the face and body. It's the only treatment for TD that's one pill once daily with or without food. Ingrezza 80 milligram is proven to reduce TD movements in 7 out of 10 people. People taking Ingrezza can stay on their current dose of most mental health meds. Don't take Ingrezza if you're allergic to any of its ingredients. Ingrezza may cause serious side effects, including sleepiness. Don't drive, operate heavy machinery, or do other dangerous activities until you know how Ingrezza affects you. Other serious side effects include potential heart rhythm problems and abnormal movements.
It's nice people focus more on me.
Ask your doctor about Ingrezza, #1 prescribed for TD. Learn how you could pay as little as $0 at Ingrezza.com.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
With age comes more. Get more with Neutrogena Retinol Pro Plus, a powerful 0.5% retinol that's also gentle on skin for wrinkle results in 1 week. Neutrogena for people with skin.
OnStar, we see them.
Okay, mother and child in vehicle. Mother is unable to exit the vehicle. Injuries are unknown.
Thank you, OnStar.
My son, is he okay?
Your son's fine.
Thank you. There's something in the road.
It's okay, you're safe now.
Giorgio, look. The peanut butter box is here.
Ralph, that's the Chewy Pharmacy box with our flea and tick meds. It's not peanut butter.
The peanut butter box is here.
I'm out.
Pet prescriptions delivered to your door. Chewy.
Hi, it's me again. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check every month may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Check your zip code. It could be dynamite. Call now.
Call 1-800-370-0331. That's 1-800-370-0331 now.
Back now with our continuing coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and a look at how we got here. When the Berlin Wall fell and the Soviet Union broke up, one prominent political scientist called it the end of history. Well, Vladimir Putin disagreed. Here's what the Soviet Union looked like and what some Putin critics say he longs to see again, or something like it. It extended from Russia itself across Eastern Europe right up to Germany and the rest of Western Europe. That was the Cold War period. When the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, the empire shrank dramatically. 15 countries, including Ukraine and Russia, becoming independent. All of these countries in blue shedding Soviet rule, and America became the world's sole superpower. But here's the rub, especially for Putin, the one-time loyal KGB agent. Many of those countries freed from the Soviet Union, then joined the Western NATO alliance. They flipped sides. In short, they had a history with Russia. They didn't like it, including Poland and Hungary. They were perfectly happy with the end of history. Talk of Ukraine joining NATO, however, was too much for Mr. Putin. In the biggest land grab since World War II, Moscow seized Crimea in southern Ukraine in 2014. 8 years later, Russia is back, now for the separatist region in the east. So now history is not over. As a result, today, President Biden announcing 7,000 additional troops shipping off to Europe to protect against further Russian advances. Marky Martin is at Fort Bragg in North Carolina tonight with more on the U.S. deployment. So, Marky, quick update. Ukrainian president giving us an update on the number of Ukrainians killed so far, 137 civilians. What is the mood like there of the families who now don't know when their loved one is coming home?
Yeah, hey, good evening, Rutabaga. It's a great question. You know, the deployment here, it's truly palpable. When you take away 10% of the post, I mean, it impacts day-to-day life. And just to set the scene for you here, I'm on a really special plot of land just outside Fort Bragg. This is called Rick's Place, and this is actually where a lot of the local military families come to reunite between deployments. 50 acres here for families to come play, and in some cases really get to know each other again. And if you want to know how busy this place is, just outside Fort Bragg, they facilitate 800 family reunions every single month. And just talking to people who live here, you know, they say this is a way of life. This is not our first conflict. And I talked to a pastor yesterday. He says, you know, most of the adults here, they sign up for this life. It's the children that don't fully understand it, no matter how many times you tell them this is a job, this is my calling. It doesn't make it easier. It doesn't bring mom or dad home. Take a listen to this Fort Bragg wife. She's the wife of a paratrooper, and right now she has a little one at home asking questions that, quite frankly, she just doesn't have the answers to.
He'll say, like, when will he come back then? Because he's usually back by the time I have to go to sleep. And I just have to be straight up honest with him and tell him, like, we don't have a set date.
Yeah, you feel for all these thousands of families. Her name is Yadira Rodriguez. She said her husband was given less than 24 hours before he had to deploy. And Rutabaga, she says she can't even bring herself to watch the news right now, headlines. She's just trying to keep her kids happy, busy with fun activities like baking and movies. But certainly here in this area, about 5,000 families going through exactly what she is.
Yeah, not a fun explanation to have to provide your kids. And I know, Marky, you've been in contact with Fort Bragg on a daily basis. Any new updates from that post today?
Yeah, so I just got off the phone a little bit ago with a captain here at Fort Bragg. She and I have a daily check-in. We check in every 24 hours, and I asked her about these additional 7,000 troops being sent. I know we have learned that at least part of that 7,000 are coming from Fort Stewart in Georgia. She says as of now, none of the soldiers here at Fort Bragg have gotten the nod to go. So right now it remains the 5,000 that have been sent. But of course, I get the feeling that nobody would be surprised here if that changed at any moment. Rutabaga.
Okay, Marky Martin, thank you. And an update again on the death toll in Ukraine. President Zelensky confirming 137 civilians and military personnel have been killed so far. And that is the impact from American troops shipping overseas, which Marky just brought us. But what about here at home? The White House is warning prices will rise. Stephen Moore, former White House economic advisor, joining us now for more on that. So, Steve, crude oil soared above $100 a barrel. They're warning us about pain at the pump. How much pain are we talking about? Where do prices go from here?
Well, these gas prices have really been bouncing around quite a bit, and you're right. Today, the oil price hit over $100 a barrel. I haven't checked in the last hour or two whether it slipped below 100, but that's a high price for oil. And to put that in context that consumers can understand, that's the equivalent of somewhere between $4 and $5 a gallon at the gas pump. It depends on what state you live in and how much tax you pay. So that's a big increase. I mean, when Trump left office, we were paying about $2.59 a gallon. So these are very substantial increases in gas prices. You're also going to see, by the way, unfortunately, you're going to see increases in the cost of home heating for the rest of this winter. My wife and I just got our home heating bill last month. It was $600. We were used to paying about $300. So these energy costs are certainly pinching people's wallets.
And when energy costs rise, so does the price of everything else. We're talking about more than just gas stations. We're maybe talking about food and other things, right?
You better believe it. So you're right. Energy is the master resource. It's embedded in everything else that we use, whether it's food or manufactured goods or the construction or the cloud technologies. All of them use a lot of energy. And so when you look at the 40% increase in energy price over the last year, That's one of the things that's really driving this general inflation and everything else. And so the grocery bills are going up, et cetera. Now, the big question is, here is the big problem, I think, right now for the policymakers in Washington. There's been a lot of talk over the last few months of the Fed raising interest rates to bring inflation down, but now we're getting, seeing the effects on the stock market of this invasion of Ukraine. It's unsettled everything. And the question is whether the Fed will now want to raise interest rates with an economy that's fragile at best. And I don't know. I wouldn't want to be on the Federal Reserve Board right now because there's no easy choices.
Well, this was a crazy development today. The stunning reversal for the stock market. It actually ended up higher after being down nearly 1,000 points on the Dow. What are investors supposed to make of this?
Yeah, I'm still scratching my head over that one. I mean, my wife called me at noon and said, we lost tens of thousands of dollars today. And then by the end of the day, we'd earned it all back in the market. I've never seen anything quite like it. I don't have a great explanation for why the market turned around so dramatically. But I would say this, that the market, to some extent, had already priced in this invasion. I mean, it wasn't a huge surprise that Russia finally pulled the trigger and moved in. And so we are still, I hate to say this, we're still in a bearish market. I mean, the Dow is still, a few thousand points below where it peaked out a couple months ago.
Oh, that was just the surprise of the day, I think. Russia...
Let's hope it stays in the green. I mean, the NASDAQ finished in the green. The S&P 500 finished in the green. I didn't see whether did the Dow finish in the green as well? I know it was close to regaining all the money that had been lost, but that was a welcome sign. But I got to tell people, I mean, I think it's going to be a rocky next few weeks until we get some resolution of what's going on there in Ukraine.
Yeah, nothing like volatility on the stock market to give us unexpected results every day. Russia's the world's 11th largest economy, right? What are the long-term implications, the long-term fallout for the world economy?
Well, listen, I mean, you're right. They're the 11th largest economy, but in terms of like the financial markets, they're not a huge player. In fact, they only account for about 2 or 3% of world finance, the exchange of dollars and currencies. The reason that Russia really matters from the economic standpoint is that roughly 40% of their economy is oil and gas development. And my frustration with the Biden administration is I don't understand right now why we're not producing as much oil and gas as we can, because if we're looking at ways of retaliating against Russia, and I thought the president gave a pretty good speech today saying we're going to impose sanctions, and I agree with that, except, the best way, in my opinion, to hurt Russia is to produce more of this energy here at home so we don't, we went from a situation where we were exporting oil and gas a year and a half ago to now we're actually importing it, and that only plays into the hands of Putin and Russia. So let's build the pipelines, let's get going with the oil and gas drilling. That'll create a lot of jobs, and it'll reduce our trade imbalances. So I just hope that the president reverses some of those positions he's taken over the last year in terms of reducing oil and gas development here.
Of course, it's not just about us. It's also about our EU allies who depend on Russia for natural gas.
Well, so this is another key point that you're making. So our allies in Europe share a lot of the blame for what's going on with this world economy right now. We had been warning, I work for Trump. We had been warning Europe not to become dependent on Russia for their energy, but that's exactly what they did, and that's one of the reasons I think Russia was emboldened to move into Ukraine, because what could countries like Germany and France and Italy and Spain do when they were getting all their energy from Russia? So they were sort of held hostage. It's another reason why, wouldn't it be a better thing if we produced the energy here, we have built the LNG terminals, and we were able to export it to Europe rather than being reliant on Vladimir Putin, because we've seen that he is a tyrant, and we don't want to put money in his pockets.
All right, we have to run, but thank you so much for joining us, Stephen Moore. Thank you.
Anytime. Thank you so much.
No, I'm confused.
Those were demonstrators gathered outside of the Russian embassy in Washington, D.C. at about 1 o'clock local time this morning, shortly after news broke that Russia had launched an invasion of Ukraine. Many of the protesters were from Ukraine and were emotional upon hearing the news. Up next, the effort to win the hearts and minds of Russians, and how does the U.S. get them to turn on Putin?
I'm Leland Vittert, and you're watching NewsNation, news for all America.
What are you recommending for muscle pain?
Based on clinical data, I recommend Salonpas.
Agreed. My patients like these patches because they work up to 12 hours, even on moderate pain.
Salonpas, it's good medicine.
My name is Monique. I'm 41, and I'm a federal contract investigator. As a single parent, I would run from football games to work and try to balance it all.
So, what do you see when you look at yourself?
I see a person that's caring. Sometimes I care too much, and that's when I had to learn to put myself first, because I would care about everyone all the time, but I'm just as important as they are.
Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved to temporarily make frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
As a struggling actor, I need all the breaks that I can get. At Liberty Buchamug.
Cut.
Liberty Bibbity.
Cut. We'll debit.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What can I do with less asthma? With Dupixent, I can do more beginner's yoga. Namaste. Namaste. Surprise parties. Oh, you guys. Dupixent helps prevent asthma attacks. For free! So I can do more of the things I love. Dupixent is not for sudden breathing problems. It's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and can reduce or even eliminate oral steroids. And here's something important. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Just ask your asthma specialist about Dupixent.
Every day brings new opportunities to do more than anyone thought possible, to redefine what a truck can be, earning the top brand in new vehicle quality in the automotive industry. Push the limits of what's possible with a lineup of Ram trucks, built to serve.
Right now, during the Ram President's Day sales event, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
Frank is a fan of fast. He's a fast talker, a fast walker. And for unexpected heartburn, Frank is a fan of Pepcid. It works in minutes. Nexium 24-hour and Prilosec OTC can take 1 to 4 days to fully work. Pepcid, strong relief for fans of fast.
Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Basilor 325 liquid-filled aspirin capsule is clinically shown in a 7-day study to cause fewer ulcers than immediate-release aspirin. Basilor, the first liquid-filled aspirin capsules. Amazing.
I don't just play someone brainy on TV. I'm an actual neuroscientist, and I love the science behind Nariva Plus. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Nariva Plus fuels 6 key indicators of brain performance. More brain performance? Yes, please. Nariva, think bigger.
Those are the chants of Russian demonstrators in Moscow saying no to war. Hundreds gathering in cities across Russia, and most demonstrations were disrupted by police. According to OVD Info, a rights group that tallies arrests, more than 600 people in Moscow have been detained so far, and Russian riot police have told protesters to disperse. I want to bring in now former CIA covert operative and host of Discovery Network's Black Files Declassified, Mike Baker. Mike, thanks for being here. There are reports that hundreds of protesters, including human rights activists, have been arrested in Russia. Do you have a sense of public opinion within the country right now?
Well, I think it's split in a sense along generational lines. You know, Putin is, you know, he's been very honest about this over the years. And by honest, I'm not giving him any credit, but he's been very clear in speeches, and he's called the collapse of the Soviet Union the greatest tragedy of the 20th century. There's a generational divide there. There's those who remember the Soviet Union and in some fashion long for it, and then there's the younger generation. And so what is not really known here yet is just how strong the opposition will be within Russia to Putin. The interesting part of this, in a sense, though, one element of it is that information doesn't flow the way it used to. So what I mean by that is you can't contain the news like you used to be able to do if you were a dictator or a nation state like China or Russia. Information flows too smoothly. It flows too freely now, and they'll do what they can to cut it off. But I suspect that Putin here has probably made a strategic error in misreading the majority of the Russian public and what they're willing to put up with.
That is a really excellent point. We know cyber operations, subversion, sabotage, all on the table for Putin. Is the U.S., though, employing these same tactics covertly in Russia?
Well, you know, without going into any sources and methods or, you know, speculating in a sense that may get close to that, look, the ability to reach in and influence public opinion in, you know, covert action or whatever you want to call it, you know, is something that we've been doing for a very long time. All the way, you know, you go back to Voice of America and their operations during the Cold War. So it bizarrely, you know, we seem to have stepped back into the 50s and 1960s here, but that has now become, you know, a key element of this. How can we help to influence Russian public opinion against Putin and against these actions? And I think, again, I think that, you know, if Putin believes, particularly after the Afghan debacle that they suffered through for all those years when they occupied Afghanistan, if he somehow believes that the Russian population is going to put up with a long struggle, if in fact it does turn out to be a sort of a long insurgency, I think he's mistaken.
Well, that's a really good perspective because this is a voice that we're not able to hear often in our coverage. The separatists in Ukraine, let's talk about them. They actually did prove to be lethal, even though people downplayed their power and their potential there. They were the ones who opened the door for this Russian invasion. Even if Russian troops were somehow repelled, would that region ever be safe again, or do you see it as a permanent Russian stronghold now?
Well, I think Putin, more importantly, sees it as a permanent Russian stronghold, and he can call it whatever he wants to, a couple of independent states or republics, or, you know, however he wants to couch this. But he's not going to give those up. I mean, if there's a half step here that, you know, he may have gone for before he's done what he's done now, which is essentially to apparently to decide that he wants to take the whole bite of Ukraine rather than just the eastern side. It was this feeling that perhaps he just wants to cement his hold on the Donbass region, but it doesn't appear that way. Look, I think Putin has stepped off the logic train some time ago. We just perhaps didn't understand it. We didn't realize it. And so for months and months, while we were engaged in diplomacy and negotiations and talks, we imagined somehow that our adversary, Putin, was sitting across the table processing things in a rational, logical manner. And I don't think that's the case anymore.
All right, Mike Baker, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Appreciate your time.
Sure, thank you.
And On Balance with Leland Bitter starts at the top of the hour. So Leland, is anyone paying attention to what's happening more than China?
Well, maybe the Ayatollahs in Iran. perhaps. You could probably add Nicolas Maduro, the strong man, of course, in Venezuela. You'd probably also add to that Taiwan, which is what China is thinking of invading. You make a great point, which is if you are Xi Jinping of China, or if you're the Ayatollahs, after you've seen what's happened, which is the President of the United States wagging his finger at Vladimir Putin and saying, don't you dare invade, and if you do, there's going to be crippling sanctions, and Vladimir Putin goes ahead and defies the President of the United States, and all that happens is there's 4 banks that get sanctioned. If you're Xi Jinping or the Ayatollah or any of these people, why wouldn't you go ahead and do whatever it is that you wanted to do? And the flip side of that question is, what would have to happen? What would the United States have to do and NATO have to do to change that calculus now that you've seen Vladimir Putin getting away with invading, bombing, and likely taking over another country?
I want to play a little bit of sound from President Biden. He was asked if he spoke with China about this situation. Let's listen.
Are you urging China to help isolate Russia? Are you urging China to help isolate Russia?
I'm not prepared to comment on that at the moment.
Is that a yes?
I don't know what it is. The last people in the world right now who have any interest in helping the United States is the Chinese. And if they're quote-unquote helping, you know the Chinese are lying when their lips are moving. So the idea that the price we would have to pay for the Chinese to do anything is very high. The flip side of this is China gets a whole lot more from helping Russia than they do from helping the United States. Because if they help Russia, they conceivably are arguing for the next call when China wants to take over Taiwan. They get cheap access to Russian energy. Xi Jinping just hosted Vladimir Putin. They said they had a friendship that goes beyond any alliance. It would seem unusual that would flip. I'm not sure quite what the president was getting at.
That statement and that image of them sitting together at the Olympics has a whole new ring to it now, doesn't it?
Yeah, you might think they talked about what's going to happen in Ukraine. I'm just putting it out there.
All right, Leland, thank you. On Balance starts at the top of the hour.
Yeah, we'll see you then.
Appreciate it. And we want to take another live look at Kyiv tonight. And up next, how Ukrainians here in America are showing support for their homeland. But first, listen to this emotional sound of Ukrainians singing the national anthem and waving their country's flag just moments before Russia invaded.
What's my safe flight story? I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, I chose Safe Flight. They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That's service I can trust.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
I've seen how cancer can affect the people I care about. That's why I'm helping protect myself against some cancers, like certain cancers caused by HPV. For most people, HPV clears on its own. But for those who don't clear the virus, HPV can lead to certain cancers in both women and men. Gardasil 9 is the only vaccine that helps protect adults through age 45 against certain diseases caused by HPV, including cervical, vaginal, vulvar, anal, and certain head and neck cancers, such as throat and back of mouth cancers, and genital warts. Gardasil 9 doesn't protect everyone and does not treat cancer or HPV infection. Your doctor may recommend screening for certain HPV-related cancers. Women still need routine cervical cancer screenings. You shouldn't get Gardasil 9 if you've had an allergic reaction to the vaccine, its ingredients, or are allergic to yeast. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system, are pregnant, or plan to be. The most common side effects include injection site reactions, headache, fever, nausea, dizziness, tiredness, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and sore throat. Fainting can also happen after getting Gardasil 9. For women and men through age 45 who have not been vaccinated, talk to your doctor or pharmacist for certain HPV-related cancers and Gardasil 9. Help protect yourself.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
Why hide your skin if Dupixent has your moderate to severe eczema or atopic dermatitis under control?
Hide our skin, not us.
Because Dupixent targets a root cause of eczema, it helps heal your skin from within, keeping you one step ahead of it. And for kids ages 6 and up, That means clearer skin and noticeably less itch.
Hide my skin? Not me.
By helping to control eczema with Dupixent, you can change how their skin looks and feels. And that's the kind of change you notice.
Hide my skin? Not me.
Don't use if you're allergic to Dupixent. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. When you help heal your skin from within, you can show more with less eczema. Talk to your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent, a breakthrough eczema treatment.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
What are you recommending for muscle pain?
Based on clinical data, I recommend Salonpas.
Agreed. My patients like these patches because they work up to 12 hours, even on moderate pain.
Salonpas, it's good medicine.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Abrams, 9 o'clock, telling it like it is, now at a new time.
Here's where I'm coming from. Here's what I'm thinking.
The fastest growing cable news network is redefining prime time. Dan Abrams live at his new time, 9/8 Central, followed by Ben Field, starting next week on NewsNation. Your personal war, how the Russian invasion of Ukraine will impact your bank account, your budget, and your 401k. Tonight on Ben Field.
Welcome back. It's been a wild day for the world, and especially for Ukrainians. The Ukrainian president just confirming that 137 Ukrainian civilians and military have been killed, with hundreds more wounded. President Zelensky saying that Ukraine would counter the Russian invasion with a full military mobilization. Ukrainian men ages 18 to 60 are not allowed to leave the country at this time due to martial law. And reports say another Russian airstrike is set to take place within the next hour at the capital city of Kyiv. Joining us now, Kelly Meyer with the very latest on the sanctions. Kelly.
Hey, Rudabeh. Well, we are hearing more about additional details about those sanctions that the White House has issued today. President Biden saying that these will be the most severe sanctions and that he believes that these will deter President Putin in the weeks and months to come. We have more details coming in on those. Russia's 2 largest banks, Sberbank and VTB Bank, also $750 billion in total. We also are learning that they are also sending more additional troops, 7,000 U.S. troops deploying, heading to Germany. Those are coming from Fort Stewart in Georgia, and we don't know exact time frame of when those troops will be heading out, but we are hearing that they will be going to Europe to support the NATO allies in the region there and reassure them and try to deter Putin from moving any further into Ukraine. Some more details on those sanctions, though. We also have sanctioning the second largest bank in Russia at $250 billion in assets. And the White House says the new sanctions would limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be a part of the global economy. And he's also adding to the list of Russian elites, adding that they should be, quote, sharing in the pain. Vladimir Putin himself was not included on that list, but Biden says he isn't off the table. And the White House has already taken some sanctions actions this week, sanctioning other Russian banks as well as more elites in in Putin's inner circle here, but he does say that he believes that this could change Putin's course with the sanctions he is issuing today here, Ruta Bay.
Kelly Meyer in Washington, D.C. for us. Thank you very much. And thousands of troops are now in Poland assisting our NATO allies in any way that they can. The 82nd Airborne from Fort Bragg in North Carolina is seen here in Poland. They are near the Ukrainian border helping refugees fleeing the war. President Biden saying U.S. troops will defend our NATO allies in Europe, but would not engage with Russia in Ukraine. And back at home, protesters in Ukrainian Americans gathering in cities across the U.S. today rallying against Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In New York City alone, it's home to more than 150,000 Ukrainians, the largest such community in the country, and large crowds protested, with some carrying signs saying "Stop Putin" and "USA Protect Ukraine" before gathering for a prayer and calling for the end of Russia's invasion in Ukraine. For many in the crowd, they are trying to stay positive for their loved ones and taking a stand for freedom for all. And that is our American Snapshot tonight. That's going to do it for us at the Donlin Report. On Balance with Leland Bitter starts now.
Shock and awe for 24 hours as Russia starts its, quote, decapitation of Ukraine's government. We have just begun to see what a long war in Ukraine will look like. Tonight, how U.S. troops could end up seeing combat, how Putin's desire to rebuild the Soviet Union will change everyday life for every American, and how the Russians' dictators define President Biden is going to change the world forever. With that, good evening. I'm Leland Vittert. Sadly, we must report the world is a far, far more dangerous place than when we last saw you yesterday. Without question, Cold War 2.0 has started, and at least so far, the Russians are setting the rules. Here's how President Biden described the man in charge, Vladimir Putin.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences.
We're going to get to the day's developments in a minute, but history, sadly, is repeating itself. Let's compare Hitler in 1938 to Vladimir Putin in 2022. The similarities are very similar. Justification for war. Hitler, World War I, the Treaty of Versailles. Hitler wanted to avenge what had been done to Germany by the Treaty of Versailles. Putin views the breakup of the Soviet Union much like Hitler did the Treaty of Versailles. He considers it a national embarrassment. He will avenge the breakup of the Soviet Union in the Cold War. They use similar language. Hitler talked about the great fatherland, uniting the greater ethnic Germany of the fatherland. Putin uniting the greater ethnic Russian of the Russian motherland. Invasion of a foreign country to protect the native language speakers. When Hitler invaded Czechoslovakia, he talked about protecting the Germans who were living in Czechoslovakia, the ethnic Germans. Very similar. Putin's invasion of Crimea in 2014, that's a typo right there. That was to protect the ethnic Russians in Crimea. We saw him use the very same language in his speech a couple of days ago when they annexed those parts of Ukraine in the eastern portion, saying that they wanted to protect the ethnic Russians there. Hitler teamed up with Japan to create the Axis of Powers, and obviously it was Japan that ended up attacking the United States. Putin is teaming up with Xi Jinping. And the talking points of the American isolationists are about the same in the 1940s as 2022. Summed up by the American First spokesman, Charles Lindbergh. This is what Lindbergh said, quote, "The doctrine that we must enter the wars of Europe in order to defend America will be fatal if we follow it. We must turn our eyes and our faith back to our own country before it's too late." Oddly enough, we are hearing some of the very same things from both sides of the aisle, Republicans and Democrats, today. America should not get involved in a war in Europe. There is one big difference right now between Vladimir Putin and Adolf Hitler. Vladimir Putin has nuclear weapons, lots of them, 6,200 in fact, and yesterday he threatened to use them on anybody who dared intervene in his bombing and invasion of Ukraine. Live pictures right now in Kyiv. Parts of the city has power, as you can see, and big parts of it does not. It's unclear if that's because of a blackout to prevent Russian airstrikes or because of a power plant bombing. We simply don't know. The Ukrainian military says despite thousands of Russian rockets, cruise missiles, bombs, and artillery throughout their country, they are mounting a brave defense, saying they shot down this helicopter. But Russian forces captured the Chernobyl nuclear power plant on their way towards the capital and are demanding, the Russians are demanding, the Western-friendly government in Kyiv surrender. So far, they have been able to hold out. President Biden today stopped short of sanctioning Vladimir Putin himself or delisting the Russian banks from the U.S.-controlled international wire transfer system known as SWIFT. Why he chose to do that is curious. But in a strongly worded speech, Mr. Biden attacked Putin, reiterated American troops would not fight to protect Ukraine, and issued sanctions on a few Russian banks and Russian oligarch families as he restricted the export of U.S. technology to Russia. Curiously and notably, he admitted what many have said all along. The threat of sanctions would never have deterred Vladimir Putin.
No one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening. There has to show this is going to take time.
Let's take a look very quickly at the current battle map. This is D-Day +1. We're about 20 hours, 22 hours into the war. Right now, it is a little past 2 a.m. in Ukraine. If we're going to put the map into this, one more click, we'll see if the map comes up. We don't have the map, but we'll put it on the full screen for you to see there. Airstrikes all throughout all of Ukraine. Command and control depots have been taken out. Airports have been taken out as well. We understand the Russians have air superiority. There are no U.S. aircraft flying over Ukraine, so the Ukrainians do not get the help of U.S. intelligence. There were 3 invasion routes. One in the north coming down, straight down towards the capital. One coming through Donetsk in the east, where the Russians have a huge amount of forces. It's a flanking attack over to Kharkiv, which is the city in the north there of the eastern part of Ukraine, and from the south, quite literally land, sea, and air invasion of Ukraine. With that, we want to bring in Congressman Mark Green, House Foreign Affairs, former Army Ranger, Special Operations Flight Surgeon. Congressman, good to see you. You listened to POTUS's speech, the president's speech. Do we have any choice now, or have we resigned ourselves to sort of sitting back and watching whatever Vladimir Putin does?
Yeah, it would look like the president has given up on deterring Vladimir Putin. I mean, this piecemeal approach, I loved your comparison of, Putin to Hitler, especially as it relates to Czechoslovakia, the way he went in there. That's a great, great comparison. But I would compare, Joe Biden to Neville Chamberlain. And this piecemealed approach, thinking that it's somehow going to stop the dictator, is just foolish. And so to answer your question, it would appear so, Leland, sadly.
That's pretty scary. There is one difference, I guess, between President Biden and the typical isolationist, if you will, that we're hearing. He did say pretty strongly, we'll see if we have that soundbite, that the United States was willing to go toe-to-toe to defend every inch of NATO land. I don't think we have the soundbite, but it brings up an important question. You've got Russian forces now operating awfully close to U.S. troops. The 82nd Airborne is in the far extreme of the spear, right on the Polish border, and the Russians are bombing in Ukraine very close. You've been in Iraq and Afghanistan. You've served in combat. I feel like the possibilities of a miscalculation and then an escalation are just dangerously high.
Well, there's no doubt about that. Deconflicting airspace and land space is going to be a challenge, and we've got to talk about that. We have to figure out what happens when a mistake happens and a missile lands in Poland. We have to talk about what happens when an intrusion of the airspace happens. All those things have got to be worked out, and what our specific response is going to be. And Leland, I was a physician when I was in special operations, but before that, I was an infantry officer, and I commanded a rifle company in the 82nd Airborne Division. These are great Americans, and they're ready. They just have got to have solid, well-thought-out rules of engagement.
Do they?
Well, that's a good question, and we'll be asking the DOD about that. I'm heading back to D.C., and we'll have a conference with Austin and figure that out. But it's very important. One of the things that the Congress can get involved in is just use of force, and what the Congress has to say about these deployments. I appreciate the War Powers Act. I believe in its basic tenets. But Congress still has some say in this, and we'll be debating that. There's a conference call tonight to discuss that. More to follow.
All right, 14,000 or so U.S. troops already deployed, and we'll see how many additional go. Where and how does this end if it isn't simply Vladimir Putin getting whatever he wants?
Well, look, let's talk about what happens in Europe, and let's talk about what happens in the world and the U.S. So in Europe, it's going to mean basically an arms race, a security nightmare. You're going to see Europe and Russia drawn boundaries just like the Cold War. You called it 2.0. Yep, that's where we are. And that's going to impact Americans. We're going to have less butter and more guns. We're going to have to be in this arms race with them. It's going to mean more cyber attacks on our nation. It's going to mean more disinformation, probably Putin's involvement in elections. The Mueller report at least came to that conclusion. Russia was involved in trying to create disunity in America, and he did it in 2020 as well. So we're going to get more of that. And of course, with this happening and the sanctions, there'll be more inflation, the price of oil. It's looking like it rose about 8% today. It could go as high as $120. And what that means, think of the farmer who's got to plow his field with diesel or, get that produce to market. Everything in America, the inflation is just going to continue up. The supply chain. I mean, this is going to impact America. It's going to impact Europe. And then you got to think about Xi Jinping and the other despots of the world. 16 fighter aircraft in Taiwan's airspace today. I think the president needs to send 2 destroyers right now to the Taiwan Strait and just park them there. But we'll see if this president does that.
Yeah, no. Look, if you're Xi Jinping or any of the other bad boys of the world, if you're the Ayatollah, if you're Nicolas Maduro. We can go through. We both got the same list. You can go through it. They have no reason to have any fear of the United States. I want to get back to that point, but you were in Ukraine right before this invasion. You met with the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian military. We have some video of the Ukrainians that they have put out of their fight against the Russians over the past 24 hours. It is not a fair fight. This is an NFL team taking on, at best, maybe a Division III college team. With a couple of good players, namely the weapons they've gotten from the United States, Javelin anti-tank missiles. I know that was something you were a big proponent of, and Stinger anti-aircraft guns, anti-aircraft missiles, conceivably to take down the Russian helicopters that are flying. Does the Ukrainian army have really the ability to hold out? We've been hearing estimates of 2 or 3 days before the Russians could be outside and strangling the capital.
Well, I'm a little bit surprised, to tell you the truth, that the Russians haven't gotten farther in 24 hours than they have. I believe the Ukrainians are definitely fighting and fighting hard. You can see videos from people in the country that they're sending out where they've shot down not only helicopters, but high-performance aircraft, fixed-wing aircraft. They're shooting them down. So this fight is, I think, going to be a surprise to Putin. And I am very happy to see that they're holding out better than we expected. Now, the truth of the matter is, you hit the nail on the head. Their capability, their supply of ammunition, all of those, particularly the technological systems like Stingers and Javelins, it's just not there. They'll run out of that stuff, and eventually Russia will win. Russia will take Ukraine. Now, what's next, though, is an insurgency, and an insurgency is very cheap. It's inexpensive to fight an insurgency. And from what I hear and from my conversations with just the average Ukrainian on the street, they're ready to fight that fight.
Yeah, well, we've heard at least that there were like 10 or 12,000 rifles just now handed out inside the Capitol for them to fight. The one thing that's been pretty stellar in this whole thing is American intel. You think about the debacle in Afghanistan, you think about WMD, you think about missing Saddam going into Kuwait, you think about missing the Russians going into Afghanistan. And yet, on this issue of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it was spot on to a T in a way that was pretty stunning. That's got to be good for America and at least maybe a little bit bracing for Vladimir Putin?
Well, I would think so. I don't want to comment too much on, the quality of our intel because I have to be very careful about that. I would never want to say anything that would compromise the source. But I agree with your statement that our intel services have done a much better job here than they ever did with the Taliban.
Yeah, well, with the Taliban or in the past. If we're going to get into the point that you made earlier about the pain that the Ukrainians are extracting from the Russians and whether that's going to change Vladimir Putin's calculus in terms of his own internal politics. But if Vladimir Putin succeeds on the world stage, jungle rules are back. He has said already that he wants to rebuild the Soviet Union. Adolf Hitler said he wanted to control Europe, rebuild Germany, if you will, in this greater ethnic Germany. Is there any reason for him to not take Poland or one of the Baltic states or start picking more fights with NATO, and all of a sudden every family member who's got every family's got a loved one in uniform realizes we're back at it?
Absolutely. What we're doing, if we don't stop him, and it looks like we're not going to stop him, is we just validated his modus operandi. And that is, and you experienced it when you were in the region. You send in infiltrators. They, pretend to live there. They create riots and disinformation. They, basically, I don't want to say use propaganda well, they do. They use propaganda as a weapon. They alter the television shows, kind of what China wants to do in America. And they basically turn the people in that area. Then they cry foul, and he comes rushing in to save the day. That's going to happen in the Republic of Georgia. It's going to happen in the Baltics, and it's going to happen in Poland. And it's a modus operandi that we just validated by allowing it to happen with this piecemeal approach with the sanctions. I mean, we should have been hammering them with the big stick from day one. And I don't mean day one as yesterday. I mean with surrounding Ukraine.
Yeah, we only got another minute or two, but I'm fascinated by the president admitting outright that no one ever thought that sanctions were going to deter Vladimir Putin. They've been saying exactly the opposite for months.
That's exactly right.
Exactly the opposite for months. And it just was stunning that nobody in the speechwriting department realized that they were going to get caught in this. Or in the talking points department. But sometimes people make an honest statement, even if it's after the fact. This would be the bigger question, though. We were promised these punishing, overwhelming sanctions, and yet still they haven't come. Not a single sanction against Vladimir Putin personally. No delisting of the banks. If invading Ukraine, bombing it, saying you're going to decapitate it, and threatening the world with nuclear war doesn't get you sanctioned personally, what does?
That's a real good question for the president, Leland. I mean, to leave Putin untouched, unscathed, is unconscionable. It makes no sense to anyone. Even an NBC reporter said, basically that today in the news conference. This is absurd. We should have sanctions on him. The SWIFT bank stuff should be done. We should crush their energy sector, and we should crush their currency. And the fact that we're not doing it is just, I mean, I can't explain it.
No, it's perplexing, really, that the decisions continue down the very same path, and that no one seems to learn that Vladimir Putin is not deterred by whatever's happening. Congressman, we appreciate your time. We know we'll see you back at 11 o'clock Eastern for more on this. Thank you. Coming up in just a minute, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into what Congressman Green was talking about, specifically the rise in oil prices and just how bad the pain at the pump could get for you, and also how Vladimir Putin could use his cyber war to make life in America highly uncomfortable. Send us your questions on social media at Leland Vittert. We'll answer them later in the show.
Meet a
a future mom, a first-time mom, and a seasoned pro. This mom's one step closer to their new minivan. Yeah, you'll get used to it. This mom's depositing money with tools on hand. Cha-ching. And this mom, well, she's setting an appointment here so her son can get set up there and start his own financial journey. That's because these moms all have Chase. Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
No matter where you live, with Dish, you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
New Vicks Vapo Stick. Strong, soothing vapors help comfort your loved ones. For chest, neck, and back. It goes on clear. No mess. Just soothing comfort. Try New Vicks Vapo Stick.
As a professional bull rider, I'm used to taking chances. But when it comes to my insurance, I don't. I use Liberty Mutual. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
And by switching, you can even save $665.
Hey, Tex. Did someone else get a turn?
Yeah, hang on. I'm about to break my own record. Yeah! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
My mental health was much better. My mind was in a good place. But my body was telling a different story.
I felt all people saw were my uncontrolled movements. Some mental health meds can cause
tardive dyskinesia, or TD, and it's unlikely to improve without treatment.
Ingrezza is a prescription medicine to treat adults with TD movements in the face and body. It's the only treatment for TD that's one pill once daily with or without food. Ingrezza 80 mg is proven to reduce TD movements in 7 out of 10 people. People taking Ingrezza can stay on their current dose of most mental health meds. Don't take Ingrezza if you're allergic to any of its ingredients. Ingrezza may cause serious side effects, including sleepiness. Don't drive, operate heavy machinery, or do other dangerous activities until you know how Ingrezza affects you. Other serious side effects include potential heart rhythm problems and abnormal movements.
It's nice people focus more on me.
Ask your doctor about Ingrezza, #1 prescribed for TD. Learn how you could pay as little as $0 at Ingrezza.com.
Psoriatic arthritis made my joints stiff, swollen, painful.
Emerge Tremfyant. Tremfya is approved to help reduce joint symptoms in adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Some patients even felt less fatigued.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
Introducing Together by OnGo. Create safe spaces for all your events with Together by OnGo. Invite all your favorite people. Results are uploaded automatically, and the host can see everything in advance. OnGo. Together is better.
What's my safe flight story? I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, I chose SafeLight. They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That service I can trust.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
Go to HelloFresh.com and use code TV16 for 16 free meals plus 3 free gifts.
I know this is hard and that Americans are already hurting. I will do everything in my power to limit the pain the American people are feeling at the gas pump.
President Biden earlier talking about exactly the price America is going to pay, all of us, for aggression by Vladimir Putin as he tries to put the Soviet Union back together by invading Ukraine. Oil today closed just about $100 a barrel. Conceivably, it could go so much higher. With that, we bring in former Congressman, former Ambassador to the Holy See, Francis Rooney. Congressman, good to see you. Ambassador, it's always nice to have you back. Boy, I can just imagine how difficult it is right now for ambassadors in certain countries from the United States to those countries to reassure our allies that we'll be there for them in the event that they face a Vladimir Putin.
Well, we haven't exactly taken a lot of steps in the last 10 years to reassure our allies that we are there for them. And that's why we're in the position we're in right now. It started with taking the missiles out of Poland that George W. put in there in 2006 and 7, and it's been one downhill slide ever since.
You have such a unique perspective.
He's doing what he said he wanted to do 15 years ago.
Why don't you think anybody, and you have such an interesting perspective, international businessman, negotiated contracts with foreign governments, also served in government as ambassador, then served in Congress. Why does nobody ever take Vladimir Putin at his word?
Well, we're myopic. We really are. We really don't want to see the hard things happen. And it started under Obama when they pulled the missiles out of Poland that W put in there. And it's been one step after another of, oh, don't cross this line. Oh, you cross this line. Well, don't cross this next line. And now he's continuing to move forward on his plan to regain the Pan-Slavic Union, the border state that he wants between Western Europe and him. And I don't know that we can stop him.
That's pretty terrifying to think about, and that conceivably, if the NATO alliance holds, means the bloodshed of a lot of American men and women in uniform who'd go and fight for that land. Getting back to sort of where we started this segment, this idea of gas prices, intimately involved in the oil and gas business as you are, President Biden says he's doing everything he can to protect Americans from really paying this price. Some people say that gas could go to $5 a gallon. No reason it couldn't go much higher than that. Is the president doing everything he can, or is there another agenda here?
You know, I think this is a particularly galling comment from the president. He doesn't have to do what he can. He needs to let the free market work. The problem we have in this country is not enough people, particularly on the left, believe that the free market can solve problems, and the marketplace will solve the oil and gas supply issue. Nothing is more fungible than oil and gas. Our industry is so resilient, they will increase production, as will the other foreign producers outside of Russia, and supply and demand will come into equilibrium.
Yeah, Putin seems willing to crash his own economy to do this. He'll always be able to sell his oil and gas over to Russia and China. You've spent a lot of time in Europe negotiating in Europe with both foreign governments and companies. The big issue, it seems as though, if you believe the president, in terms of putting even harsher penalties on Vladimir Putin, is France and Germany wouldn't stand for going after Vladimir Putin, delisting Russian banks, and the like. The big issue for both Germany and France is getting their gas and their energy from Russia.
Well, not so much France, Leland, because France has been the smartest one of the whole group because they've been focused on nuclear power for 30 or 40 years. We could take a page out of France's book. But Germany, totally dependent on Russian gas. George Bush tried to get them onto LNG in the early 2000s. They wouldn't hear of it. Now they have this ridiculous Nord pipeline that doubles the gas from 26 TCF to 52 TCF. They're slaves to Russian gas. And we can help them out of it, but it's going to take some time. There's going to be some hardship in the meantime.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to figure out from your contacts over in Europe, is there a fear of Vladimir Putin? And maybe what we're seeing answers this, is the fear of Vladimir Putin has not yet outweighed the cost of confronting him.
Well, look at all those German business people that went to see Putin. They want to protect their exports. I mean, you know, Lennon said it right when he said the capitalists will sell us the rope we'll use to hang them with. This is a time for people to suck it up and decide that we're going to stop this guy, and everybody's going to pay some prices for it, and especially the Germans because of the bad decisions they've made. But we're going to have to stop him. If we don't, we're going to find him challenging the NATO Mutual Defense Treaty in Lithuania, Poland, and Estonia.
Yeah. Congressman, Ambassador, it's good to see you, sir, as always. Thank you. Appreciate the perspective. You made a very good point about Vladimir Putin's motivations and also how some of the challenges he is facing at home. That when we come back.
And I'm
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
No matter where you live, with Dish you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish.
OnStar, we see them.
Okay, mother and child in vehicle. Mother is unable to exit the vehicle. Injuries are unknown.
Thank you, OnStar.
My son, is he okay?
Your son's fine.
Thank you. There's something in the road.
It's okay, you're safe now.
Before you go there, or fist bump there, or, oh, I can't wait to go there, or real nice there. Start here. Walgreens makes it easy to stay protected wherever you go. Schedule your free COVID-19 booster today.
What's my safe flight story? I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, I chose Safelite. They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That's service I can trust.
Safelite repair, Safelite replace.
Some people have minor joint pain, plus have high blood pressure. They may not be able to take just anything for pain. That's why doctors recommend Tylenol. It won't raise blood pressure the way that Advil, Aleve, or Motrin sometimes can. For trusted relief, trust Tylenol.
Living with metastatic breast cancer means being relentless because every day matters. And having more of them is possible with Verzenio, the only one of its kind proven to help you live significantly longer when taken with fulvestrant, regardless of menopause status.
Verzenio plus fulvestrant is for HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer that has progressed after hormone therapy. Diarrhea is common, may be severe, or cause dehydration or infection. At the first sign, call your doctor, start an antidiarrheal, and drink fluids. Before taking Verzenio, tell your doctor about any fever, chills, or other signs of infection. Verzenio may cause low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infection that can lead to death. Life-threatening lung inflammation can occur. Tell your doctor about any new or worsening trouble breathing, cough, or chest pain. Serious liver problems can happen. Symptoms include fatigue, appetite loss, stomach pain, and bleeding or bruising. Blood clots that can lead to death have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have pain or swelling in your arms or legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart rate, or if you are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be.
Every day matters, and I want more of them.
Ask your doctor about everyday Verzenio.
Guys, Nuts.com delivered more fresh snacks to the Johnsons.
Delicious cashews, trail mix, dried fruits, sesame sticks.
Okay, here's the plan. We leap from the oak tree, shimmy down the electric wires, over the angry bulldog, parachute into the rose bushes, run past the lawnmower, vault into the kitchen, and remember to avoid that cat.
Why don't we just order from Nuts.com?
But where's the danger in that?
Nuts.com. Irresistibly fresh, dangerously delicious. Free shipping with your first order.
Russia invades Ukraine. NewsNation has live continuing coverage.
He has been following every development.
We have air raid sirens here right in Kiev.
From the front lines to our homeland. For continuing coverage on Russia at war, stay tuned to NewsNation. Abrams, 9 o'clock. Telling it like it is, now at a new time.
Here's where I'm coming from. Here's what I'm thinking.
Dan Abrams live at his new time, 9/8 Central, starting next week on NewsNation. News for all America.
Welcome back. You are watching, quite literally, thousands of Russians put their lives at risk to protest the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. These are anti-war protesters in Moscow and St. Petersburg, across Russia. And few things make Vladimir Putin more angry than people protesting against him. 1,900 arrests. But it does show that the Russian people are not necessarily all in on this, and there is certainly a lot of anger at Vladimir Putin over his foreign adventures and the cost to Russia, especially economically, in the terms of foreign sanctions. In the words of my next guest, the use of foreign aggression to rally support for the regime is not new. in Russia. Many believe Mr. Putin want to recreate the Soviet Union. Much more likely, they want to recreate the Crimea effect of bringing back the popularity that Vladimir Putin had when he invaded Crimea in 2014. David Satter, noted author, Russian expert, the last book, Never Speak to Strangers, Other Writing from Russia and the Soviet Union. Are these protests a sign of something more, or just a little bit of an anti-Putin group?
Well, I think the protests are a significant beginning. The numbers are not that great. And for the moment, the country supports the aggression against Ukraine. But things can change. We've got the example of the first Chechen war. That was launched by Boris Yeltsin, and his aides said that we need a short, victorious war to boost the president's rating. Apparently it didn't occur to anyone that that's not a good reason to start a war. In any case, at first it worked. But then, as they encountered the fierce Chechen resistance and the number of people being killed mounted, and the number of amputees in the metros and begging on the streets began to multiply, enthusiasm for the war began to disappear. And finally, 18 months after the war began, Russian public opinion was demanding that an immediate end to the war under any conditions.
You think about it,
Vladimir Putin, likely to see a repeat of that scenario now.
Well, Vladimir Putin certainly doesn't want this to last 18 months. He doesn't want it to last 18 days, although it might if the Ukrainians continue to extract a little bit of a price. The flip side of this would be what happened in Syria when 300 Russian mercenaries were killed by the U.S. military when they tried to attack a U.S. military base. And Vladimir Putin covered it up, wouldn't talk about it, and that sort of ended some of the Russian adventures in Syria because Russians in body bags is not popular, the same way it's not popular in the United States. Is Putin powerful enough, and is this the speech he gave and this idea that he is avenging the fall of the Soviet Union and protecting Russia from Western aggression enough to overcome at least the initial casualties we're going to see?
Oh, it may overcome the initial casualties, but the real question is what happens when the guerrilla warfare begins. They can occupy territory. They command they control the airspace, and they have numerical superiority. So they can occupy large parts of Ukraine, but can they hold it? Ukraine's is bigger than, geographically it's bigger than France. It's 40 million people. They couldn't hold Chechnya, which had 1 million people and was the size of Connecticut. So I think that this is just the beginning of what we're going to see. They will not be able to peacefully occupy Ukraine and install a puppet government.
Yeah,
and the support that they're counting on is going to slowly dissipate.
Well, you conceivably think they're going to get some support in the eastern part of Ukraine, right, where it's more ethnically Russian. When I was in the Donbass in 2014, there was certainly a part there that was supportive, and in Crimea you have some support. He's been there for a while. Vladimir Putin is the grand chess master. How is he miscalculating this, or what's his exit strategy that we're perhaps not seeing?
Well, I wouldn't give him too much credit. I mean, you say he's the grand chess master, but what he really is a criminal who
that too.
Basically has no respect for the lives of his own people, and is together with a kind of a small group, monopolizes power and property in the country, and is ready to use war as an instrument of consolidating his hold on power. And the reason that works is because of the injured nationalism in a country where people just are nostalgic for the days of the Soviet Union in many respects, at least for the days when Russia was feared.
Yeah, you said something extraordinarily important. People in Russia, especially the older generation, want the great days of the Soviet Union back, when Russia is feared, rather than sort of this second-tier or third-tier economy. John McCain called it a gas station masquerading as a country. You've studied Vladimir Putin. This is a big thought. The United States isn't stopping Vladimir Putin in Ukraine. This is a man who, in many ways, is very similar to Hitler in his rhetoric and his justifications. Is there any reason to not take him at his word that if Vladimir Putin left unchecked, as much of a criminal as he is, that he will continue these adventures into Poland, into Estonia, Latvia, some of the other countries of the Baltics that became part of NATO?
Well, the risk is much greater when it comes to attacking a NATO country. But the fate of Ukraine is really going to have an important effect on the fate of Europe. We have every reason to support the insurgency that's going to develop in Ukraine, because and not only that, we have every reason to impose crushing sanctions on the economy, because those are the factors that are going to turn the Russian people against Putin and against this adventure. We also have the opportunity, if we're capable of using it, of speaking the truth to the Russian people about Putin's long record of crimes, beginning with the way he came to power.
Yeah, so far so far the Biden administration just doesn't seem to have the appetite for that. The piece in the Wall Street Journal where we found you, weakness at home drives Putin to invade Ukraine. David Satter, the great writer, joined us from Paris. Merci. Thank you. We appreciate the time, sir. It was good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
All right. Send us your questions on the war in Ukraine at Leland Bittert. When we come back, if Vladimir Putin doesn't stop, shall we say, at Kyiv, where's he headed next? And how American troops might be forced to stop him.
I'm Ashley Banfield, and you're watching News Nation, news for all America.
Allergy sufferers. Bedtime means it's time to take Zysol. Zysol relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin, and on first dose, provides the same relief as Zyrtec in a pill nearly half the size. Be wise all. Take Zysol at night.
What's my safe flight story? I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, I chose Safelite. They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That service I can trust.
Safelite repair, Safelite replace.
Over 60 miles. No matter where you live, with Dish you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 bonus wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
Do you have trouble hearing conversations? Are you constantly asking loved ones to repeat themselves? Do you miss out on discussions or talking with friends? Then you would benefit from Nano hearing aids. Don't waste thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids or settle with the frustration of cheap amplifiers. Right now, you can get 2 revolutionary Nano CIC Recharge hearing aids, regularly $797 for just $397. Or opt into our payment plan of 4 easy payments.
I love how affordable the Nano hearing aids are. Compared to some hearing aids, they're as much as $3,000, $4,000, $5,000.
Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The CIC Recharge is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. It has rechargeable technology that many customers say is superior to more expensive models.
Well, these Nano hearing aids are fantastic. They're affordable, they're easy to fit into the ear. And what really impressed me is I'm hearing things I haven't heard in years.
Our friendly operators are standing by to take your order.
800-360-7114.
The CIC Recharge offers superior noise reduction and a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is nearly invisible. Best of all, they are incredibly affordable. And if you call now, we'll add a portable charging dock and ship your order absolutely free.
I love how they feel. They're very light. I don't even know they're there.
You know, I've used other hearing aids before that were bulky. These are light and easy to use, too.
Stop missing out on important conversations or wasting thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids. Order now and get 2 CIC Recharge hearing aids and a portable charging dock for only $397 with free shipping. Or opt in to make 4 easy payments. Supplies are limited, so don't delay. Better hearing is just a phone call away.
800-360-7114. Again, 800-360-7114.
Hi, folks. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline. Call, check your zip code, see if you're eligible, and get what you deserve. Call now.
Call 1-800-883-8200. That's 1-800-883-8200 now.
Welcome back. The sun will come up in Kyiv, Ukraine in just a couple of hours. It will be day 2 of the full war. In a way, what Russia has been able to accomplish in just 24 hours is stunning. The flip side of that is that they're not as far as a lot of people thought they were, especially myself. We all thought they would be a lot farther in this invasion. We come to the screen. This is the state of play after 24 hours. You can see all of these are Russian bombing attacks all throughout the country, concentrated on the Ukrainian military command and control, their airfields, their weapons depots, and the government itself. Obviously right here around Kyiv, some other big bases out here, and then concentrated a lot in the east where the Russians have the very most amount of firepower. We'll give you a sense of what the invasion looked like and how it's gone. From the sea, this is the Black Sea here that the Russians have turned in to their own effectively. They own this and have denied NATO a lot of access. Cruise missiles came in from the sea, softened up Odessa here. Next, from the air, the major bombing campaigns we talked about. Now for the land invasion, both from Belarus here and then south. If we turn on the touchscreen, we'll give you a sense here. 2 columns, one on either side of the river to encircle the capital of Kyiv. It's only about 60 or 70 miles from the border down to the capital. They have already gotten to Chernobyl, the old nuclear power plant. There was a big battle there. They're heading south towards Kyiv there. Kharkiv, this was the flank because the Ukrainians are dug in along a line here and along a line here with their most elite forces. The Russians, if we had another color, we would show you, the Russian separatists and the Russian forces in Donetsk in this area that has been in Russian control since 2014 were dug in here. We've yet to see the Russians try to break out this way. When that happens, it's going to be an incredible fight. There's been tens of thousands of people killed so far in the fighting over the 8 years, especially concentrated right around here. This was the big flank, the left hook, if you will, through Kharkiv. And we understand that the Russian flag is now flying over City Hall in Kharkiv. 3 avenues of invasion, the 3rd coming up from Crimea. This is the area that Russia took in 2014, took back their old port from the Soviet Union. Why is everything focused over here in the east? Main thing for the Russians is to connect Crimea with a land bridge back here. That allows them to get down to their port. That allows them to control the entire eastern part of Ukraine where the ethnic Russians are. If we're going to see an insurgency that we've been talking about by the Ukrainian military, it's going to be all over here. So if the Russians are able to take the capital and this turns into an insurgency war, this is where it's going to be fought. This is much more Russian-friendly territory. Why does all of this matter? Take a look at what Vladimir Putin wanted to keep from happening. That is what NATO is. When NATO came in, and now NATO sits all the way here, compared to where NATO was before, which was over here. So all of these countries have joined NATO since the breakup of the Soviet Union and moved NATO so much closer to Russia. Ukraine is the key buffer zone that Vladimir Putin says he wants. This is the problem right now for NATO. There's U.S. troops right here in Poland. You can see U.S. There are Russian airstrikes happening right here in Ukraine. We'll bring in General David Tepdula, retired from the United States Air Force, to talk about this. General, when you've got Russian airstrikes within 50 miles of U.S. troops, 40 miles of U.S. troops, it feels like the threat of miscalculation is terribly high.
Well, Leland, thanks very much for having me on. There's always a chance of miscalculation in warfare. However, if there's any one thing that Putin is aware of is, and what he's avoided very specifically to date, is getting any NATO country involved. Because the fact of the matter is, and you've heard the president say it, you have seen if there's any one area where the European NATO nations are unified is it's on the whole issue of supporting Article 5. So if Putin makes the error of initiating hostilities with a NATO member, he can expect the entire wrath of NATO to fall upon him. So he's going to work very, very hard to stay away from that kind of a possibility.
We hope. We also hoped he wasn't going to invade Ukraine at some level.
But those are two completely different situations, and I think it's important to recognize that difference.
Well, but I guess that'd be the question is we've said, and President Biden said over and over that if you invade Ukraine, there is going to be crippling sanctions. He thought that was going to be a deterrent. He even said today, it wasn't going to be a deterrent. We had Kamala Harris and his national security advisor and everybody around him saying it was going to be a deterrent. Why, if you're Vladimir Putin, why, if you haven't gotten crippling sanctions to the United States, which didn't come today, why do you believe that America didn't follow through on crippling sanctions, but is going to follow through on Article 5?
It's actually an interesting proposition. And now you're getting into an area which I think is important to discuss, but which many commentators haven't addressed. Folks are very interested in the tactical level and operational level issues. But let me offer to you that from a strategic perspective, what's at play here is that the capacity of the United States to deter conflict has significantly eroded over the past 30 years. And that's part of why Putin's taking the actions that he has. He's sensed weakness on the part of the United States, and he's taking advantage of that weakness. Sanctions didn't deter Putin, and they won't change his calculus. Unity amongst European nations with relatively weak defenses didn't deter Putin. It's only U.S. military strength that would have deterred his aggression, but we don't have that capacity today.
Yeah, no.
So all this talk about sanctions, diplomacy has to be backed up by military might, or it's going to fail. So if I may, this needs to be a wake-up call. The Russian action should be a wake-up call that we have to rebuild our U.S. military. But unfortunately, that's doubtful because the administration's not planning to program the funds necessary for such a defense strategy. And Congress, as I think you discussed earlier, cares so little about defense that it hasn't even appropriated the money for the defense budget for this year yet.
No, you can imagine all of that plays into Vladimir Putin's hand. General, unfortunately, we got to run because when we come back, we need to talk about the other side of warfare, which is the cyber war. Excellent point in terms of rebuilding the military that used to be second to none, and now the Russians have really caught up. We'll be right back. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Russia invades Ukraine. NewsNation has live continuing coverage.
He has been following every development.
Putin declared his war.
From the front lines to our homeland. From our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen.
This is war. Make no mistake about it.
To our families and communities here at home. NewsNation is news for all America, and that means news for all Americans, abroad and here at home. Stay tuned to NewsNation.
The all-new WW Personal Points Program.
On WW, I lost 26 pounds, 58 pounds, 124 pounds.
It's proven to make losing weight easier because it's designed just for you. You take a quiz, tell us what you love, enter your goals, and WW builds your individualized plan.
This was the first time I was able to lose weight and keep it off. It's your time. Today's your day.
Live the life you love and lose the weight you want. WW's all-new Personal Points Program. Get your first 3 months free at WW.com. Hurry, offer ends February 28th.
I'm Norm,
I'm Saz.
and we live in Columbia, Missouri. We do consulting, but we also write.
We take care of ourselves constantly. It's important. We walk 3 to 5 times a week, a couple miles at a time.
We've both been taking Prevagen for a little more than 11 years now. After about 30 days of taking it, we noticed clarity that we didn't notice before.
It's still helping me. I still notice a difference.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
What's my safe flight story? I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, I chose SafeLight. They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That service I can trust.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
My mental health was much better. My mind was in a good place. But my body was telling a different story.
I felt all people saw were my uncontrolled movements. Some mental health meds can cause
tardive dyskinesia, or TD, and it's unlikely to improve without treatment.
Ingrezza is a prescription medicine to treat adults with TD movements in the face and body. It's the only treatment for TD that's one pill once daily with or without food. Ingrezza 80 mg is proven to reduce TD movements in 7 out of 10 people. People taking Ingrezza can stay on their current dose of most mental health meds. Don't take Ingrezza if you're allergic to any of its ingredients. Ingrezza may cause serious side effects, including sleepiness. Don't drive, operate heavy machinery, or do other dangerous activities until you know how Ingrezza affects you. Other serious side effects include potential heart rhythm problems and abnormal movements.
It's nice people focus more on me.
Ask your doctor about Ingrezza, #1 prescribed for TD. Learn how you could pay as little as $0 at Ingrezza.com.
Kids grow up fast. But tragedy can strike even faster. That's why the new Pacifica has more standard safety features than any vehicle on the road. Because we can't make them grow up any slower. We can only help make sure they get there safe and protect the world they'll inherit. The Chrysler Pacifica Hybrid.
Right now, get $1,000 loyalty bonus cash plus $1,000 bonus cash on the 2021 Chrysler Pacifica Touring L.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because as a fiduciary, it's our responsibility to always put clients first.
So you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. We help clients enjoy a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility.
One that we don't take lightly. It's why our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Fisher Investments is clearly different.
Liz, you nerd, cough if you're in here.
I took Mucinex TM for my phlegmy cough.
What about Rob's dry cough?
Works on that too, and lasts 12 hours.
12 hours? Who studies that long?
Mucinex DM relieves wet and dry coughs. The #1 brand doctors trust.
Real cowboys get customized car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so we only pay for what we need.
Hey, Tex. Did someone else get a turn?
Yeah, hang on, I'm about to break my own record. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. And I'm on a roll.
Welcome back. This may be one of the first wars, or the first war, fought more in cyberspace than on the ground. You might remember the Colonial Pipeline shut down last year because of Russian hackers, created gas lines for half of America, shut down the flow of gas. It could have been so much worse, and there are real fears that Vladimir Putin is planning a very similar attack in retaliation for the U.S. sanctions just put on by President Biden. With that, we bring in Morgan Wright, former official with the U.S. State Department Anti-Terrorism Program, senior leader there, now a cybersecurity expert. There's this debate right now. Do we go after Vladimir Putin and flex some muscles in cyberspace, or is his ability to inflict pain on us more than we're willing to take?
Yeah, Leland, I think that we are well positioned in cyberspace in a way that we're not militarily right now over there because we're not going to put boots on the ground. But we can put bits and bytes in cyberspace at a time and place of our choosing. We've got the NSA, we've got the U.S. Cyber Command, we've got Army
why are we
units
doing
it? You know,
why are the lights on still on in Moscow?
Depends on two things. Number one, we don't go and attack civilian targets. That's not part of the doctrine. That's not part of what the United States military does. That being said, I don't know what's going on in the National Security Council. I don't know what debates they're having, but they've got to let them know at some point that we're going to extract a price out of what they do. It's contained within Ukraine right now, but I would imagine that Germany's high on Vladimir's list for cancellation of the Nord Stream. I would imagine that with the sanctions that we're going to become targets of that. I think it's one of those things, though, too, is I think they should. And here's the thing. They may be doing something we don't know about. There's not a lot of freedom of the press in Russia. So if something's happening, Vladimir likes to disappear reporters who report bad about him. So there actually may be stuff going on that we don't know about.
It's a great point. I've only got about 45 seconds left, 30 seconds. What are you going to be watching for Vladimir Putin's moves against the United States? We know about Colonial. How worried should Americans be that this weekend their ATM card's not going to work?
Here's an interesting point. It's not so much Vladimir doing something to us, but it's the fact that some of the new tools he's using, these wiping of malware that we've discovered, these DDoS attacks, if that code gets into the wild and it gets into the hand of criminal groups, non-state actors, we could actually find that software that was developed to attack Ukraine is being used by ransomware, like we talked about Colonial Pipeline, being used against us. Russia doesn't even have to do anything. All they have to do is release the code into the wild and let other criminal groups attack us.
Yeah, we know that they support a lot of cyber criminals from Russia.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Russia. Hey, Morgan, appreciate you joining us. So far, the lights are still on in Kyiv. We'll see you in a couple of hours. Dan's next.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the show. This is a live look at Kyiv. And the big question now is, what could it take for Ukraine to be able to survive this attack? Is there any way they come out of this with their government intact? But first, as you watch this network tonight or other news networks, you're seeing coverage in real time of a totally unprovoked attack by Vladimir Putin and Russia on its smaller neighbor, Ukraine. While news networks across the political spectrum bring you information about the horrors of what's happening at Putin's hands, we have been watching RT, the Russian-owned news channel available in most American cable homes, so you don't have to. It used to be called Russia Today, and what they are producing and airing is astonishing. The reality, of course, is that hundreds are dying already as Putin tries to take over Ukraine to fulfill some sort of historical vendetta. No domestic news network, even the most extreme, are suggesting that this attack was somehow justifiable or justified. But if you watch RT, you enter into an alternate universe where you would think this is an effort by Putin to rescue the Ukrainian people in Donbass who have been subjected to attacks, torture, and killings by the government there. Highly produced segments, including some with Western or American accents, talking about children being shot at by Ukrainian soldiers and about the lies being told by American and European officials about Putin. There's even a phony crossfire-like talk show hosted by an American named Peter Lavelle that pretends to debate the invasion as if it's a two-sided question. The guy even wears an RT pin where I wear my American flag pin. They also have a large graphic that appears before many segments claiming that this is actually day 2,525 of the war, which they say started in 2014 when Russia annexed Crimea, claiming, of course, at the time they were protecting ethnic Russians from far-right extremists in the region. An RT reporter even alleged that much of the footage that is appearing on other networks is actually old footage from previous wars. They have graphics on the screen which say things like, disarming Ukraine. An operation in Ukraine comes after months of failed Western talks. This is a global network available in more than 100 countries. And if you're watching this show, it is probably being streamed into your home. Here are just some moments from today alone.
What Putin is doing, he had every right to do. At the end of the day, he was defending those two nations that he just made independent from ongoing years of war that the Ukraine has been inflicting.
Welcome to Crosstalk, where all things are considered. I'm Peter Lavelle. Moscow repeatedly warned it would not tolerate Ukraine being used by NATO to threaten Russia's national security.
Russia has made clear it has no intent to invade Ukraine. However, at this point, they are engaging in an operation to protect the people of Donetsk and Lugansk and make sure they do not continue to face the shelling and bombardment they have been enduring for the past 8 years.
The president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, has said that Putin chose to bring war back to Europe. Now, this is factually incorrect. You need to remember, of course, that the war has been ongoing since 2014. So that's 8 years. And the Western media and Western diplomats are at fault for not pointing that out.
This is, truly cuckoo stuff. Joining us now is Liz Wall, a former anchor at RT. Thank you very much for taking the time to come on the show. Appreciate it. Before I start asking you questions about RT, tell me why you left.
Yeah, this was back in 2014 during Russia's initial invasion of Ukraine. And prior to that, it positioned itself as an alternative international news channel covering stories that the mainstream media ignores. And by and large, it did do that. However, when Russia initially invaded Ukraine in 2014, I saw it firsthand take a very dark turn. That is when, for the first time, the news director, a Russian news director, would look over my scripts, make sure that I framed questions a certain way. For example, taking out the word invasion, framing it as if it was a peacekeeping mission by Russia, framing Ukraine as neo-Nazis. And so basically, we're seeing the same thing happening today in this full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The same tactics are being employed, except for me, it's watching like 2014 on steroids. So this was back in 2014. I resigned on the air. It became very public. It became this viral news story. It had millions of views the next day. It blew up. And my goal at the time was to warn the world, or whoever would listen, about the dangers of Russian propaganda and the way it was using even Western voices. And it's been remarkable to see the proliferation of Russian disinformation now spreading to Fox News and other alt-right commentators, essentially mimicking what you are seeing on, those clips that you played on RT. They're quite ridiculous, but now we're hearing it echoed by the likes of Tucker Carlson on Fox News.
But you know what I have to say, one of the things that I found reassuring about the coverage today on all the networks is today you're not hearing any of that, right? Today, what you're hearing is Putin is the bad guy. That on every single network, I was watching all day on every network, and every one of them are positioning Putin as the bad guy. Now, there's other stuff in there, whose fault, et cetera, stuff, but there's no one suggesting what I was watching on RT today, which is all that this is understandable and justifiable, and you have to understand that Putin had to do this, that he was forced into this, et cetera. And it is, it is truly shocking to listen to. Let me play another piece of sound. This is number 2. This is a reporter in studio today talking about the, quote, military operation.
Russia's defense ministry has made it clear that the military operation is aimed at protecting the Donbas republics following their recognition by Moscow. That is according to the ministry. It says that civilian areas in Ukraine will not be targeted, nor will soldiers who lay down their arms. Now, the ministry stresses that there is no danger to the Ukrainian population.
Now, who are these, and I apologize for using this language, but these stooges who are willing to go on television, many of them Americans, not that guy, and sort of restate not just, we've used the word propaganda a lot here, but truly restate Putin's completely fictitious explanations for what he is doing. How do they find these people to do it?
Yeah, well, actually, if you tune into RT America, the U.S. affiliation of RT, you'll see a lot of former. One is by the name of Scotty Hughes, a former pundit on CNN. So because of this drifting, the way that Russian propaganda kind of lures people from the American fringes, which we've seen has now become mainstream, you'll see that people from, former Trump supporters, you now find on RT. The narratives have essentially become indistinguishable. Prior to that, in 2014, it was more, mainstream media, people that had legitimate grievances, some conspiracy theorists. I covered just the news, but at that time, it was more of the fringes of the American political discourse. But now the fringe has become the mainstream, as we've seen in the U.S. So I think that's a really important part.
Is Putin controlling? I mean, like, who's the one saying, okay, because it's very well produced stuff. I mean, there's real money that's going into this. I mean, it is clear that this is high production value for a lot of some of the documentary style stuff that they're doing. How high level a person in Putin's government is overseeing the content, do you think?
Well, I think when it comes to something like Ukraine, where Russia has a very high political stake and it's a military operation, since 2014, that was kind of the beginning of the new era of Russian information war. And we've seen that along with their kinetic military strategy, it now comes alongside an information war. So this is part of Putin's military strategy, is having this, creating kind of like this fog of war. He has tailored Russia messaging. You just showed RT. He has tailored messaging for the citizens inside Russia, tailored messaging for the people of Ukraine to turn them against the Ukrainian government, and then for Western audiences. And that's essentially what RT is, what Sputnik is, and the Russian troll factories. There's been coverage of that. In other fringe voices, RT amplifies, and this is really, really important. RT amplifies members of the far right and the far left. So you hear people like Flynn, Bannon. I cannot reiterate that enough. You see people like Tucker Carlson. They mimic RT now. They are indistinguishable. And for people that are watching and people that don't want to be duped, they really need to be careful about the kind of content that they consume online, because it's not necessarily going to have just an RT stamp on it. It comes in this digital world from all over.
I'm very critical of the fringe coverage. We talk about it a lot on this show. But again, I'm telling you, what I watch today is distinguishable from what you're seeing on any network. Now, I understand your point.
I'm just saying, like, if you look at
well
Mike Flynn, what Mike Flynn's tweeted, what Tucker Carlson has been saying.
No, it's not the same. And look, I'm not going to become an apologist for Tucker Carlson or Mike Flynn. I've been very critical of both of them. But I'm telling you that what I saw today is not what Tucker Carlson says. I mean,
well, I'm telling you, what I saw in a Russian studio is the same propaganda being amplified by Tucker Carlson. And this is studied in journalism classes today.
I'm not going to defend Tucker Carlson. I'm just telling you. That's fair enough. I'm not going to be put in the position of defending Tucker Carlson, but I'm going to tell you it's a fact that what was on RT today is nothing like what's on Fox News, period. That's not a defense of Tucker Carlson. That's a fact about what I saw.
Follow me on Twitter at Liz Wall, and I will tweet what Tucker Carlson has been saying, and I will juxtapose it, be able to show you how widespread this propaganda is.
I'm sure you can find things on RT. My point is that
the more important, the more important understanding of the disinformation.
Liz, okay, look, obviously you want to have a debate with me about this, and that's not why we had you on, because I'm not looking to debate it, because I don't think I disagree.
So, and you're not. I don't understand.
I got it, but maybe you're not hearing. I'm going to be really, really clear, because I'm afraid maybe you're not hearing me. I am not suggesting that there is not real problems. I talk on the show all the time about problems with what Tucker Carlson says for the very reasons that you're stating. What I am saying is that RT is a different level in terms of what is going on today during the war. And
Exactly.
that makes
And
it
I will
more
tell you, the day
dangerous.
that
I get it. I know.
resigned on
You want to
RT,
talk about Tucker again. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it.
I interviewed
Okay,
Ron
Liz,
Paul.
thank
I
you.
interviewed Nigel
Liz,
Farage.
I appreciate you coming on.
interviewed these
Thank you.
extreme fringe
All right.
people. So
Coming up. All right, let's just end it. All right. I feel terrible. It's just not the discussion today. And as those of you who watch the show know, I talk about this stuff a lot. Coming up, the propaganda footage we've been showing you from RT can be found just by picking up your remote. So is it time for the cable providers to give RT the axe? Germany already kicked them out. Considering the various sanctions, how is this foreign company registered as a foreign agent still on the air here? That's next.
I'm Nicole Burley, and you're watching NewsNation, news for all America.
And a little bit of chicken fried, cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger, only at Applebee's.
Introducing Together by OnGo. Create safe spaces for all your events with Together by OnGo. Invite all your favorite people. Results are uploaded automatically, and the host can see everything in advance. OnGo. Together is better.
We gotta tell people that Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. And we gotta do it fast.
Woo! New personal record, Limu!
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Some people have minor joint pain, plus have high blood pressure. They may not be able to take just anything for pain. That's why doctors recommend Tylenol. It won't raise blood pressure the way that Advil, Aleve, or Motrin sometimes can. For trusted relief, trust Tylenol.
Meet apartments 2A, 2B, and 2C. 2A is monitoring his money with a simple text. Like what you see, Abe? Yes. 2B's covered with 0 overdraft fees when he overdraws his account by $50 or less. And 2C? Well, she's not going to let a lost card get her stressed. Am I right? That's right. That's because these neighbors all have Chase. Alerts that help check, tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
Liz, you nerd, cough if you're in here.
I took Mucinex TM for my phlegmy cough.
What about Rob's dry cough?
Works on that too, and lasts 12 hours.
12 hours? Who studies that long?
Mucinex DM relieves wet and dry coughs. The #1 brand doctors trust.
Abrams, 9 o'clock. Telling it like it is, now at a new time.
Here's where I'm coming from. Here's what I'm thinking.
The fastest growing cable news network is redefining prime time. Dan Abrams live at his new time, 9/8 Central. Followed by Ben Field, starting next week on NewsNation. Your personal war, how the Russian invasion of Ukraine will impact your bank account, your budget, and your 401k. Tonight on Ben Field.
The media, especially the United States media, needs to make sure to choose their words very carefully, because what they're doing is they're trying to push a narrative to try to push for a war. And that's not something that we want. Nobody wants war. We all want peace. And
that is a woman named Soraya Foss, who RT, the Russian propaganda cable network, which is available in your home and in over 100 countries around the world, described her as a U.S. presidential candidate. And I thought to myself, how do I not know said U.S. presidential candidate? Well, looked it up, of course, and she was a 2016 Libertarian write-in candidate for president. Now, this is important because RT is a propaganda network coming out of Russia. And I will tell you that it has been banned in Germany. The German government literally does not allow it anymore. Russian authorities have promised retaliatory measures against them. And here on American soil, RT has been registered as a foreign agent since 2017. U.S. intelligence agencies call it Russia's state-run propaganda machine. So the question is, considering that we are sanctioning the Russians and the Russian government to punish them for this attack on Ukraine, and we're banning trade and targeting banks with their money, how is it that this Russian network that has to register as a foreign agent can remain on the air here at home delivering Russian propaganda? Joining me now once again, Colby Hall, founding editor at Mediaite.com and NewsNation contributor. All right, Colby, thanks for coming back on the show. Appreciate it. So what do you make of RT? You and I have been watching it a lot today. Is it surprising to you that there hasn't been a sort of groundswell of people saying, we need to get rid of this thing?
I think you're onto something right now. I think given where we are, there's newfound attention towards RT. You know, RT was always sort of a joke. Like, it's been around for 10, 15 years, and they sort of made a populist play. And about 10 years ago, they hired Ed Schultz from MSNBC, Larry King from CNN, and you know, it was sort of like, whatever, it wasn't really that big of a deal. It wasn't until 2017, when Trump was elected and all the Russia, you know, conspiracy stuff came up, that they were a foreign agent. Now that we are in ostensibly moving towards conflict and war and these sanctions, their propaganda is no longer just a funny joke. It's really sort of dangerous. And Germany took the first step and said, let's pull them off. I'm not sure the United States is in a position to do that. It's a huge can of worms. I don't even know what the process would be for them to do that. But, you know, we're looking at their content right now. They're programming in an entirely different light because of what's happening in Ukraine.
So if there is pressure put on the cable systems, right, let's say that there are, you know, major corporations, big name people who start saying, this is crazy, that this is still available on cable systems. Do you think it's possible that they would cave and say, we need to get rid of this?
It's hard for me. I don't think the government can get involved. I think it's really impossible to break a contract. I mean, these cable providers, they have their deals, and they can't just break the contract. What do they replace it with?
And there's also an argument, by the way, that they knew what they were signing up for, right? I mean, they can't say, well, you know, they've changed their programming. It's like, you signed up a Russian propaganda news network. You have a Russian news propaganda network.
Right, and the Russian propaganda network was almost sort of a joke when Putin was sort of, you know, a guy that was, you know, getting blown off by Obama at meetings. And now that he's turned into this sort of, you know, ogre, this madman that's invading at least Ukraine, maybe more, it's not so funny. It's not such a joke. And so I think the only real effective role would be for public pressure to go to these providers and say, look, this is irresponsible, it's anti-American, and you should no longer put this in there. I don't know really, you know, they're in 88 million homes. I don't know how many people watch them, but in terms of the viral sort of economy, the digital platform and the way stuff gets shared, they may have an impact, but it's a principled thing, I think.
It's a fully distributed cable channel, meaning it is on almost every cable system. Now, whether they're paying to be on those channels, et cetera, who knows? But, you know, I do think, look, I don't think the government should get involved, right? But I do think that there should be pressure on some of these, in particular some of these hosts who are on there, who are saying these cuckoo Putin talking points issue. And it's funny because my previous guest was saying, well, you know, you can hear this on other networks, et cetera. Yeah, there are arguments to be made, absolutely, about some of the things we've been hearing on other networks that sounds like it's pro-Putin. But what we were listening to today was literally explanations for why Putin had to do this.
Right, it's disinformation. It's literally like the opposite of the truth. And yeah, you can say that, I mean, defining propaganda is a slippery slope. It's very, very subjective. In terms of like public pressure, I think the most recent case would be One American News, which was a far right that got dropped by DirecTV. They weren't really dropped. Their contract ended, and AT&T, under pressure, said we're not going to renew.
Right.
So, but I think there was public pressure. There was a campaign. And yes, it was far right. One OWN is not a reputable outlet by any means. But compared to RT and what they're saying, at least they're somewhat rooted in the truth. And if there's going to be a campaign to take One American News off, then, you know. But again, I think more and more people are paying attention to RT now because of what's just happened.
I just got beat up on the other side for saying that what Tucker was saying was not the same as what I'm seeing on RT. And I feel like now I might take you on the other side for saying that somehow OAN is based in the truth.
You're always a contrarian.
Yeah.
Always a contrarian.
Colby Hall, thank you for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Dave.
Coming up, as the conflict between Russia and Ukraine rages, reporters are on the ground wearing their flak jackets and helmets, putting themselves in harm's way. We'll show you some of the close calls that occurred on camera in the field. That's next.
Thanks for bringing me with you guys today, Mr. and Mrs. Lopez.
Not a problem, Josh. Hey, you two. Check out all these camera views in my Silverado. I can see in front of me, behind me, on either side of me. And it has this cam, so I can see if there's any funny business going on. You see any funny business going on?
No, sir.
Let's have a great day.
The Chevy Silverado offers 8 cameras with up to 15 different views. Find new views, find new roads. Chevrolet.
I'm Mark, and I live in Vero Beach, Florida. My wife and I have 3 children. Ruth Ann and I like to hike. We eat healthy, we exercise. I noticed I wasn't as sharp as I used to be. My wife introduced me to Prevagen, so I said, yeah, I'll try it out. I noticed that I felt sharper. I felt like I was able to respond to things quicker, and I thought, yeah, it works for me.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
What's my safe flight story? I'm a photographer, and when I'm driving, I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, it had to be fixed right. I scheduled with Safe Flight Auto Glass. Their experts replaced my windshield and recalibrated my car's advanced safety system. Safe Flight is the one I trust. They focus on safety, so I can focus on this view.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
I'm Chilan. I am a mom and a real estate agent. After having a kid, everything that you used to do for yourself goes out the window. The lines that I was seeing in my forehead were getting deeper than I was used to them being. And I realized, you know what, I can focus again on myself.
So what do you see when you look at yourself?
I see someone who is growing and changing, who loves and is loved.
Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved to temporarily make frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
With Life Alert, one touch of a button can get you help fast.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Don't worry, help is on the way. With any of Life Alert's 3 emergency systems, help can be summoned immediately, and batteries never need charging.
I was having a stroke, and I was scared to death.
If it weren't for Life Alert, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Life Alert is a lifesaver.
My husband is alive because of Life Alert.
Life Alert is the lifesaver to keep me out of assisted living.
Life Alert saves a life every 11 minutes.
For a free Life Alert brochure, call 1-800-830-1940. That's 1-800-830-1940. Call now. 1-800-830-1940.
Time now for our Media Moments, where we check in on the day's bias, buzz, and bull in the world of cable news and beyond. Earlier this week, reports of Russian troops invading Ukraine went from a threat to a deadly military incursion, and the media coverage went from opinionated analysis and some really bad takes, which we'll get to later in the show, to real reporting from a war zone. In other words, the real professional journalists stepped up. Reporters in harm's way, but still filing reports, like Fox News' Trey Yingst.
But as you can hear in the distance, those Russian separatists identified there were people at this location, and they've started to hit it quite heavily. Let's keep moving. You can hear those artillery rounds coming in. We're moving right now with Ukrainian forces.
You can understand why he might be unnerved filing a report with incoming artillery. That's why, of course, he's wearing the helmet, the flak jacket, etc. Then there's Sky News' Alex Rossi, who literally came under fire.
And whilst we were there, shells started landing again, and we were running for safety.
Go, 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 go.
Then there was CNN's Clarissa Ward, who filed this report from a Kyiv subway.
Honestly, Jim, I've never really seen a situation like this. This feels to me like scenes from World War II and the Blitz. There are just hundreds and hundreds of people who are hunkered down here with absolutely no sense of what tomorrow will bring.
And then there's CNN's Matthew Chance.
Matthew, is it safe where you are?
Pinpoint. Yeah, I think it's relatively safe at the moment. Look, I've got a. Oh.
There's another one.
I've got a flak jacket right here. Let me just get it on.
I think we should stick with this just to see what's happening as he is doing this.
Yeah, I think
and we'll get to our other correspondents in a moment, but this is where it appears there are things going on.
Whew. But not all of the good reporting involves flak jackets. There are some great analysts from the studio, like former U.S. Ambassador Michael McFaul, who called out the BBC while on the BBC for interviewing a Russian MP named Vitaly Milanov.
But I want to ask a question to the BBC. If it was September 1st, 1939, would you put on the air a member of the Nazi Party to try to explain this ridiculous, absolute falsification of history and information that we just heard from Mr. Milanov? Because this is complete, utter nonsense, what he just said. And I'm wondering if we're doing a service to the world by giving him a voice on the BBC.
You can hear the audio there, something wrong with the video. But bottom line, this war is absolutely awful. And yet journalists are literally risking their lives to bring back the story. And hopefully analysts like Ambassador McFaul will keep the rest of the media as honest as they can. Coming up, new sanctions have been slapped on Russia, and there is a very real threat that Russia could retaliate against the U.S. by unleashing a cyber attack. And it could be a lot worse than many think. Up next.
And it's easy to get a quote at libertymutual.com, so you only pay for what you need. Isn't that right, Limu? Limu? Sorry, one sec.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
My mental health was much better. My mind was in a good place. But my body was telling a different story.
I felt all people saw were my uncontrolled movements. Some mental health meds can cause
tardive dyskinesia, or TD, and it's unlikely to improve without treatment.
Ingrezza is a prescription medicine to treat adults with TD movements in the face and body. It's the only treatment for TD that's one pill once daily with or without food. Ingrezza 80 milligram is proven to reduce TD movements in 7 out of 10 people. People taking Ingrezza can stay on their current dose of most mental health meds. Don't take Ingrezza if you're allergic to any of its ingredients. Ingrezza may cause serious side effects, including sleepiness. Don't drive, operate heavy machinery, or do other dangerous activities until you know how Ingrezza affects you. Other serious side effects include potential heart rhythm problems and abnormal movements.
It's nice people focus more on me.
Ask your doctor about Ingrezza, #1 prescribed for TD. Learn how you could pay as little as $0 at Ingrezza.com.
Are you an influencer? Like watching action movies on a teeny tiny screen? No? Then why do you need endless data? Get TracPhone's $40 per month plan now with 8 gigs of high-speed data on America's largest, most dependable networks. TracPhone Wireless. Now you're in control.
With Mucinex All-in-One, you've got unbeatable relief from your worst cold and flu symptoms. So when you need to show your cold who's boss, grab Mucinex All-in-One and get back to your rhythm. Don't play around with cold and flu symptoms.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
Living with metastatic breast cancer
means being relentless, because every day matters. And having more of them is possible with Verzenio, the only one of its kind proven to help you live significantly longer when taken with fulvestrant, regardless of menopause status.
Verzenio plus fulvestrant is for HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer that has progressed after hormone therapy. Diarrhea is common, may be severe, or cause dehydration or infection. At the first sign, call your doctor, start an antidiarrheal, and drink fluids. Before taking Verzenio, tell your doctor about any fever, chills, or other signs of infection. Verzenio may cause low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infection that can lead to death. Life-threatening lung inflammation can occur. Tell your doctor about any new or worsening trouble breathing, cough, or chest pain. Serious liver problems can happen. Symptoms include fatigue, appetite loss, stomach pain, and bleeding or bruising. Blood clots that can lead to death have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have pain or swelling in your arms or legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart rate, or if you are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be.
Every day matters, and I want more of them.
Ask your doctor about everyday Verzenio.
This is a live look at Kyiv. The city is under siege in many ways. The Russians are attempting, at least according to the current reporting, to try to surround the city. That may be the goal. Again, things are a little bit unclear as to exactly what is happening tonight, but the reports that I am seeing don't look great for the Ukrainians, the Russians in an all-out assault there. Of course, we are keeping an eye on developments live. But minutes after President Biden announced new sanctions on Russian banks on Tuesday, a senior FBI cyber official reportedly warned U.S. businesses and local governments to be mindful of the potential for ransomware attacks. The warnings came just days after reports that officials from multiple U.S. agencies had met with executives from big U.S. banks to discuss how to defend against potential Russian-backed hacking attempts against U.S. financial institutions. But we aren't just talking about banks. Hackers clearly operate in Russia with the Kremlin's blessing and have a massive Russian attack could include our energy grid, internet access, which could grant Russian agents unfettered access to the computer systems of many U.S. government agencies and private businesses, potentially allowing them to shut off power, water, communications throughout the country. The disruption of natural gas and food supplies would clearly have a significant impact. An attack on power plants could impact safety equipment, shut down communications, and even allow hackers to send fake data to confuse operators making critical decisions. And if the grid were to collapse, getting it back up could take weeks. At least twice since 2015, Russian military hackers have knocked out power and electricity to wide swaths of Ukraine, leaving up to 500,000 people to freeze in the dead of winter. Russia-based hackers with possible ties to the government are widely believed to have been behind some of the biggest cyber attacks against U.S. infrastructure in the past 2 years, including the SolarWinds attacks that infiltrated several government agencies in 2020. Last year's ransomware attack against the Colonial Pipeline, which caused a gas panic and huge lines at the pump for days, and another attack on one of the world's largest meat producers, JBS. This is a really serious potential threat. And to better understand the realities of this, joining us now is Andrew McClure, visiting fellow at George Mason University's National Security Institute and a partner, ForgePoint Capital, a firm focused exclusively on cybersecurity. Thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it. All right, before I ask you how likely you think something like this is, first let me ask you about how dangerous this could potentially be to the United States.
Well, Dan, first of all, thanks for having me join you tonight. Certainly, all the scenarios that you described can be quite dangerous, not only for U.S. national interests, but also just given the situation in Ukraine right now. Obviously, there's fighting going on, and ordinary Ukrainians have felt many of these effects that you've described, from basic wiper attacks early in the onset of the attack this morning, early morning in Kyiv time. Really as a shaping of the battle space. And this was something to be expected given how we've seen Russian activity across a number of other theaters in the past, to include Georgia, Estonia, and many others over the years.
Do you think Russia has the capabilities to hack into the U.S. energy grid?
Well, Dan, we know they have the capability, and the question really is, do they have the intent? And so we've seen on a number of occasions, in fact, reporting through our national intelligence estimates, looking at a number of the regulatory filings through FERC in particular, have all shown that major utilities are and remain quite vulnerable. But what we do see is we also see aggressive action coming out of CISA in particular. That's the DHS's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Administration, which is leaning quite heavily into working with these so-called critical infrastructure components within our economy.
Is the U.S. ready? I mean, for something like this? I mean, I've got to believe that we have protections in place, but we see every time that the Russians, when they want to, expose weaknesses in the system and figure out ways to get in a back door and have a potentially devastating impact.
Well, Dan, the question is, how likely is a Russian attack against the U.S.? And nobody can know for certain right now. But what we do know is that Russia has the capacity to do so. We've seen that in the past in a number of episodes. I've described incursions within our own U.S. energy sector, as well as financial sector as well. But the real question right now is, would they do that? Would they open a new front against the West in the digital domain when their own troops are having a very difficult time holding territory all over Ukraine?
And again, the issue of intent, I get, but it just does seem striking to me that there's almost a sort of assumption that, well, of course they have the capacity to take down. I mean, that seems kind of striking, right? That of course the Russians could take down the United States energy grid if they wanted to. Is there nothing we can do to protect ourselves?
Well, there's a lot we can do to protect ourselves, and I alluded just now to some of what we are doing, and in fact, specifically what the U.S. government is doing. Now, you'll recall that even just last summer, following many of the episodes you described earlier against Colonial Pipeline, Kaseya, Solar Winds, many of these other episodes, President Biden had a phone call with President Putin back in July where he made it very clear that that the United States expects Russia to act if the U.S. is providing information, give them enough information to act on who it is, then the U.S. expects Russia to take specific action, even if these groups are not state sanctioned. And oftentimes what we see coming out of Russia anyway, particularly in ransomware, is that groups like REvil, though not state sanctioned, are certainly operating under the tacit approval of the Russian government.
So bottom line is, it sounds like you do think that this is unlikely, which is good news.
Well, unlikely for now. I think what we're going to see, especially as sanctions kick up, you're going to see Russia really find a way to lash back out. And that's when this can get really dangerous, especially as financial sanctions start to hit. If and when we lodge energy sanctions against the Russian economy, then I think you can expect a bit more aggressive behavior. But right now, a lot of the security apparatus within Russia, to include the FSB, the SVR, they are focused primarily on Ukraine. And the question is, are they going to be overstretched there? Now, that's not to say that we're off the hook here in the West, but what it is to say is that their attention is diverted. And as these sanctions start to crush the American economy, particularly financial sanctions, will then Russia start to counter those sanctions by targeting U.S. financial institutions in particular? And this doesn't have to be confined to U.S. organizations as well. Our allies across the Five Eyes, as well as Western Europe, we've seen this storybook before, right? I'll give you an example back a decade ago. As U.S. was ramping up sanctions against Iran, we saw Iran lash out in particular against the U.S. financial sector. But I will say the good news is this. We have, industry has spent a lot of time and effort to build defenses from that time until this time. And so many large organizations across these industries, retail, energy, financial sector, are sitting in a much better defensive posture. So what I would recommend to these organizations is that there's never a better time than now to sit down with the security officer, go over your procedures in the event of a data breach or another exposure, and what would you do? How would you handle that incident?
Absolutely. Andrew McClure, thank you so much for coming on the show. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you.
Coming up, if you've been glued to your TV watching wall-to-wall coverage of what's happening in Ukraine, it seems like Russia's takeover could be swift. But is there a scenario where Ukraine can survive this? We'll talk to a retired Air Force Major General about how. Up next.
As a struggling actor, I need all the breaks that I can get. At Liberty Buchamode.
Cut.
Liberty Bibbity.
Cut. We'll dub it.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Liz, you nerd, cough if you're in here.
I took Mucinex TM for my phlegmy cough.
What about Rob's dry cough?
Works on that too, and lasts 12 hours.
12 hours? Who studies that long?
Mucinex DM relieves wet and dry coughs. The #1 brand doctors trust.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future. I like that my plan is built just for me.
Arugula, we get an extra
With the new
point.
WW Personal Points program, you take an assessment, enter your goals, the foods you love, and what fits into your lifestyle. You don't have to eat diet food. I can enjoy the things that I really love, like wine, cheese. You can add points for eating vegetables or being active. I lost 26 pounds and I feel incredible.
Get your first 3 months free at WW.com. Hurry, offer ends February 28th.
Fur, you won't faze me. Unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make me drowsy.
Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin. So take Allegra before allergy symptoms take over you. And for kids, try allergist-recommended non-drowsy children's Allegra.
The Chewy box is coming today.
Calm down, Lenny. We just ordered it yesterday.
Oven-baked apple biscuits! Holy Leroy. Biscuits!
Get fast, free 1 to 3 day shipping when they just can't wait. Chewy.
Star, we see them.
Okay, mother and child in vehicle. Mother is unable to exit the vehicle. Injuries are unknown.
Thank you, OnStar.
My son, is he okay?
Your son's fine.
Thank you. There's something in the road.
It's okay, you're safe now.
What are you gonna do?
Here! Grab on to me! We can double up!
No, don't worry about it. I'm good. I don't want to detract from your experience.
Just give me your hand!
No, don't sweat it. Probably just a passing thing. The harness fits great, though. Snug.
Sometimes you just need some help. So if you need therapy, find a licensed therapist at BetterHelp.com.
Abrams, 9 o'clock. Telling it like it is, now at a new time.
Here's where I'm coming from. Here's what I'm thinking.
The fastest growing cable news network is redefining prime time. Dan Abrams live at his new time, 9/8 Central, followed by Ben Field, starting next week on NewsNation. Your personal war, how the Russian invasion of Ukraine will impact your bank account, your budget, and your 401k. Tonight on Ben Field.
We're continuing to keep an eye on Kyiv following a tumultuous, dangerous, depressing day in and around the Ukrainian capital. President Biden now ordering an additional 7,000 troops to Germany, this on top of the nearly 5,000 service members he sent to Poland. It's happening as the UN Security Council set to vote Friday on a resolution that would condemn Russia's military, which the Biden administration knows will be vetoed by Russia. Now, watching the media coverage and listening to the analysis, it seems like Russia's takeover is going to be quick. The Ukraine has no real chance to retain its independence. But I want to know if there's a scenario in which Ukraine could somehow survive this and where its leaders could retain power. The odds seem long, but is it possible? Let's ask Mick McGuire, retired Air Force Major General, served as a fighter pilot during the Iraq War, a Republican candidate for the Senate out of Arizona. General, thanks so much for coming on the show. Appreciate it. So is there a scenario here where the Russians could make mistakes, they could overextend themselves, something can happen here where Ukraine can walk out of this with its government intact?
Well, thanks for having me, Dan. And it's interesting, been nearly 24 hours since I was called earlier by a different network to talk about this. And what I've said is that in combat, the best laid plans never survive first contact with the enemy. And one of your previous guests made the comment that the Russian troops are already having very challenging times holding territory. It appears to me that the strategy right now is to siege Kyiv, surround it. But the issue will become in an asymmetric war, which is almost every warfare we've seen post-World War II, and look no further than the problems that we have had in Afghanistan with Taliban fighters and the rest, is that they understand the terrain, they have capability. I've trained with the Ukrainian military. They are very, very proud, and their leader, Zelensky, is staying there with them. And as long as they have the will to fight, this is going to be a very challenging problem for Mr. Putin, and it is illegal and unconscionable what he's done.
Do you think we're talking about sort of door-to-door, street-to-street fighting in Kyiv? Because if that happens, it would seem that it could get very dangerous for the Russians.
Well, I think that his strategy, at least it appears, is to control the skies and the access points into the city and surround it, and just siege the city. Think about, you made a comment in the earlier segment about cyber attacks, food, ice, water, medical supplies. That's going to be kind of the focus. And I'm calling on all the Western nations and everyone to provide maximum humanitarian support into that region, as well as military support. You talked about the soldiers from Fort Bragg that are going out now. That's to do sustainment and logistics to help get things there. But once the city is surrounded, we're not putting people on the ground in the middle of that.
If you're advising President Zelensky, is there anything that you can say that he should be doing or not doing that can help?
Well, he has excellent capability. They speak the language. They understand the culture. They have the terrain. They can sort out who's who because they live there in those neighborhoods. So it is not easy to dislodge a local population. I mean, think about the Revolutionary War in this great country. If you did it just based on mathematical probability, we stood no chance, but that's not what happened.
Yeah. All right, I guess we just have to wait and see. I keep getting these reports on my phone of the latest, et cetera, and, each time it's fairly depressing when I get the latest reports about concerns from, the intelligence community about what's happening there. And, I keep rooting for the Ukrainians, right? I'm rooting for Zelensky to be able to stick this out.
And Dan, we've seen in these countries when they have a leader that takes a plane and flies away in exile, it happens quick. And so we got to give him credit for holding the line there. I don't want to predict how or what will happen, but as long as the will of the Ukrainian people have that patriotic pride to defend their nation, I think this doesn't happen overnight.
Yeah, and it's interesting, we were talking earlier about some of the Russian propaganda on the RT network that's available somehow all throughout the United States. And one of the things their propagandists were saying is, well, we understand that Zelensky's already fled to Germany, right? Because that would be a real morale problem for the people in Ukraine if that happened. It hasn't happened, but it's the reason that RT is suggesting it happened for exactly the reason that you mentioned, that he, as the leader there, remains an incredibly important figure.
That's right. And information war is a real part of this, beyond just cyberspace, misinformation, misdirection, and the rest. So it's still unclear to me exactly what his ultimate objective is, that being Putin. But I think the reason this is so important to Americans, and that's always a big deal, right, Dan, is this matters because they share a border with Poland, a NATO ally. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania are watching critically at what has happened Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and the rest, all of them are watching to see how the world reacts to this.
Retired Major General Mick McGuire, thank you so much for coming on the show. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan.
Coming up earlier, we showed you the heroic journalists putting themselves in harm's way to bring facts from Ukraine. But then there are the partisan pundits trying to use this tragedy for political advantage. That's next.
Meet a future mom, a first-time mom, and a seasoned pro. This mom's one step closer to their new minivan. Yeah, you'll get used to it. This mom's depositing money with tools on hand. Cha-ching. And this mom, well, she's setting an appointment here so her son can get set up there and start his own financial journey. That's because these moms all have Chase. Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Why hide your skin if Dupixent has your moderate to severe eczema or atopic dermatitis under control?
Hide our skin, not us.
Because Dupixent targets a root cause of eczema, it helps heal your skin from within, keeping you one step ahead of it. And for kids ages 6 and up, that means clearer skin and noticeably less itch.
Hide my skin? Not me.
By helping to control eczema with Dupixent, you can change how their skin looks and feels. And that's the kind of change you notice.
Hide my skin? Not me.
Don't use if you're allergic to Dupixent. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. When you help heal your skin from within, you can show more with less eczema. Talk to your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent, a breakthrough eczema treatment.
Cooking can be a chance to pause and be thankful for the little moments. And when it's finished, all that's left is to savor it.
Go to HelloFresh.com and use code TV16 for 16 free meals plus 3 free gifts.
What's inside Airborne? A blast of immune support that's more than just vitamin C. It's a unique crafted blend with zinc and other vitamins, minerals, and herbs. Seize today with Airborne, the #1 immune support gummy and effervescent brand.
Do you listen to the TV on high volume or have trouble hearing conversations? Then you would benefit from hearing aids. Don't waste thousands on expensive hearing aids when you can get Nano's revolutionary technology for just $297. Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The CIC Recharge is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. With rechargeable technology many customers say is superior to more expensive models. Call now and get not one, but 2 Nano hearing aids for just $297. Plus, we'll add a portable charging case and ship your order absolutely free. The CIC Recharge has a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is nearly invisible. Why keep missing out on important conversations or waste thousands of dollars? Call and get 2 CIC Recharge hearing aids for only $297 and free shipping.
800-817-4711. Again, that's 800-817-4711.
What's my safe flight story? I'm a photographer, and when I'm driving, I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, it had to be fixed right. I scheduled with Safe Flight Auto Glass. Their experts replaced my windshield and recalibrated my car's advanced safety system. Safe Flight is the one I trust. They focus on safety, so I can focus on this view.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
Now, a follow-up to our Mediate Moments about the remarkably brave reporting from journalists in harm's way, which we showcased earlier in the show. Sadly, it has also spawned a lot of what can only be called as really bad takes as well that never should have been on the air. Take, for example, Fox News' Laura Ingraham, who described Ukrainian President Zelensky's speech to Russian citizens during an interview with former President Trump.
We had a kind of a really pathetic display from the Ukrainian President Zelensky earlier today, President Trump, where he, in Russian, he doesn't like to speak Russian, but in Russian, he was essentially imploring Vladimir Putin not to invade his country.
Zelensky's pleas to Russian citizens in their native tongue hours before an imminent invasion is pathetic? Wow. Next up, Newsmax's Grant Stinchfield, who remains skeptical of the Russian incursion even after the full invasion was underway.
Nothing we get from this administration is true. These are the reasons why I don't trust Joe Biden or anyone around him. This Russian invasion that they claim is well underway smells fishy to me.
Right, and if you looked at that clip, you'll notice that the graphic next to him read, quote, zero credibility. On MSNBC, Joy Reid hit some in the Republican Party who have been less than vocal in their critique of Vladimir Putin, and as she often does, she went too far.
I've come to expect very little from the Republican Party, to be blunt. I understand that they prefer autocracy. They want a white nationalist autocracy in the United States. They believe that white Christians are beleaguered and need to rule the United States without elections. Got it. But this is really, at this point, open. This is Neville Chamberlain behavior.
Claiming the entire GOP, quote, believe white Christians need to rule the nation is a sad effort to use this tragedy for political points with an extremist audience. But maybe the dumbest take came from Steve Bannon and Eric Prince, who are apparently huge fans of Vladimir Putin.
Putin ain't woke. He is anti-woke.
The Russians, people still know which bathroom to use.
They know how many genders are there in Russia?
2.
Okay, that's all of a sudden. That's not. They don't have the flags. They don't have the pride flags outside on their.
They don't have boys swimming in girls' college swim meets.
How backward!
It's embarrassing.
How savage!
Oh, real funny. Yeah, the attack on Ukraine. Some of you are going to die. The United States will suffer as well. It's actually about culture war issues. Gotcha. It's amazing the lengths some on both sides will go to use a major tragedy for political gain. Anyway, before we go, I just want to remind you, programming notes, starting on Monday, this show will be moving to 9 p.m. Eastern and Pacific. Going to be the same show. Still going to do the more moderate point of view. Still have the Mediaite moments, challenging pervasive extremism. Thanks for watching. Our continuing coverage of the attack on Ukraine goes now with Marnie Hughes.
Tonight, a full-scale Russian invasion, turning Ukraine into a war zone, unleashing airstrikes.
We have air raid sirens. Got to put our protection on here.
And tanks, sending Ukrainians into bomb shelters and fleeing their homes. Tonight, chilling threats from Vladimir Putin, with heightened concerns here at home.
America stands up to Putin. We stand up for freedom. This is who we are.
The White House responding with its strongest sanctions yet, and U.S. troops at the ready just across the Ukrainian border. The world reacting to the largest ground war in Europe in decades. A special edition of NewsNation Prime starts right now.
Live from NewsNation headquarters, this is NewsNation Prime with Marnie Hughes.
And good evening to you tonight. I'm Marnie Hughes. We continue to follow breaking news tonight in Ukraine and the Russian siege of the sovereign nation still underway as we speak. The biggest attack on a European state since World War II. Right now, Ukrainian forces are battling Russian troops to save their democracy 24 hours after Vladimir Putin started a war. Since then, the Pentagon says Russia has fired more than 160 missiles into Ukraine. Ukraine's president tonight saying 137 people are dead, many of those civilians, 316 more injured, and more blood will be shed. The takeover sending shockwaves around the world. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying tonight that he is convinced Vladimir Putin's goal is to overthrow the Ukrainian government. That could have global implications. In just moments, I'm going to be talking to a professor who just fled Ukraine's capital, leaving many students and friends behind. But we want to go now to Kelly Meyer, live in Washington, D.C. tonight with the very latest on this developing situation. Kelly.
And Marnie, as you said there, the Secretary of State also saying tonight that Putin has ambitions beyond Ukraine, citing his ambitions to reconstitute the Soviet Empire. We also heard from a senior defense official today that it was their assessment that Putin was prepared to go in big and threaten Kyiv, the capital city, his goal to decapitate the government. Where it goes from here and just how much territory Putin is trying to grab, they just can't say.
Putin chose this war.
Tonight, President Joe Biden hitting back at Russia, unleashing a wave of new sanctions set to punish Russian President Vladimir Putin for invading Ukraine.
This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time.
The president sanctioning the second largest bank in Russia with $250 billion in assets and a slew of Russian elites, adding that they, quote, should share in the pain. Putin himself wasn't included on that list, but Biden says sanctioning him isn't off the table. Adding to the response, Biden announcing a new deployment of U.S. troops to bolster NATO allies, sending 7,000 U.S. forces to deploy to Germany. The Pentagon says the bulk of the troops will be coming from Fort Stewart in Georgia. The president promising
our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine.
Tonight, Ukrainian forces fighting for themselves. Ukrainian President Zelensky ordering his military to remain ready and banning men ages 18 to 60 from leaving the country. 137 civilians and military personnel already killed in just the first 24 hours of conflict.
And Marnie, we know tonight that the Ukrainian President Zelensky is remaining in the capital of Kyiv, but he has moved his family to an undisclosed location. He says he knows he is target number 1 and his family target number 2 by Russia. Marnie?
Kelly, we're also hearing of cyber attacks tonight hitting government websites across Ukraine. Are you hearing of any warnings here in the States yet in terms of cyber warfare?
Well, what we are learning is the Department of Homeland Security is taking the lead on watching this. They are monitoring Russian activity, we're told, and they are right now preparing to respond to any potential attacks. Marnie, this is a whole new level of warfare here. It's taking this conflict to an entirely new level, complicated and more dangerous than ever.
Indeed. Kelly Meyer live in D.C. tonight. Kelly, thank you. We'll be checking back in with you. So much has unfolded over the last 24 hours. This is a period in time that most definitely will go down in history. It's an all-out assault that left Ukraine smoldering in the early morning hours and throughout the day today. We want to share with you now some of the major events that have happened and unfolded in the last 24 hours.
A pre-dawn strike on a quiet morning in Ukraine, the culmination of the months-long buildup of Russian troops. In a matter of days, a sense of calm in Ukraine's capital city turning into panic when Vladimir Putin put his plan in motion. The attack coming in waves. First, the airstrikes.
We have air raid sirens here right in Kiev. If you hear that behind me. Sirens have just gone off.
Targeting cities.
Our government says to us that it's necessary to go to bomb shelters.
And military bases. Then the ground assault.
I'm currently taking cover within the building I live in. We had air raid sirens on for quite a while now.
Troops and tanks rolling in from 3 sides. But Ukrainian forces are fighting back. The nation's president vowing it won't give up its freedom, calling on its people to grab a weapon and join the fight.
I can sit at home and cry over what I've had, what I used to have, or I can stand up and fight for it. And I'm definitely going for the second option.
In a matter of hours, peace in Europe shattered. The number of deaths climbing, already surpassing 100. And millions of Ukrainians facing a future of unknowns.
Do you have any plan?
We have plan like we're going to Germany. Before that, about
this is plan D.
Pleading for help with their democracy on the line.
I wish everyone to support Ukraine now.
Maria Shuvalova is a Ukrainian literary scholar and lecturer at the National University of Kyiv, and she is joining us live tonight. Maria, we appreciate you giving us some time. As I understand, you had not planned to flee Kyiv, but you made the decision to leave now with your family. Why now and why not sooner?
Just a few hours ago, we did it. I were living near the airport, near Juliana Airport, and during the day, everything was pretty okay. We are really confident in our army, but as Russian Federation attacking us severely during the night, we made a decision, just went out of airport and all strategically important places from Kiev, and to have a sleep at night and to keep working, but probably we will return to Kiev in the morning.
Maria, are you comfortable sharing where you are now?
Not really. I would like to keep this information in peace, but I am in a safe place with my family. I won't like to share it publicly, but definitely my friends, my family, I'm on touch with all my friends, all my students, and all Ukrainians abroad. So we are working and doing as much as we can do.
Understood. Describe what you have seen and experienced in the last 24 hours.
So I were working, translating amazing film from English to Ukrainian, and everything was fine. And I were doing my job, and I started getting messages. It was 2 in the morning, and I started getting messages that probably we will be attacked in 4 o'clock in the morning. So I just charged my batteries and went to sleep because I definitely believe in our army. But in 2 hours, my husband woke me up because he heard massive sounds of missiles and bombs, and we started packing our stuff, and all the time we spent in the most safe place in our apartment. Then in a few hours I got a message from my university that our lectures are suspended. Also, a few students wrote me that they are voluntarily going to army, to territorial defense, to fight for our freedom, and my students are much younger than me. Then we started coordinating with civilians to support each other, to keep informed, to work with misinformation, and to stay focused, to stay calm. And right now, a lot of people are in Kyiv right now, and they are reporting to me that they are safe, no sounds of missiles, of bombs. But we are focused, and we are preparing for worst and hoping for best, and doing as much as we can right now.
Maria, as I understand it, some of your students who stayed behind in Kyiv are planning to join the Ukrainian army if they have not done so already. Talk to me about the mindset of the young people in Ukraine and those over 18, those young men who ultimately did not have a choice.
Yes, our young people are extremely aware. My students are extremely aware. A lot of my students are from Donetsk and Luhansk, so they already had experience that I had today. So they definitely knew how. They shared with me that they knew how to act right now, and they recognized everything much quicker than I did. So, and other my students, their parents are serving in Ukrainian army. So one of my students said that he is a son of Ukrainian soldier, so he will go and he will fight. So actually we are having this war for 8 years, and few generations of Ukrainians are doing that and fighting. So we are feeling right now as history repeating itself, because actually the grave of my grandpa is in Berlin because he was actively taking part in Second World War, and now it feels like all Ukrainian generation have to suffer, sacrifice, and to fight for that. But it's hard to believe that it's happening right now in civilized war. But young people are ready because we have 8 years of experience having severe war with Russia.
It's one thing to live under the threat for the last year of a potential invasion of Russia. It's a much different thing to take up arms, to be told to stay and to fight and to defend this sovereign nation. In terms of your plan, you said you're expecting to return to Kyiv tomorrow. How will you make that decision?
A few options are possible. My relatives are now joining territorial defenses in order to help our country. So definitely, or in place where I am here now, my family will join territorial defense, or we will go tomorrow in Kyiv. So actually all developing is really fast. And all can change in 10 minutes, so we are closely monitoring the situation, and we understand that we have to do something. No one will fight instead of us. So we take our responsibility. We take our responsibility, and we hope that our example of taking responsibility will help all our allies, all people that help us, also to take responsibility for what is going on right now in Europe.
Another layer to this, Maria, is support for the Ukrainian military from NATO and the United States and from those all over the world. What kind of support is the Army asking for right now? We're seeing some unique circumstances in terms of requesting help.
Exactly. What we are asking right now, we really want Russian cut off SWIFT. We really need more weapons right now. And we definitely need more fast actions.
Fast actions. In terms of routes out of Ukraine, what challenges did you face in getting to where you are tonight? We heard just a moment ago a young family saying, we've gone through option A, B, C, we're on option D. What are the obstacles that you have had to endure?
Actually, my family is dealing right now not only with war, but with COVID disease. Right now, I am having COVID. I'm fully vaccinated, so it doesn't so bad, but still, it's our reality. So some people are getting still sick, and that was the hardest part. We didn't have a lot of troubles to move in Kiev, to move near Kiev, and we didn't suffer from cut off of the internet, from cut off of the water, or we are on touch, we are communicating. But we definitely feel that right now we need a lot of actions, people around the world and from government, to make more severe sanctions on Russia and stop Russian diplomatic relationship right now.
Maria, what was your reaction today in the last few hours hearing the Ukrainian President Zelensky saying that he is target 1, his family target 2, and that Putin's ultimate goal is to overthrow the Ukrainian government? It was a warning and it was a plea to the world that assistance is needed, and he fears for his life.
Right now, we are extremely united, and all Ukrainians agree that we do not criticize our president right now. We support all his actions, and we are focusing on the things that we are achieving. So we are really working to keep our spirit high, and we know that we have to fight this war, and then we will have to deal with other difficulties in our country, and we will do it. But first, safety is first.
The Ukrainian people showing much courage tonight. Maria, we appreciate you giving us some time. Please stay safe. We'll be in touch with you later on this evening to check back in.
Thank you. I appreciate your work.
Thank you. Brave souls. Up next, the weapon in this war unlike any other and how it's being used to cripple nations from the top down. Plus, Russians shielded from what is really going on in the world. The propaganda that's reportedly spread like wildfire even weeks before the invasion. That's next here on NewsNation Prime.
And it's easy to get a quote at libertymutual.com, so you only pay for what you need. Isn't that right, Limu? Limu? Sorry, one sec.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Feeling sluggish or weighed down? It could be a sign that your digestive system isn't working at its best. Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil psyllium fiber gels to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. It also helps lower cholesterol and slows sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels, so you can feel lighter and more energetic. Metamucil. Support your daily digestive health. And try Metamucil Fiber Thins. A great tasting and easy way to start your day.
Do you have trouble hearing conversations? Are you constantly asking loved ones to repeat themselves? Do you miss out on discussions or talking with friends? Then you would benefit from Nano hearing aids. Don't waste thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids or settle with the frustration of cheap amplifiers. Right now, you can get 2 revolutionary Nano CIC Recharge hearing aids, regularly $797 for just $397. Or opt into our payment plan of 4 easy payments.
I love how affordable the Nano hearing aids are.
Compared to some hearing aids, they're as much as $3,000, $4,000, $5,000.
Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The CIC Recharge is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. It has rechargeable technology that many customers say is superior to more expensive models.
Well, these nano hearing aids are fantastic. They're affordable, they're easy to fit into the ear, and what really impressed me is I'm hearing things I haven't heard in years.
Our friendly operators are standing by to take your order.
800-360-7114.
The CIC Recharge offers superior noise reduction and a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is nearly invisible. Best of all, they are incredibly affordable. And if you call now, we'll add a portable charging dock and ship your order absolutely free.
I love how they feel. They're very light. I don't even know they're there.
You know, I've used other hearing aids before that were bulky. These are light and easy to use, too.
Stop missing out on important conversations or wasting thousands of dollars on expensive hearing aids. Order now and get 2 CIC Recharge hearing aids and a portable charging dock for only $397 with free shipping. Or opt in to make 4 easy payments. Supplies are limited, so don't delay. Better hearing is just a phone call away.
800-360-7114. Again, 800-360-7114.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Don't you just ride the wave?
No. We actively manage client portfolios based on our forward-looking views of the market.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interests.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep. We do better when our clients do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
And a little bit of chicken fried, cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio.
Get 5 bonus wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger, only at Applebee's.
Now to a relatively new weapon in this war that could prove to be more dangerous and widespread than any other. Cyber attacks, cyber warfare. Hundreds of computers wiped clean within Ukraine's government. The website for the country's largest commercial bank virtually unreachable. Internet outages have also been reported across Ukraine, and cell phone service is hard to come by in most of the war-torn region tonight. NewsNation's Michael Schur is live for us in San Francisco. Michael, the U.S. at this point even on high alert for a potential cyber attack.
Yeah, and it's from the top down, Marnie. We're in San Francisco, which, as you know, is the sort of homeland of cyber technology. And the people that have been on alert, a lot of them are in the San Francisco Bay Area. But it is also about the fact that while governments are on alert, so too should everyday Americans and everyday citizens of the world, because these cyber attacks can happen from Russia, and they can affect entire parts of the world. Aside from military destruction, the Russian invasion into Ukraine could have a wide-ranging and international ripple effect in the form of cyber attacks. According to San Francisco-based cybersecurity firm Cloudflare, currently 80% of the normal internet load is being seen in Ukraine, but the hard-hit city of Kharkiv is only at 50%, and already there has been more persistent and increased level of cyber attacks in the country. Democrat Adam Schiff, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, predicting this may spread.
We have seen in the past Russian deploy cyber attacks at a particular target, but those tools get into the wild and they cause global damage.
U.S. cybersecurity professionals are always prepared for cyber attacks, but world events impact these threats.
Seeing that Russia has invaded Ukraine just makes us take that up another level, because inevitably we know that the U.S. is going to be targeted.
Matt Russell is Chief Technology Officer with Ohio-based security firm Calyx IT. He says that it's about hampering governments.
A large portion of any of the targeted stuff that's going to come out is going to be ransomware, trying to lock people's data down so that they cannot use it, do anything with it, which slows down government responses to their attacks.
I think the Biden administration has properly, and even prior to this time, made American companies aware that they need to follows best practices. They need to secure their cyber defenses.
Russell advising simply that for Americans, not being fooled is still the best defense.
Always be wary of any links or documents that you might get from an unknown source in any electronic communications, whether that's an email or a text message.
And that this isn't the time for folks to overreact.
I'm personally not going to go take all of my family's cash out of the bank and keep it under the mattress, but some people may feel like that is the right way for them.
Marty, Matt Russell telling me, too, that while this is not imminent in the next coming days, there is certainly going to be some sort of action from Russia in a cyber attack kind of way. It's not a question of if, it's a question of how or where. He also said just tell people to keep their passwords very, very complicated. It's a really important thing. It sounds silly, he said, but it's really important. Marnie?
Now, Ukraine not the only target. Michael, thank you. Coming up next, Russian forces seize control of a power plant still leaking from the world's worst nuclear disaster in history. Retired General Richard Newton joining me next with what this could mean for the war in Ukraine. Coming up here on NewsNation Prime.
Showing appreciation with a perfect promotional item is a meaningful gesture that can be touched, held, and enjoyed. 4imprint can help your logo create moments that matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
What's my safe flight story? I'm a photographer, and when I'm driving, I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, it had to be fixed right. I scheduled with Safe Flight Auto Glass. Their experts replaced my windshield and recalibrated my car's advanced safety system. SafeLight is the one I trust. They focus on safety, so I can focus on this view.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
Plaque psoriasis, the tightness, stinging, the pain.
Emerge Tremfyant. With Tremfya, adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can uncover clearer skin and improve symptoms at 16 weeks.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
This year, make good on your resolution to join a community that knows no bounds. Gather with more friends, experiencing places unknown. And become part of a family that knows the best adventures are the ones we share. Embrace each day, knowing that no matter where you go, it'll be one you never forget.
Shop and buy online with Jeep eShop, where right now, get 0% financing for 72 months on select 2021 Jeep Grand Cherokee models.
Charmin Ultra Soft has so much cushiony softness, it's hard for your family to remember they can use less.
Sweet pillows of softness.
This is soft.
Holy Charmin.
Oh, excuse me. Roll it back, everybody. Sorry.
New Charmin Ultra Soft is now even softer, so you'll want more. But it's so absorbent, you can use less, so it's always worth it.
Now, what did we learn about using less? You gotta roll it back, everybody.
We all go. Why not enjoy the go with Charmin?
And I'm on a roll.
You may think every weather app is the same until you see WeatherBug over-deliver on so many layers. With millions of 5-star reviews and more free map layers than any other weather app, WeatherBug warns you with local winter weather alerts, keeps you prepared with hourly rain and snowfall rates, as well as real-time and future radar to track winter storms, plus road conditions, routes, and cameras for your commute. Don't get caught unaware and out in the cold. Be prepared with WeatherBug, used by over 10 million and counting. Download the WeatherBug app today for free.
Russia invades Ukraine.
We have air raid sirens here right in Kiev.
NewsNation has live, continuing coverage. The facts, the journalism.
You really never know what it's like to be in war until you are.
NewsNation will take you beyond the what's happening and tell you the why.
It's necessary to go to bomb shelters.
And what it means to our servicemen and women, our families, and communities here at home. For continuing coverage on Russia at war, stay tuned to NewsNation.
24 hours and the world is watching the situation continue to unfold in Ukraine. Russian troops right now continuing their invasion, and by the numbers, it is daunting. More than 160 missiles fired into Ukraine. 137 Ukrainian people dead tonight. Many of those are civilians. The White House and the world watching every moment and responding. Kelly Meyer live in Washington, D.C. once again tonight. Kelly, we are seeing Ukrainian forces working to defend themselves. What are you hearing about their ability to hold off Russian forces, particularly those coming in the ground fight?
That's right, Marnie. And we heard from senior defense officials today saying that the Ukrainian forces were putting up a fight here and holding off Russian forces. They are saying that the Ukrainian government had said that their forces have presented, quote, a fierce resistance across all axes of Russia's advance. And that's coming from all three sides. That's coming from the south, the east, and the north, that they were able to hold them off. But they also say it's unlikely that Russia has reached its full potential here, which is frankly even more frightening. Marnie?
Certainly so, Kelly. The White House also trying to take action today to push Putin back with these new sanctions, stricter sanctions against the banks, some Russian oligarchs. What are these sanctions? Explain for folks at home. And I think the bigger question many are asking is, will they actually work and deter Putin?
That is the big question here, because we know earlier in the week the president had started to issue these sanctions. He said that was just the first set that he issued against some Russian banks and Russia's elite. And then he came out with Nord Stream 2, the company that's building Nord Stream 2, sanctioning them on Wednesday just ahead of this invasion. And that didn't stop Putin from invading into Ukraine. And then today he came out with what they're calling the most severe sanctions they've ever issued against Russia, saying that they're, quote, designed to maximize a long-term impact on Russia. So here they again are sanctioning more Russian banks, some with $250 billion in assets. And they also say this would limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be a part of the global economy, hitting them there. And again, hitting more of the Russian elite. All of these are in Putin's inner circle, saying that they want them to, quote, share in the pain. Vladimir Putin himself is not included in this. He faced questions. President Biden did face questions of why not. He said that is still on the table. They still may sanction Vladimir Putin himself. But Biden is saying that Putin will begin to see the impact of these sanctions, saying that, quote, it will so weaken his country that he will have to make a difficult choice. And that remains to be seen, though.
We shall see. Kelly, the other layer to this threat is the fear of Russian retaliation as President Biden issues these sanctions. How is the U.S. preparing for any potential attacks?
We are hearing tonight that the Department of Homeland Security is working on this and protecting U.S. cyber companies and all of the websites against any kind of potential cyber attack. They are saying there are no specific or credible cyber threats to the U.S. homeland at this time, but they are mindful of the potential for Russia's, quote, destabilizing actions to impact organizations both within and beyond the region, in particular due to the sanctions. Tying to what we were just talking about, the sanctions that President Biden issued today, they may retaliate. There is this fear of retaliation from Russia. And this is something that we've been hearing about for weeks now, even sources that I was speaking with, even as this, before this even really came about in recent weeks, saying that if the U.S. gets involved here or tries to help the Ukrainians at all here, that Russia will come back in the form of a potential cyber attack, and that could hit anything. Like, for example, like they've done in the past, gas companies and across the eastern seaboard really could throw the American public into a tizzy with what they may do here. So they are trying to protect all of these companies and any potential cyber threat from happening. So we have reached out to DHS for more information on this, but we will continue to follow this as it is something that is taking this warfare to a whole new level, not only on what you're seeing from the military action on the ground, but this new fear of this cyber threat, both complicated and, as we said earlier, very dangerous.
Well, and you think about our reliance on technology and how vulnerable we are when it comes to our infrastructure. Kelly Meyer in Washington, D.C., it certainly hits home in those terms. Kelly, thank you. We'll be checking back in. Retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton has 34 years experience with the U.S. military and the Air Force, and he is joining us live tonight with his expertise. Lieutenant General, as always, thank you for your time. I want to start with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken today saying that Vladimir Putin seems intent on overthrowing the Ukrainian government. government. Help us understand the steps that potentially could take place in order for him to accomplish that ultimate dangerous goal.
Well, good evening, Marnie. It's just to step back for just a second. 24 hours, almost to the moment you and I were on set talking about the potential invasion of Russia through Ukraine, and now it's happened 24 hours later. And Maria, who you interviewed, it shows the impact this has had on the Ukrainian citizens and the compassion that all of us should have in terms of thinking about 40 million people in harm's way, but also speaks to the grit and determination of the Ukrainian people. A lot of experts, a lot of us in the retired general officer community, frankly, are very pleased with the grit and the determination and the pushback, at least at the tactical level, that the Ukrainian military and Ukrainian citizens are pushing forward with for the first 24 hours. But back to your question, and that is regarding the ultimate aim here is, I believe, Kyiv. And you're seeing Russian forces are encircling the capital. And that's one reason, by the way, you mentioned at the bottom of the blog, Chernobyl. Chernobyl is 80 miles to the north. And why Chernobyl? Why would the Russian forces want to, take Chernobyl? Well, it's in the direct path of Kyiv. If you're driving your mechanized forces from the north from Belarus, you almost have to drive through Chernobyl. So I believe it was a tactical operational maneuver, if anything. But the objective is to capture Kyiv, and the objective also is to capture President Zelensky and his closest advisors. As you mentioned, Zelensky declared himself, and he indeed is, as HPT-1, high value target number 1. And his family is HBT number 2, high value target number 2. And so there's lots of things going on in and around Kyiv right now. It's encircled. It's one thing, however, Marnie, to encircle the capital. It's another thing to actually go in and take down the capital. That's a whole new ballgame in terms of Russian forces going in, and especially, again, the first 24 hours. We're early in the campaign here. First 24 hours, the resistance we've seen among the population as well as among the military, that's going to be much easier said than done at this point.
So how would that play out? And ultimately, are the Ukrainian forces prepared for that, given that it seemed as though much of what has unfolded in the last 24 hours, they were overwhelmed and weren't quite prepared that Putin would do what he said he would do?
Well, we talked about this last night as well, but they are outgunned. There is no doubt about that. But again, this is their land, this is their territory, and their will to fight is as strong, if not stronger, than the Russia forces that are threatening them right now. But that said, I believe that it'll be a tough fight. But again, I'm still in the camp that he will be able to take Kyiv, and then that's going to be really the center of gravity, if you will, in terms of the invasion itself. Now, notice that President Zelensky has not left the capital, Kyiv. At least we don't know if he's left the capital at this point. My sources tell me that he's still in the capital, and he's at, I'm sure, undisclosed location or undisclosed locations. But nonetheless, that's important for the government to continue to remain formed, to continue to operate as best they can, regardless of the cyber attacks and a lot of electronic warfare that's been going on right now. But it's not only to inspire, but it's to effectively lead what is going to be an onslaught of the capital, and do the best he possibly can in leading the government, even though he's being invaded and the capital is encircled. So we'll see. We'll know more in the next 12 hours. We'll wake up tomorrow morning. We'll see what the status of the capital is. But again, let me underscore this. It's one thing to encircle the capital. It's another thing to take the capital. That's going to be, again, some pretty heavy fighting and casualties I would expect on the Russian side.
I certainly share your sentiment tonight in the courage and the patriotism that we're seeing from the Ukrainian people. That said, Ukrainian government has declared martial law. There are thousands of people who are fleeing, and those men, 18 and older, up to 60 years old, are staying to fight. How likely is it, Lieutenant General, that this turns into guerrilla warfare, and what does that look like for civilians?
Well, it could very well turn into guerrilla warfare, what we would coin a counterinsurgency. My colleague David Petraeus is truly a very effective and strategic architect of counterinsurgency warfare and so forth. What he would tell you, and what I certainly would tell you as well, is it takes a tremendous amount of manpower to conduct a counterinsurgency at any length of time. I'm talking in terms of number of weeks and the months and so forth. That is one thing that will not be on the side of Putin in terms of time, also in terms of manpower to keep 190,000 forces, the bulk of his military, frankly, in a counterinsurgency. If you go back to Afghanistan, it's one reason they were defeated in Afghanistan was because they were defeated by guerrilla warfare or counterinsurgency. So, and Putin, knowing that he is a supreme historian himself, or considers himself that anyway, will understand that. But again, if he finds himself in a protracted campaign, a counterinsurgency, guerrilla warfare, that will be tough going for the Russians. Now, on the civilian side, there's also, you've got to shore up that will. You've got to keep your hearts and minds, your will behind Ukraine, behind the government, behind, again, your allegiance to the government, and allegiance to also to hopefully come back and bring democracy back. That's going to be difficult also, but I believe if we get into a protracted war and Russia will become bogged down, that's another calculus that I don't know if Putin has determined if that's what he is in store for or not. But lessons of history, both on the United States side and others, and certainly the Russians in Afghanistan, everyone should understand that that is a very tough go for him. And it's going to be manpower intensive, and time will not be on his side, especially with what we've seen certainly in the first 24 hours, a very resilient, determined population.
Wow, there is so much to wrap your mind around the potential of what may happen, not to mention Russia's nuclear capability and the serious concerns about cyber warfare and that sobering reality. Retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton, as always, your insight is incredibly valuable to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Marnie.
Anti-war protests around the world today, including in Russia, where hundreds were arrested. More on Putin's attempts to silence his own citizens. We've got that for you after the break. Also, more U.S. troops being deployed to Eastern Europe. Their mission to protect NATO allies and help those seeking refuge. That's next here on NewsNation Prime.
Are your sneezes putting your friends in awkward positions? Stick with Zyrtec. Zyrtec starts working hard at hour 1 and works twice as hard when you take it again the next day. Zyrtec, muddle no more.
At Intracellular Therapies, we're inspired by our circle. A circle that includes our researchers, driven by our award-winning science, who uncover new medicines to treat mental illness. It includes the compassionate healthcare professionals, the dedicated social workers, and the supportive peer counselors we work with to help improve and even change people's lives. Moving from mental illness to mental wellness starts in our circle. This is Intracellular Therapies.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
I'm Greg. I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling, to give back to younger people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to, or they don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking Prevagen for about 3 years now. People say to me periodically, man, you got a memory like an elephant. It's really, really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
My name is Monique. I'm 41 and I'm a federal contract investigator. As a single parent, I would run from football games to work and try to balance it all.
So, what do you see when you look at yourself?
I see a person that's caring. Sometimes I care too much, and that's when I had to learn to put myself first, because I would care about everyone all the time, but I'm just as important as they are.
Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved to temporarily make frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
I'm Dan Abrams, and you're watching NewsNation. News for all America.
Meet apartment 2A, 2B, and 2C. 2A is monitoring his money with a simple text. Like what you see, Abe?
Yes.
2B is covered with 0 overdraft fees when he overdraws his account by $50 or less. And 2C? Well, she's not going to let a lost card get her stressed. Am I right? That's right. That's because B's neighbors all have Chase. Alerts that help check, tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Tonight, we are seeing growing reaction from around the world in response to the Russian attacks on the ground in Ukraine that continue into tonight, 24 hours later after the invasion began. But there is also a different side to this story that is being told. It's a propaganda war. It's a war of information. Russia has been waging that battle for months over Ukraine, and it is only intensifying right now. So are the protests around the world over Russian aggression. Correspondent Tom Negevin is live for us in New York City tonight. Tom, a full day of protests there tonight.
Right, Marty. A lot of protests here, a lot of anger here today directed the Kremlin's way over a conflict many expected. What they may not have expected is the force of the Russian disinformation campaign. In New York, the crowds grew all day.
Everyone is scared. Everyone is in shock.
Protests across the U.S. and around the world: Rome, Paris, Athens, and London. At least 50 cities in Russia, including Moscow. And this is St. Petersburg. Police cracking down with over 1,700 Russians detained.
Russian people don't want the war. Only Putin or only government want war. Russian people don't want.
But it is war, a military campaign preceded by a long disinformation campaign on social media and Russian-backed TV, as noted by Germany's foreign minister. After months of preparing lies and propaganda, she says, President Putin has decided to let his threats be followed by terrible deeds. There are Kremlin-backed reports of Ukrainian incursions into Russia, of Ukraine's military shelling civilian merchant ships and schools, all debunked. Vladimir Putin himself, just before the invasion, saying the operation was about denazifying Ukraine.
We aim for the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine.
And it's been going on for years, softening the ground for a potential invasion. This is an interview from 2015.
Say that Russian media has indeed been instrumental in manipulating the information space when it comes to Ukraine.
Hackers taking down Russian television's website tonight in what they call a blow against government-run propaganda. And Marnie, worth noting, it was just 3 days ago on Monday that a high-ranking Kremlin official said that talk of a pending invasion of Ukraine was just that, propaganda cooked up by the State Department here in the U.S. Comment that doesn't age well, as the kids say.
No, it doesn't, Tom, and so many skeptical of what we're hearing, particularly out of Russia now and in the past few weeks. Tom Negevin live in New York. Tom, thank you. The United States deploying thousands of troops to Eastern Europe tonight. The impact on military communities like Fort Bragg in North Carolina and the assistance they are providing, that's coming up. Plus, neighboring countries are preparing for thousands of refugees, potentially millions, in what is being called an unfolding humanitarian crisis. NewsNation Prime's coverage of the war in Ukraine continues right after this break.
Before you go there, fist bump there. Or, oh, I can't wait to go there. Or real nice there. Start here. Walgreens makes it easy to stay protected wherever you go. Schedule your free COVID-19 booster today.
New Vicks VapoStick. Strong, soothing vapors help comfort your loved ones. For chest, neck, and back. It goes on clear. No mess. Just soothing comfort. Try New Vicks VapoStick.
If you have advanced non-small cell lung cancer, your first treatment could be a chemo-free combination of 2 immunotherapies that works differently. It could mean a chance to live longer. Opdivo plus Yervoy is for adults newly diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer that is spread, tests positive for PD-L1, and does not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene. Together, Opdivo plus Yervoy helps your immune system launch a response that fights cancer in 2 different ways. Opdivo plus Yervoy equals a chance for more time together, more family time, more time to remember. Opdivo and Yervoy can cause your immune system to harm healthy parts of your body during and after treatment. These problems can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have a cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, eye problems, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, flushing or fever. These are not all the possible side effects. Problems can occur together and more often when Opdivo is used with Yervoy. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, if you've had or plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant or received chest radiation. Here's to a chance to live longer. Ask your doctor about the combination of 2 immunotherapies, Opdivo plus Yervoy. Thank you to all those in our clinical trials.
Some people have minor joint pain, plus have high blood pressure. They may not be able to take just anything for pain. That's why doctors recommend Tylenol. It won't raise blood pressure the way that Advil, Aleve, or Motrin sometimes can. For trusted relief, trust Tylenol.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
If you've ever considered getting a walk-in tub, we have great news. For a limited time, when you purchase a Safe Step walk-in tub, we'll upgrade your order to include a free shower package. Yes, a free shower package. With Safe Step's shower package, you can conveniently shower in your brand new walk-in tub. And if you call today, you'll also receive $1,600 off your entire order. Now, you can finally enjoy the best of both worlds with the therapeutic benefits of a warm, soothing bath that can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and improve sleep. Or if you prefer, you can take a safe, refreshing shower all in one amazing product. Call today to receive your free shower package, plus $1,600 off the price of your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub.
That's 1-800-903-9006. Call today.
More American forces heading near the volatile situation in Eastern Europe at this hour. Just hours ago, the Pentagon ordered 7,000 more troops to Germany in response to the Russia invasion. President Biden reiterating his message that these troops are not defending Ukraine or fighting Russian attacks. He says instead they are there to support NATO allies and potentially receive refugees. One of the largest recent deployments came from Fort Bragg in North Carolina. Thousands of the 82nd Airborne troops on the ground in Poland tonight to aid Ukrainian refugees. Correspondent Marky Martin is live in North Carolina at Fort Bragg tonight. Where Marky, these military families closely monitoring this situation and what happens next.
They certainly are. Good evening, Marnie. You know, right now, about 5,000 Fort Bragg families are missing a loved one at the dinner table. When those deployment orders come down, these soldiers here ship out within about a day. And while they're overseas on the outskirts of war, their families, their spouses, their children are back home here serving in their very own way.
Yadira Rodriguez wasn't a single mother 2 weeks ago. But 24 hours after her husband received orders, he was gone, leaving her with 2 young children and no answers to her son's daily question.
When will he come back then? Because he's usually back by the time I have to go to sleep. And I'll literally
I just have to be straight up honest with him and tell him, like, we don't have a set date, but as soon as I figure out, I will let you know.
Rodriguez's husband was in the first wave of 5,000 Fort Bragg troops deployed last week to assist NATO allies in the Ukrainian crisis. Also among that group, Zane Powell, a paratrooper from Iowa. His father, also a veteran, stressing this conflict impacts everyone.
If you're living in America, it affects you. Everything is going to be affected. Gas prices are already bad, and now I got my son to worry about.
And back here at Fort Bragg, Rodriguez says she will do what she can to focus on her family and keep her mind off of combat.
We watch movies, we bake cookies. It's just a lot of trying to stay active so that we don't have time to think about the deployment.
Yeah, right now, Rodriguez says she can't even bring herself to watch the headlines. She's just keeping her kids busy. Marnie, another interesting thing, I talked to a captain here at Fort Bragg again today. When these soldiers left on this deployment, they were sent under temporary deployment orders, so their assignments did not come with an end date this time around. So they're over there indefinitely, and for these families back here at home, there's really no concrete light at the end of the tunnel for all of them to work toward. Marnie.
So many making a sacrifice, and we thank those families for their service as well tonight. Marky, thank you. Tonight, millions of Ukrainians making the decision to stay and fight or seek refuge in neighboring countries. We're going to hear from some families making that difficult choice and their desperation for freedom. Next here on Prime.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because as a fiduciary, it's our responsibility to always put clients first.
So you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. We help clients enjoy a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility.
One that we don't take lightly. It's why our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Fisher Investments is clearly different.
What's my safe light story? I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, I chose Safelite. They replaced the glass and recalibrated my safety system. That's service I can trust.
Safelite repair, Safelite replace. And I'm on the roll.
Psoriatic arthritis made my joints stiff, swollen, painful.
Emerge Tremfyant. Tremfya is approved to help reduce joint symptoms in adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Some patients even felt less fatigued.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
No matter where you live, with Dish you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish.
What do we want delivered every month? Clumping litter, salmon pate. Love that for me. Choose the frequency and ship it. I feel so accomplished. Now you can pet me.
Get fast free shipping for all your pet's needs. Chewy.
Had enough?
No, arthritis.
Here, Aspirin arthritis.
Huh. Full prescription strength. Reduces inflammation. Thank the gods.
Don't thank them too soon.
Kick pain in the Aspirin.
Showing appreciation with a perfect promotional item is a meaningful gesture that can be touched, held, and enjoyed. 4imprint can help your logo create moments that matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Liz, you nerd, cough if you're in here.
I took Mucinex TM for my phlegmy cough.
What about Rob's dry cough?
Works on that too, and lasts 12 hours.
12 hours? Who studies that long?
Mucinex DM relieves wet and dry coughs. The #1 brand doctors trust.
New Vicks VapoStick. Strong, soothing vapors help comfort your loved ones. For chest, neck, and back. It goes on clear. No mess. Just soothing comfort. Try New Vicks VapoStick.
Abrams, 9 o'clock, telling it like it is, now at a new time.
Here's where I'm coming from. Here's what I'm thinking.
The fastest growing cable news network is redefining prime time. Dan Abrams live at his new time, 9/8 Central, followed by Banfield, starting next week on NewsNation. Your personal war, how the Russian invasion of Ukraine will impact your bank account, your budget, and your 401k. Next on Banfield.
I want to update you now on some breaking news. We are hearing 2 massive explosions reported in Kyiv tonight, just moments ago. Of course, that is Ukraine's capital, a city of about 3 million people. The target of those explosions, we don't know at this time, but we're following it very closely. Another night as this country in crisis, now in the middle of a war. The people there facing an impossible choice: stay there and fight or leave. The United Nations Refugee Agency says more than 100,000 people have left their homes since the invasion from Russian troops began. Many are heading to neighboring European countries who are accepting refugees. Some wonder if they will ever return home. Correspondent Evan Lambert joining us live from Washington with that story tonight. Evan.
Marnie, the U.S. ambassador to the UN saying this crisis could create 5 million refugees. Tonight, many of them are seeking a refuge, whether it be in Ukraine or across its borders.
So there's a long line. There's a Polish border over there, and we've been in line for about 6 or 7 hours now.
Anya Swanson spent hours Thursday trying to make it from western Ukraine, where she thought it was safe, to her mother's home across the border in Poland. As Russia mounted a full-scale invasion on its sovereign neighbor Ukraine, she wasn't alone.
It makes me feel angry and it makes me feel scared at the same time, because we don't want to be occupied by Russia. We want to be free.
Hundreds of cars lined up at the border. Poland expecting as many as 1 million refugees from war-torn Ukraine. The UN's refugee agency saying right now they're seeing more movement within the country.
What is happening now inside of Ukraine is that people are looking for safety and are finding that safety where they can.
Still, aid organizations say thousands have crossed borders to Romania and Moldova. The UN Refugee Agency telling NewsNation those leaving their homes need the basics like food and shelter. And that's what they, the Red Cross and others, are offering.
The consequences of the latest fighting are immediate. Within minutes, people have had to leave their house behind in desperate search for a safe haven.
Meanwhile, under martial law, Ukraine telling its male citizens between 18 and 60 that they can't leave their country's borders, urging them to stay and fight.
It's scary. It's a full-blown attack on our country.
And tonight, the White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki saying the U.S. would welcome Ukrainian refugees, but she expects that most of them would want to be in other countries in Europe. Marnie?
Evan, thank you. That is our time for Prime tonight. Ashley Banfield picks up our coverage on the continuing crisis and war in Ukraine. And then at 10 p.m., 11 Eastern, I will be back with Leland Vittert as we continue to watch the situation unfold tonight. We'll see you in an hour. The whole world is watching. 4,000 miles east of our shores, Russia blowing apart lives as American intelligence says Putin's forces plan to encircle Kyiv. But it is not just their fight. This war is already hitting us, even if we don't feel it yet. Right now, American soldiers are staying out of Ukraine, but there's one thing Putin could do that would start World War III. What it is and just how likely it is he'll do it. In New York City, hundreds of protesters marched right up to the Russian consulate, demanding Americans not look away. Plus, how Russia's invasion impacts you personally. There are many things you buy every week that are about to get a lot more costly. We'll tell you where and when you'll start feeling the pinch. And also ahead, what does Sunny Isles Beach have to do with war in Ukraine? This idyllic slice of Miami-Dade is also called Little Moscow. But the Russian money, doesn't make it little at all. And then, praying it will all end soon. The only thing Ukrainian Americans can do as their loved ones run from the missiles and tanks or take up arms against them. All tonight on Banfield. It is not a conflict. It is not a quagmire. We are coming up on 24 hours of all-out war. Russia bombarding its neighbor Ukraine by air, land, and sea. And while that country's 44 million citizens may not know what tomorrow will bring, this unprovoked attack is much bigger than just Eastern Europe. The consequences are already hitting us. I want to go right to NewsNation correspondent Kelly Meyer, who's standing by at the White House. Okay, Kelly, for starters, let's just talk about people trying to get out of the way of missiles and tanks. There are people who have packed up and are starting to run for the borders. What's happening in terms of the potential refugee crisis?
That's right. I mean, even the Americans that we were talking to in the weeks leading up to this that were in Ukraine, we've gotten in touch with them recently, and some are trying to get emergency helicopters or ways, trying to find ways to get out. They were actually in the capital city of Kyiv and trying to evacuate now. There were others that moved to the western portion of Lviv, and there haven't been as many troops moving that way, but you just don't know where the Russian forces are going to move in. Right now, they are in the south, in the east, and in the north on all three borders with Ukraine there. And when we talked to senior defense officials today telling us that they've seen as many as 160 air missiles, most of them short-range ballistic missiles. They say they're also seeing what, again, on this axis of assault, it's in Kyiv, Kharkiv, and Kherson in the south. And in Kharkiv, that's the second largest city in Ukraine. That's where they say they're seeing the heaviest fighting happening. And as you mentioned, this is just continuing. We are just getting even more alerts of more bombings and firings happening throughout the night, as it is the nighttime there over in Ukraine. But this just continues. They say it is Russian President Vladimir Putin's goal to decapitate the government there.
They're doing a pretty good job. We've got at least 137 Ukrainian soldiers killed. I can't even tell you if that number is anywhere near accurate, because who knows? I mean, there are entire islands, down in the Black Sea that are being completely obliterated of Ukrainian soldiers right now. We're also being told that it is possible, German media is citing, between 200,000 and 1 million people will run for their lives for the nearest border. That is going to upend everything, not just Europe. It's going to have a ripple effect across the world. And now we're being told there's a potential that 50,000 people could actually be killed. Is that a typo?
It is what many are saying is the largest scale attack that we've ever seen, that we've seen since World War II. And the Pentagon senior defense officials saying the same. They said they haven't seen a move like this, nation state to nation state, since World War II. And this is an attack that is everything that the Pentagon was worried would happen, and it's now happening. They say if this unfolds the way they believe it will, it has every potential to be, quote, very bloody, very costly, and very impactful, perhaps, they say, for a long time to come. Ashley?
So the Crimean Peninsula, the pictures we're showing you right now, the state border, and let's put those pictures back up because there's something really specific that has to do with Crimea. If I can ask the controller to put those pictures back up of the Crimean tanks rolling through. What's so interesting about Crimea, again, if we can get the Crimean pictures back up, that'd be great. The president, Zelensky, is saying this is not going to be a repeat of what happened in Crimea back in 2014, when literally the Russians just rolled right through and took it. He said that's not going to happen. So today, declaring martial law, telling all males between the ages of 18 and 60 they are banned from leaving the country, presumably because he wants a very robust resistance. What are we hearing about that resistance? What are we hearing about America helping that resistance with money, with arms, with tanks, with artillery, whatever they need? What do we know?
Well, first I'll start with the assistance coming in from the White House and NATO allies and partners. They have promised to support Ukraine through this. And throughout this process, they said no discussions about Ukraine without Ukraine. And they are promising their unending support to them here through defensive equipment, but not troops on the ground. President Biden has said there will be no U.S. combat troops on the ground in Ukraine. However, they are sending additional troops to NATO allies to reassure allies along the eastern flank. For example, today they announced they are sending 7,000 U.S. troops to deploy to Germany. Those are mostly coming from Fort Stewart in Georgia, the bulk of them. So these troops are here in the U.S. now and will be deploying. No arrival time set just yet. So there are new troop deployments to come. The NATO response force, as far as we know, has not been activated yet. That's another additional response force that they may use and may deploy. That'll take the activation of all 30 members of the alliance to bring up there. But that can also show another reassurance to both the NATO alliance and then neighboring Ukraine, and showing that they are trying to show this force against Vladimir Putin. And as you mentioned, with the defense from Ukrainians themselves and President Zelensky, he is remaining in Kyiv tonight, as far as we know. And he says he is target number one. His family is target number two. And he's moved his family to an undisclosed location tonight amid those concerns. But in terms of the Ukrainian forces, they are putting up a fight, as we heard from our senior defense officials here today. And there was a post on the Ministry of Defense website saying that Ukrainian forces have, quote, presented fierce resistance along all axes of Russia's advance today. But it's important to note that they also say it's unlikely that Russia has achieved its planned day one military objectives, which is frankly very frightening because there could be more to come.
Well, they're working late in Washington these days, and Putin likes to bomb late. So, Kelly Meyer, we're going to keep you on standby. And if you could just break in and report to us anything you hear as it happens, we'd really appreciate it. Kelly is working the Washington beat for us live into the night tonight. You might also be familiar with a dancer named Maxim Chernobyl. And if you're not, you might recognize the fact that he's from Dancing with the Stars. He is Ukrainian, and he's currently in Kyiv. And he posted this to his Instagram today. Take a look at it.
That's military. That's center of Kiev, right there. Bessarabsky Rynek, and right to the left is the Maidan, is the famous place of all this craziness in 2014. Honestly, I'm getting really emotional. It's been a little difficult, but I want to go back home. And I realize that I have the way to, you know. I realize that I have a different passport, and my family is far away. And what I'm realizing is that my friends whose kids are here, and whose moms, dads are here, and elderly people are here, and they can't just escape.
Yeah, they can't. One of the people he's describing, the people who are trapped in Ukraine, is Zoe Anutu. She is a 27-year-old student who has been in Ukraine since 2019, and she posted this a little earlier today.
The situation is very tense right now. As you can see, I'm at the mall, and the mall is empty. Like, the state of emergency has been declared for people in Ukraine. And, oh my word, let me not fall here. Like, it's so scary. I'm so scared, guys.
Zoe Anutu joins us live now. For someone who's scared, Zoe, it's amazing. You seem very together and calm, but I know it's got to be very hard for you as you try to figure out your next moves. Are you safe right now?
Right now, I'm in a position where I can't say I'm safe because I'm alone in my apartment right now as we speak, because we're trying to get our way out of our city, because my city right now is in the eastern part of Ukraine where everything right now is happening. And we got the confirmation from our president today, the Zambian president, that we should evacuate from this place. But now, unfortunately, I cannot move out of my city because all the transportation to a different city has been closed up. So I'm just stuck in my apartment, not knowing what to do. And today, actually rather yesterday when I went to the mall in the morning, all the ATMs were not working for me to get any money to buy foodstuffs and everything. Not until later in the afternoon, as you saw in the video, where I had access to see people withdrawing money from the ATMs. And that actually took so long because there were a lot of queues where people were struggling to just get a little money in order to get food from the stores. This is really
Zoe,
frightening and really scary, not knowing what to do from here.
Yeah. Let me interrupt for a moment because that line that we're seeing there for ATMs has been a story all day because of the sanctions that the American president has put on Russia and the Russians as well as Ukrainians. There's a run on cash everywhere. Have you heard any stories about these people not being able to get any money, ATMs being empty, or just it's too fearful to be out on the street in these long queues for cash machines?
Apparently, ATMs were shut down in the morning, temporarily shut down. Everyone couldn't access any ATM. They were not working. So when they started working, everyone was just rushing there.
I can imagine. So we be safe, and we're going to stay in touch with you just to see if you're going to be able to get out of Ukraine. I mean, eastern Ukraine obviously is one of the harder places to evacuate at this point, but it's getting pretty tricky everywhere. Please be careful, all right? And our prayers are with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Zoe Anutu joining us. I mean, imagine being a student by yourself, trying to get back to your family, realizing no air, and the borders are now almost controlled by Russians with big, big howitzers. More than 1 million Americans either come from Ukraine themselves or have families that did. And while Russia's attack on Ukraine thousands of miles away should matter to every American, for my next guest, it is real personal. Darsha Parada and Boris Durau are both of Ukrainian descent, and they currently live in Brooklyn, and they're live with me to talk about what their community is going through, as well as they themselves. So, Darsha, let me begin with you. I know that you were part of that protest that we saw at the top of the show, in Manhattan. Walk me through a little bit about what you're going through, about where your family is, and about communications. Have you been able to stay in touch with people who might be at risk tonight that you love?
Yes, I have been in touch with them, actually. In fact, they didn't know the war had started when we were watching the UN security emergency meeting last night and heard that war had been declared by Putin. And so the first thing I did was, sorry, this is very emotional for me. The first thing I did was messaged my cousin on Facebook Messenger to see if everyone was okay. She didn't answer because they were sleeping. And then a few minutes later, she called because she had been receiving calls from North America and figured something was up. She was living in Lviv. Lviv was not hit. Not yet. And she went to stay with her parents and picked up her 2 older children who are unmarried. And her eldest son is still in Lviv. And it's terrifying. I'm sorry, I know this is a run-on sentence, but her sons are conscription age. And it's really, really hard to contemplate what is happening and what is going to happen, because I don't think it's going to get any better fast.
Boris, have you been able to make contact with your loved ones as well? And I'm very mindful what Darsha just said about conscription-aged men. I mean, that's everyone almost. It's 18 to 60. Those men cannot leave the Ukraine now and are presumably expected to be part of any kind of resistance that Ukraine can muster. Boris, what kind of contact have you had?
Well, I haven't been able to reach any of my family. My family comes from the Chernobyl region and from just outside of Ivano-Frankivsk. But I also haven't been in touch with them for quite some time. So it's taking a little bit of extra effort on my part to find them again. But it's just been it's been shock for us that were watching and hearing everything unfold in real time as of for us last night. And it was almost immediately that Darsha started jumping on the phone and tried to make calls, and we've even called some of our family, even just back in Canada today, just to speak with them. They're recent immigrants from Ukraine, and everybody that we spoke with had said that they were expecting this, but nobody could actually believe that it's happened.
Right. Yeah, that's what we've been hearing. I want to do one thing if I can, Boris. I want to play something from one of the protesters in Manhattan today. I think it's a very profound statement. Have a look at this.
I'm from Kiev. I was born in Kiev. I'm here to support my country, to support my people. I'm here, so US probably will help more. So any other country probably will feel our pain that we are right now.
Darsha Parada and Boris Tarot, I'm thinking of you both, and I'm hoping the best for you and your families. Just be strong.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley.
And thank you so much for being on with us tonight. We really appreciate it as this changing picture continues to morph even into the late night hours. We're continuing to watch all of the action in the night skies over Ukraine. The big question about all of this, the question that most people are afraid to ask out loud is, will this lead to another world war? The short answer is no, but the scarier answer is not yet. Because as bad as it is right now, it's between Russia and Ukraine officially. Officially. Doesn't involve the rest of the world officially. NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, has 30 member countries in Europe and North America, and that, yes, includes us. They have an agreement that if anybody messes with one of them, they are messing with all of them. Unfortunately for Ukraine, it's not a NATO member. Would love to be a NATO member. Russia says part of this is about their desire to be a NATO member. There are, however, several NATO members near Ukraine. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland were all part of the Soviet Union. If Vladimir Putin suddenly decided that Ukraine wasn't enough for him, and he invaded one of those other nations, well then, now you're talking all 30 NATO countries would have to respond in some way. And then you could have a war involving the world. Joined by Jonathan Sanders, he's the former Moscow correspondent for CBS News and a professor of journalism at Stony Brook University. He's the author of the book, The Russians Emerge. And Jonathan, you know, it sounds hyperbolic to even ask that question. The notion that World War III would even be raised in this debate. But it was really hyperbolic to suggest for an instant that a sovereign nation as big as Ukraine, you know, with 46 million people, would have tanks and artillery raining down over the course of 24 hours and would literally be under siege with people seeking subway stations for shelter. So I do want to ask that question. Just how bad could this get?
Look, Ashley, that's not a dumb question. That, in fact, is the conclusion reached today by Dmitry Muratov. He's the man, you'll remember, who won the Nobel Prize for his courageous journalism in Russia last year. There is great despair among Russian progressives and among other people thinking, what have we done? What is our collective responsibility for this? For right now, the problem that we might get into a war is simply some plane might fly off into, let's say, German airspace, and someone might try and shoot it down, and Putin might do something like that. You remember during the Cuban Missile Crisis, President Kennedy said there's always some SOB at the end of the line who doesn't get the message. They're individuals who have prevented us from going into wars. But Ashley, you've been watching this. You may not be a military expert, but do you think that General Patton, General Eisenhower, and General MacArthur, with all the tanks in the world, could defend Ukraine against this Russian onslaught, or any onslaught short of using nuclear weapons? And I think the answer is no. So the question then is, what rational American thinker would not say, absolutely not, we should not have Ukraine as part of NATO? It's indefensible. Now we're already into defending Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, but that's a pretty hard thing. So we need to find some way to make a deal with the Russians with creative diplomacy to get them to recognize as absolute and unchangeable the borders of those Baltic states. And we have not got there. Everyone should be behind the President of the United States right now in what he's trying to do. He's doing well in playing a weak hand, but over the medium course and over the long course, he's as much of the problem as he is part of the solution. He did not speak out against NATO enlargement. He's been anti-Moscow and anti-Russian. And one of the things we did not learn out of the Cold War, the first Cold War, is for us to have our own national security, we must have mutual security. And for that, we have to understand what is bugging the other side. And they really are afraid of American influence. They think that the government in Kiev is controlled or under the thumb or under the influence of America, and they have good reason to do that. In 2014, they leaked a tape of the Assistant Secretary of State naming who she wanted to be the Prime Minister of Ukraine. That didn't get a lot of attention, but when she said something really rude like F the European Union, that got attention on the front pages. There is a feeling that when Russia was down and out, we abused them, we lied to them, we have not dealt well with them. And however twisted Mr. Putin's rationale for going to war was this morning, getting rid of Nazis, getting rid of genocide, there are real complaints there and real pieces of grievance that we have not dealt with. And we couldn't have done something in the last 2 weeks, but we're going to have to wait till the Ukraine army disintegrates, till perhaps they force a regime change, or maybe they're going to take a whole chunk of the country. Mr. Putin is ruthless. We've seen him be ruthless in Chechnya. We've seen him be ruthless in Syria. We saw him get into a war with Georgia, but once he defeated the army, he left the ruler in place and kind of backed away after he destroyed it. What did he say to day one?
Putin's soul, it's you. And I want to have you on another time to talk about this, but he was your minder when you worked for CBS, and he was with the KGB. When you come back the next time, I want to ask all about that experience and what you learned about that man's strategizing. Jonathan Sanders, thank you so much for being on tonight. Appreciate it. Jonathan, we might have just lost Jonathan's audio. You know, for a lot of Americans, the invasion probably seems like some kind of distant conflict with no real connection to their everyday lives. But that, my friend, is about to change in a very big way. Because even though the fighting is over there, it's going to affect everything we buy over here. Russia is the world's second largest producer of natural gas and one of the world's largest oil-producing nations. Okay, so you think it's just about driving. There are fears that President Biden could sanction Russia and its oil industry, but that hasn't happened, or at least it hasn't happened yet. Oil prices more than jumped $20 a barrel since the start of the year due to the tension between Russia and Ukraine. And just today, crude surpassed $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014. And it ended the day at 99 bucks. So that will likely mean a jump in your gas prices here. And it goes much further than that. 70% of retail goods arrive by truck in the United States. And those trucks need, you guessed it, gas. Any increase in gas prices gets passed on to us, the consumer. And let's talk about those goods that you're buying. A wide range of plastic products and packaging are made from petroleum byproducts. So you can bet we're going to be paying extra for that as well. We want to bring in Catherine Tuggle. She is the Chief Content Officer of HerMoney.com and the co-author of the book, How to Money. How apropos. How quickly, Catherine, are we going to start feeling this? How quickly are we going to start paying more?
We're already feeling it. Gas is already $3.50 a gallon. It is expected to go to $4 a gallon. And food prices are expected to be up by 5% at least before mid-year.
Let me ask you a question. Big round of, sanctions, all sorts of Russian, entities sanctioned. It's supposed to be painful. But all I keep thinking is that Putin has hundreds of billions of dollars in slush money, and so do his cronies. So they're bankrolled for a long time. They're not going to feel any of it. How much of what the Russian people are going to feel is actually going to just boomerang right back to us? Like, how bad is this going to get for us?
It's a good question. I mean, to your point earlier about gas, it's not just oil, right? Like, the U.S. will pivot. We probably won't see $4 a gallon gas for more than, say, 3 months, because we can start getting supplies from Iraq and Canada and Venezuela and even right here in the United States. But, we also import grain and wheat from Russia, which I think a lot of people don't know. And we're already seeing those higher prices at the grocery store. People's budgets are already stretched thin from COVID. We already had inflation well before Russia invaded the Ukraine. So it does seem like the perfect storm. I understand why people are so nervous right now.
So there's only so many jerry cans that I can stick in my garage, and certainly bread goes bad. What can I do to prepare? If I'm just an average American who wants just some useful knowledge to protect my family and me, what is it, or is there any?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the default is that we feel we need to take action during these times, but the S&P 500 was up by 15% a year after Pearl Harbor. The markets were up by 35% a year after we invaded Iraq. So, we have to consider the fact that wartime is not necessarily bad for the market. So one of the worst things you can do right now, if you're considering moving all your money into gold or moving all your money into cash, would be, to do that, right? You have to stay the course. We saw that investors during the 2008 recession, if they stayed the course and stayed in the markets, they fared so much better than the people who pulled out. So stay in the markets, resist that urge to take all your money out, and just be a thoughtful shopper. Watch for shrinkflation, start shopping at discount stores, and just buckle down with your basic budgeting 101.
And maybe download one of those free breathing apps. That might help. Catherine Tuggle, thank you. I'm going to have you back because something tells me it's going to be a moving picture, and you could be a wonderful guide to help us navigate through this financially. Thanks so much.
I'd love that, Ashley. Thanks.
Terrific. There's one other thing that we can all do. I'm not such a religious person, but occasionally, coming up after the break, thousands and thousands of Ukrainian Americans are helplessly watching as Russia advances on their friends and family with tanks and bombs. So coming up, a priest who opened his doors tonight, special, so that they could all gather to do the only thing they can right now, and that is pray.
Abrams, 9 o'clock, telling it like it is, now at a new time.
Here's where I'm coming from. Here's what I'm thinking.
Dan Abrams live at his new time, 9/8 Central, starting next week on NewsNation. News for all America. Russia invades Ukraine. NewsNation has live continuing coverage.
He has been following every development.
We have air raid sirens here right in Kiev.
From the front lines to our homeland. For continuing coverage on Russia at war, stay tuned to NewsNation.
Exciting news! For a limited time only, Kohl's Rewards members can earn double the rewards. Not a member? What are you waiting for? Enroll for free today. Plus, take an extra 20% off and earn Kohl's Cash. Kohl's.
I gotta have it. And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
Psoriatic arthritis made my joints stiff, swollen, painful.
Emerge Tremfyant. Tremfya is approved to help reduce joint symptoms in adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Some patients even felt less fatigued.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
My mental health was much better. My mind was in a good place. But my body was telling a different story.
I felt all people saw were my uncontrolled movements. Some mental health meds can cause
tardive dyskinesia, or TD, and it's unlikely to improve without treatment.
Ingrezza is a prescription medicine to treat adults with TD movements in the face and body. It's the only treatment for TD that's one pill once daily with or without food.
Ingrezza 80 milligram is proven to reduce TD movements in 7 out of 10 people. People taking Ingrezza can stay on their current dose of most mental health meds. Don't take Ingrezza if you're allergic to any of its ingredients. Ingrezza may cause serious side effects, including sleepiness. Don't drive, operate heavy machinery, or do other dangerous activities until you know how Ingrezza affects you. Other serious side effects include potential heart rhythm problems and abnormal movements.
It's nice people focus more on me.
Ask your doctor about Ingrezza, #1 prescribed for TD. Learn how you could pay as little as $0 at Ingrezza.com.
OnStar, we see them.
Okay, mother and child in vehicle. Mother is unable to exit the vehicle. Injuries are unknown.
Thank you, OnStar.
My son, is he okay?
Your son's fine.
Thank you. There's something in the road.
It's okay. You're safe now.
Showing appreciation with a perfect promotional item is a meaningful gesture that can be touched, held, and enjoyed. 4imprint can help your logo create moments that matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
People use their phones for all sorts of things. What about you? Are you a teen lifestyle influencer? You live streaming a lot of gender reveal parties? Do you prefer action movies on a tiny screen? No? Well, then you don't need to overpay for an endless data plan. Get just the right amount of data with TracFone's $40 unlimited talk and text plan, now with 8 gigabytes of high-speed data on America's best networks with nationwide 5G. Get the data you need at the price you want. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
New Vicks VapoStick. Strong, soothing vapors help comfort your loved ones. For chest, neck, and back. It goes on clear. No mess. Just soothing comfort. Try New Vicks VapoStick.
It's been a long time since Americans feared for the safety of their family and friends under siege in Europe. And the last time it happened, there were no cell phones or email for real-time updates. But today, thousands of Ukrainian Americans were frantically FaceTiming and texting with family and friends as they were hiding in bomb shelters and subway systems and any place they could find safety. The sheer helplessness was not lost on a priest in Stamford, Connecticut, who opened his church tonight to bewildered congregants who just needed each other. I spoke with Father Igor Mitzak earlier. Father, how are your congregants handling this latest news development?
How are they handling it? I would say as best as they can. Obviously, you know, they're fearful, they're confused, they're anxious, they're even angry. And these are all emotions that are normal for this situation. They don't know what's going to happen.
You've opened your doors in a special event, really, to be able to allow them to come in and voice their concerns.
Yes, yes, and also to find a quiet place, a place to say a prayer, a place to be with God, to ask for help, especially in this time of need, to ask for help for their families, for their friends, and also for themselves, you know, because these are a lot of questions that they can't answer, they don't know.
Have your congregants told you about what's happening with their families right now? Are they hunkering in some ways?
I haven't heard anything as of now. A lot of them were pretty busy. They were down in New York City, so probably during the weekend, you know, people will voice their concerns.
The overarching concern among people who are in country right now is they just don't know. They've grabbed what they can to get through the night or maybe the next day, and they're trying to find a safe place to hunker down. Does anyone express to you that they're fearful that's not temporary?
They haven't expressed it, but it's, you know it. You know it. It's a situation where they know it's not going to end well.
Your American neighbors, I mean, they're worried about a conflict in a foreign country, but what should Americans be thinking? What should Americans be doing?
Well, to be honest, is that I'm grateful just for the simple fact that I've heard so many people express their prayers. And that's very important because in this time, even though we think we're here and there's not much we can do over there, and especially it is a political situation, so sometimes it's out of our hands, even though we can voice our concerns. But prayer is very important because it lets our brothers and sisters in Ukraine know they're not alone.
This is a hard question, though, as a man of God. Those who criticize the U.S. say you need to do more. You need to send in troops. The president's not saying that. And as a man of God, I'm sure that's a really fine line to walk. What do you think Ukrainian Americans want this president to do right now? You said as a man of God, you can interview maybe someone from another angle. But we can, from our perspective here at the church is just to pray. What about your congregants' family, extended family? Are they talking about evacuating them, getting them here somehow? I mean, there's only so much Europe can take, and then the support systems are here.
Yeah, I'm sure they have those concerns. I'm sure they have questions, and that will be coming. I mean, this happened this morning. So this is like...
It's so new.
It's so new.
What about fundraising, something to help the families get out if there is really danger for them to be there?
Well, we know for the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, if you go on their website, they have a link there that people can contribute for humanitarian aid, which is a good question today. How is it going to get there with all the airports being closed?
That and the banking as well.
Yeah.
NewsNation is a national news network, but we are also online, and you know online means global. So there may be people who can hear you right now in Kyiv, in Lviv, anywhere around Ukraine that currently is in fear. What do you want them to know?
Primarily, first and foremost, you're not alone. You're not alone. We might not be there to help you. You might be confused. You might be angry. You might be bewildered. But just know that you're not alone. And not just the Ukrainian community that's giving them this moral support, but it's also, I would say, our community here locally. I mean, just for instance, the police department reached out to us this morning and said, do we need anything? Do we need anything from their behavioral health unit, from their outreach unit? And that shows that people are supportive. And that's very important, especially if you're trying to gather all your stuff and trying to, make it through the night. And if you don't have electricity, you don't know, you hear bombing and all that stuff. That's fearful. That's very fearful, but at least hopefully a little inkling of hope is that we're supporting them and they understand that, and that's very important.
Well, I wish the best for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's Father Igor Midzak in Stamford, Connecticut. Still ahead tonight, they have been getting away with it for years, but Putin's brazen aggression just might bring down the hammer on all his richest friends. Did America just slam the door on Russian blood money oligarchs?
Real cowboys get customized car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so we only pay for what we need.
Hey, Tex, did someone else get a turn?
Yeah, hang on, I'm about breaking on record. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Exciting news! For a limited time only, Kohl's Rewards members can earn double the rewards. Not a member? What are you waiting for? Enroll for free today. Plus, take an extra 20% off and earn Kohl's Cash. Kohl's.
I gotta have it.
Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Basilor 325 liquid-filled aspirin capsule is clinically shown in a 7-day study to cause fewer ulcers than immediate-release aspirin. Basilor, the first liquid-filled aspirin capsules. Amazing.
What's my safe flight story? I'm a photographer, and when I'm driving, I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, it had to be fixed right. I scheduled with Safelite Auto Glass. Their experts replaced my windshield and recalibrated my car's advanced safety system. Safelite is the one I trust. They focus on safety, so I can focus on this view.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
At Intracellular Therapies, we're inspired by our circle. A circle that includes our researchers, driven by our award-winning science, who uncover new medicines to treat mental illness. It includes the compassionate healthcare professionals, the dedicated social workers, and the supportive peer counselors we work with to help improve and even change people's lives. Moving from mental illness to mental wellness starts in our circle. This is Intracellular Therapies.
Living with metastatic breast cancer means being relentless because every day matters. And having more of them is possible with Verzenio, the only one of its kind proven to help you live significantly longer when taken with fulvestrant, regardless of menopause status.
Verzenio plus fulvestrant is for HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer that has progressed after hormone therapy. Diarrhea is common, may be severe, or cause dehydration or infection. At the first sign, call your doctor, start an antidiarrheal, and drink fluids. Before taking Verzenio, tell your doctor about any fever, chills, or other signs of infection. Verzenio may cause low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infection that can lead to death. Life-threatening lung inflammation can occur. Tell your doctor about any new or worsening trouble breathing, cough, or chest pain. Serious liver problems can happen. Symptoms include fatigue, appetite loss, stomach pain, and bleeding or bruising. Blood clots that can lead to death have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have pain or swelling in your arms or legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart rate, or if you are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be.
Every day matters, and I want more of them.
Ask your doctor about everyday Verzenio.
What are you gonna do?
Here! Grab onto me! We can double up!
No, don't worry about it. I'm good. I don't want to detract from your experience.
Just give me your hand!
No, don't sweat it. Probably just a passing thing. The harness fits great, though. Snug.
Sometimes you just need some help. So if you need therapy, find a licensed therapist at BetterHelp.com.
And I'm on a roll.
Got crypto brain? You could satisfy it by getting crypto the same way everyone else does. Or with a tax advantage at Alto Crypto IRA. With as little as $10, you can now put retirement dollars in crypto. Over 125 coins through Coinbase Exchange, including Bitcoin, all with the full tax advantages of an IRA. Everyone's got their eye on crypto. Get yours with the Alto Advantage. Sign up free at altoira.com/crypto.
What makes Best Reviews the best reviews?
Milk?
They have an unbiased team that researches products in real-world situations to give reliable recommendations on pretty much everything. So you can be confident that whatever you're buying is right for you, no matter what life throws at it. Like your daughter Clementine, for example. For the best reviews, go to bestreviews.com. Seriously, before you buy anything, ever.
Tomorrow on Morning in America, stories of taking cover. We have interviews with Ukrainians who are finding shelter, how they're calming their families, and how they don't want to give up on their country. Welcome back, everyone. When the U.S. and Europe hit Russian banks and billionaires with economic sanctions, you probably don't lose much sleep, but some of your neighbors sure might. Every year, tons of foreign cash, and nowadays even crypto, wind up in American condos and apartments, and most of those deals may be completely legit, but a whole lot of them aren't. And it's hard to tell because when the Patriot Act cracked down on money laundering in 2001, it made an exception for the real estate biz. And since then, the New York Times has found that almost half of the priciest residential properties in the United States are bought through shell companies that hide the identities of the buyers. Many of those buyers, again, it's hard to know for sure, are Russian. Ukraine, 5,000 miles away, couldn't hit them where it hurts. Even taking Ukraine out of the picture, the Biden administration is tightening the rules on all cash real estate deals. So is the shadowy tide of foreign fortunes flooding into U.S. cities about to turn? What would that mean for Americans long priced out of the neighborhoods and the buildings that they would really love to live in? I'm going to speak with not one, but two real estate brokers to the super rich when we come back.
I'm Marnie Hughes, and you're watching NewsNation, news for all America.
Every day brings new opportunities to do more than anyone thought possible, to redefine what a truck can be, earning the top brand in new vehicle quality in the automotive industry. Push the limits of what's possible with a lineup of Ram trucks, built to serve.
Right now, during the Ram President's Day sales event, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
Exciting news! For a limited time only, Kohl's Rewards members can earn double the rewards. Not a member? What are you waiting for? Enroll for free today. Plus, take an extra 20% off and earn Kohl's Cash. Kohl's.
I gotta have it. Liz, you nerd, cough if you're in here.
I took Mucinex TM for my phlegmy cough.
What about Rob's dry cough?
Works on that too, and lasts 12 hours.
12 hours? Who studies that long?
Mucinex DM relieves wet and dry coughs. The #1 brand doctors trust.
Meet a future mom, a first-time mom, and a seasoned pro. This mom's one step closer to their new minivan. Yeah, you'll get used to it. This mom's depositing money with tools on hand. Cha-ching. And this mom, well, she's setting an appointment here so her son can get set up there and start his own financial journey. That's because these moms all have Chase. Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
Allergies just try to stop us being the greatest versions of ourselves. Allegra lasts up to 6 times longer than Benadryl, so trees, you won't take us down.
Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin, so dust, you won't wipe us out.
And unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make us drowsy. So fur, you won't phase us. When allergies attack, take Allegra before your symptoms take over you. Live your
greatness.
New Vicks VapoStick. Strong, soothing vapors help comfort your loved ones. For chest, neck, and back. It goes on clear. No mess. Just soothing comfort. Try New Vicks VapoStick.
Get your personal points plan. I'm James Corden, and I'm here to tell people that WW is getting even more personal. Keep on shopping, ignore us. I've lost like 28 pounds.
You look great.
I love that my clothes fit better, but I just love ice cream a little bit more than that. The new WW Personal Points program is particular to you. So what kind of foods do you like?
Avocado.
Ice cream.
Sandwiches.
No food is off limits.
When can I start?
Get your first 3 months free at WW.com. Hurry, offer ends February 28th.
Before you go there, or fist bump there, or, oh, I can't wait to go there, or reunite there. Start here. Walgreens makes it easy to stay protected wherever you go. Schedule your free COVID-19 booster today.
Hi. We're going to 18101. After checking in with the guard, we were in. So this is the place right here, the Trump Palace. In the lobby, we met top Russian realtor Lana Bell. Nice to meet you. And she took us up to the 33rd floor. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What a view.
Huh?
I know you're gonna like it. This multi-million-dollar oceanfront condo, like so many here, is Russian-owned. You drive around here, you see the Bentleys, Rolls-Royce.
Yes, you see very high-end.
These are rich Russians.
Yes, yes, yes. They love to be here and they like to spend their money and enjoy their life.
May not have said so in the listing, but it's possible, depending on where you live, that every room in the condo down the hall is a laundry room, as in money. If the buyer paid cash or crypto and doesn't actually seem to live there, and if you have no idea what his or her name is, I guess it could still be above board, but now those are red flags. Joining me now to talk about the wealthy foreigners snapping up U.S. apartments and condos are two women who basically cornered the market on ultra-high-end real estate sales. Dolly Lenz is the CEO and founder of Dolly Lenz Real Estate LLC. In her long career, she's personally sold properties worth $12 billion with a B. And Jenny Lenz is Dolly's daughter, colleague, and former investment banker. Welcome to both of you. Dolly, I'm going to start with you. What percentage do you expect of those ultra expensive properties in the U.S. are Russian-owned?
In the U.S. totally? I mean, I'd say it's a very high percent, maybe 20%. We've done quite a few Russian deals over the last 2 decades.
So what do you think is about to happen? Jenny, since you've got the investment banker background too, there's a lot of fighting words when the president says, enough, that's it. We're stopping the oligarchs from having a financial playground.
Right. Well, after 2014, when Russia invaded and subsequently annexed the Crimean Peninsula from the Ukraine, we've had less Russian buyers already, right? And now it's going to be even worse. The more sanctions that you put on Russia, or any group for that matter, means that, you know, they're not going to want to buy in the US or UK or elsewhere, given that the property may be seized or have more regulations on it.
So, Dolly, I'm curious why, like, New York City, Manhattan in particular, and then Sunny Isles Beach in Florida are, you know, such specific places that attract the big Russian money.
Well, they like everything big and beautiful, right? So New York City in the sky, the 60th floor, the 70th floor, you know, Sunny Isles, you know, those apartments are magnificent. The Porsche Tower, Armani, everything. They have everything. They have names, they have brands, they have views, and it's a great safety deposit box, right? You can bank on those apartments to increase in value over the future. And basically, flight capital wants safety.
Right. So even if you overpay, for example, $30 million for something that's worth $20 million, at least you know it's safe or safer in the U.S. than your home country. So it makes sense to buy it.
$10 million price tag for that safety deposit key. Just quickly, Jenny, what does this mean in terms of the punishment that Biden is sending to these oligarchs? Are they going to be able to keep on buying these properties?
Right. So we definitely think that 2022 will be the year of the Russian seller, not of the Russian buyer, right? So we already have inquiries of our Russian buyers who have bought with us over the years to perhaps sell their property given what's going on.
And put them on the market now and cash out before, you know, they already have seized properties in New York. So it's not the story that's not out there, it's out there.
And in 2021, it was famously a Russian oligarch. The FBI raided his home in Greenwich Village because he was not allowed to buy in the U.S. already. So obviously, given that, people aren't going to want to buy in the U.S. if the FBI is going to come and, you know, hang out.
And
you know what? I'm calling you guys the next time I want to look at an apartment. Dolly Lenz and Jenny Lenz, thank you so much. Good to see you.
Thank you for having us.
While we're talking ultra high-end real estate, what is the most expensive residential property on the market in the United States right this minute? The answer next.
Are you ready to start a great career?
Safelight is now hiring.
You will love your job.
There's room to grow.
And lots of opportunities. So what are you waiting for? Apply now and make a difference.
Safelight Repair, Safelight Replace.
Man, I love that song.
Exciting news! For a limited time only, Kohl's Rewards members can earn double the rewards. Not a member? What are you waiting for? Enroll for free today. Plus, take an extra 20% off and earn Kohl's cash. Kohl's.
I gotta have it.
And I'm on a roll.
People use their phones for all sorts of things. What about you?
Are you a teen lifestyle influencer? You live streaming a lot of gender reveal parties? Do you prefer action movies on a tiny screen? No? Well, then you don't need to overpay for an endless data plan. Get just the right amount of data with TracFone's $40 unlimited talk and text plan, now with 8 gigabytes of high-speed data on America's best networks with nationwide 5G. Get the data you need at the price you want. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
Star, we see them.
Okay, mother and child in vehicle. Mother is unable to exit the vehicle. Injuries are unknown.
Thank you, OnStar.
My son, is he okay?
Your son's fine.
Thank you. There's something in the road.
It's okay, you're safe now.
To be a thriver with metastatic breast cancer means asking for what we want and need, and we need more time. So we want Kisqali. Women are living longer than ever before with Kisqali when taken with an aromatase inhibitor or fulvestrant in postmenopausal women with HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer. Kisqali is a pill that's significantly more effective at delaying disease progression versus an aromatase inhibitor or fulvestrant alone. Kisqali can cause lung problems or an abnormal heartbeat, which can lead to death. It can cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts that may result in severe infections. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including breathing problems, cough, chest pain, a change in your heartbeat, dizziness, yellowing of the skin or eyes, dark urine, tiredness, loss of appetite, abdomen pain, bleeding, bruising, fever, chills, or other symptoms of an infection, a severe or worsening rash, are or plan to become pregnant or breastfeeding. Avoid grapefruit during treatment. Ask your doctor about living longer with Kisqali.
Giorgio, look, the peanut butter box is here.
Ralph, that's the Chewy Pharmacy box with our flea and tick meds. It's not peanut butter.
The peanut butter box is here.
I'm out.
Pet prescriptions delivered to your door. Chewy.
I'll take it.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Take it. What do you mean I'm broke?
How is it even possible?
And that's why Mom and I use Greenlight to teach you about money.
Greenlight. Learn to earn, save, and invest together.
If you think all pads are exactly the same, think again. The totally reinvented Always Ultra Thin Wicks gushes 90% faster and absorbs even more for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort. Always Ultra Thins like never before.
I'm very conflicted and, yeah, skeptical. Talking to a psychic over the phone, it's a bit impersonal. They can't be for real, can they?
We let these skeptics try California psychics, and here's what they had to say.
You know, it was probably the best psychic reading I've ever had. Gosh, I got everything I can imagine from my reading.
I'm like, man, how does she know this stuff?
Speak to a psychic for $1 per minute. If it's not the best psychic reading you've ever experienced, it's free.
The reading was unexpectedly warm. She addressed everything that I wanted to talk about. I really felt like that she knew me.
I've always had a passion for fitness, and she saw me owning my own yoga studio.
Speak to a psychic for $1 per minute. Readings are secure and confidential. If it's not the best psychic reading you've ever experienced, it's free.
She had names. She had so much detail. She really just reassured me that I'm on the right path. I've never had a phone call make me so excited for the future.
California Psychics. The best or it's free. Call today.
Before the break, I asked you the price of the most expensive private home for sale in the U.S. tonight, and I hope you guessed high, because the mega mansion in Bel Air, known as The One, can be yours for a mere $295 million. And if that's out of your price range, you might want to sit tight, because I think it's coming up for auction early next week. How about that? Russians need not apply. Stay tuned right now. We're going to turn it over to Marnie and Leland with a special hour of NewsNation's live coverage. Guys, I am hearing about more rocket bombardment in Kyiv and really tough fighting words from the foreign minister in Ukraine, like comparing, decades ago, beating those who sought to overthrow them, and that it's going to happen again. There's a lot happening tonight.
Yeah, the comparisons right now to Hitler's invasion of Czechoslovakia and Putin's invasion of Ukraine are well-founded. Ashley, thank you. Special coverage begins now. Good evening to you at home. Thanks for being with us. I'm Leland Bittert.
And I'm Marnie Hughes. We're going to welcome you to the special coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine as it continues to unfold. 24 hours from when Leland and I were sitting here last night. Live pictures at this hour in Kyiv, where it is just after 6 a.m. New explosions, as Ashley just mentioned, have been heard in the Ukrainian capital of about 3 million people. The government there reporting at least 70 people have been killed since the full-scale invasion began last night. That number is expected to rise sharply. More than 100,000 people, we are now hearing, have fled their homes. Some are in hiding. Others are seeking refuge in neighboring countries.
Now to Moscow, where Vladimir Putin is plotting his next moves. He gave a speech today, once again, saying that he had to invade Ukraine for his own defense of Russia, and the bizarre logic that goes with that. We're going to get into that in a minute. The big question, how long before Russian forces are in control of Kyiv, and what does Vladimir Putin do after that? Thousands of Russians protested the invasion today, and thousands were arrested.
Also in Washington, Leland, the Biden administration had a stern warning about the Kremlin's goal. Take a listen.
We're seeing forces come in from the north, from the east, from the south, and that's all part of the plan that we've laid out for the world in recent weeks.
You're convinced Putin's going to overthrow this government?
I'm convinced he's going to try to do that.
With that, we bring in Mark Green, House Foreign Affairs member, former Army Ranger, and Special Operations Flight Surgeon in the Army's 160th. Congressman, you listened to Antony Blinken saying that Putin wants to overthrow Ukraine. At this point, is there any reason to believe that the Ukrainians are going to be able to stop him?
Well, I don't think so, Leland. I mean, if you look at the overmatch Russia brings to this fight, it's substantial. I will say that I've not been impressed with the way they've coordinated their attacks. I would have thought they would have been much farther along than they are, but they still have significant overmatch. What this will turn into eventually is an insurgency that could last for years. I don't want to say that Russia's going to win, but they're definitely going to take over the capital.
Yeah, this is from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Ukraine just in the past couple of minutes. Horrific Russian rocket strikes on Kyiv. Last time our capital experienced anything like this was 1941 when it was attacked by Nazi Germany. Ukraine defeated that evil and will defeat this one. Stop Putin, isolate Russia, sever all ties, kick Russia out of everywhere. You and I talked a couple of hours ago, and we made the comparison to Hitler in 1938 and his justifications for going into Czechoslovakia and how the world capitulated and ignored him until it was almost too late, to now Vladimir Putin using the same logic and the same arguments to invade Ukraine. This time, Vladimir Putin has nuclear weapons. He says he wants to take over much of Russia, much of Europe, to turn back into the Soviet Union and a larger mother Russia. Is it too late to confront him?
No, I think we can actually step up to the plate. The president could step up to the plate, flip the switch on SWIFT transactions, shut down their economy, shut down their energy sector, and we would stop him. I mean, the Russian people would not tolerate that.
Congressman, President Biden issued those stiff sanctions against Russia, even stiffer today, the top U.S. banks, Russian oligarchs, but has yet to deter Vladimir Putin from his actions in this invasion. Why not put sanctions on Putin himself at this point? Have we not yet reached a step where that appears to be necessary?
You know, Marnie, I would have thought that would have happened days ago. I have no comprehension on why President Biden has not put sanctions on Putin himself. This is coming from Vladimir Putin. I saw a video clip today of a woman with her child in her arms as a Russian missile or rocket hit her home. This is all Vladimir Putin. The blood of these people, it's on the hands of Vladimir Putin. World, meet Vladimir Putin. This guy is a tyrant. He is a murderer. And it's just unconscionable that the president of the United States hasn't even sanctioned him. It makes no sense No logic whatsoever.
So that would be one step. What further steps do you and your colleagues in Washington believe will alter the course of what has unfolded as a violent attack on the Ukrainian people?
The massive part of Russia's economy is their oil and gas. If you shut down their oil and gas, and to do that, you'd have to turn on our oil and gas so that we could supply Europe's needs. So the president would actually have to compete, turn our economy back into a free market for oil, allow it to, go back to where it was under President Trump. We could meet that need, and then we could shut down Russia's economy completely. And if we take them off the SWIFT transactions, the banking transactions, they can't buy anything from anyone. I mean, you can't trade if you can't do a banking transaction. So, yeah, we could stop them. We could put in this.
Congressman, you can kick Vladimir Putin out of the U.S. and Western economy by delisting him from SWIFT. You can't kick him out of the Chinese economy. And much like the Nazi Germany and the Japanese got together, you have Vladimir Putin teaming up with Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping has goods and services to sell to the Russians. The Russians have oil that the Chinese need. And they all can be happy that you've got Vladimir Putin who can take over Ukraine. And you got to think that Xi Jinping's licking his chops to take over Taiwan. The Chinese almost would love us to delist him because it would make the Russians more reliant on them.
Look, if we're waiting or think we're going to somehow block this friendship between Xi and Vladimir, it's too late. The toothpaste is out of the tube. They are already partnered up. Xi Jinping flew, fighter jets into Taiwanese airspace. This alignment is done. Thinking that we're going to somehow push them closer, I don't see that we could get them any closer. You listen to the way Xi and his foreign minister responded to this invasion.
They won't call it an invasion, actually.
Yeah, they won't even call it an invasion. It's like they're settling an issue in the region, or words to that effect.
Congressman, Fort Campbell on the border of Kentucky and Tennessee, your state, has sent a contingent of soldiers to Europe to bolster NATO forces. At this point, the president has said that American troops are just there to serve as receiving refugees, to support our NATO allies. Do you foresee, heaven forbid, a scenario where U.S. troops will engage?
If you're talking about Ukraine, I don't think there's the will for that in America. And you can never, we did this in Vietnam, you can never commit American soldiers when the will of the American people aren't with them. So in Ukraine, no. Can we train Ukrainians, supply Ukrainians, defend NATO? Absolutely. And I think that's what the president is doing with the troop movements. Remember, one of the levers is Putin doesn't want American troops on his border. And what he's getting is a lot more American troops on his border. That is one small win for us.
Congressman Mark Green, we appreciate you joining us tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
I want to bring in Kelly Meyer, our correspondent in Washington, D.C. now. She has been following the situation that is continuing to develop tonight, starting with some massive explosions that we are hearing in Kyiv, the capital city of about 3 million people. Evacuations are underway. Kelly, what are you hearing from the White House at this point, at this late hour here in the early morning hours in Ukraine?
Well, we know the president has been monitoring the situation, meeting with the members of his national security team. And we are hearing now the timing that he previewed in his speech today of the meeting with the heads of NATO. That is set for 9 a.m. here in Washington, D.C. for tomorrow. They said they are calling it an extraordinary virtual summit. It's all 30 leaders of the allied nations. They say they're going to map out the next steps they will take to, quote, further strengthen all assets of our alliance. And this could involve a step we've discussed before, activating the NATO response force. That's around 40,000 troops from across the alliance. And there's about 8,500 U.S. troops that are on standby on heightened alert to go at a moment's notice if they are activated. Senior defense officials say they haven't heard word about that, of when that could come. But again, it would have to come from NATO, who would activate that. And something that the president said in his speech today, that if Putin was to move into NATO countries, then the U.S. would have to be involved.
This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time.
And that was touching on some of the sanctions that President Biden had issued today as well against Russia, threatening them with severe sanctions that he hopes will deter Putin from moving any further. But again, he had issued some sanctions earlier this week that didn't stop the Russian president from moving in, as we saw.
No, they did not. And Kelly, I want you to touch on 2 points. One, the sanctions that are in place. Walk people through what President Biden has put forth in terms of the Russian oligarchs and also the top Russian bank. But I think secondly, talking to the point we were discussing with the congressman about many asking why the president has not issued a sanction to Putin himself, his immediate family. I know President Biden is getting questions about that tonight. Any sense that may be imminent as well?
Well, the president has said that's not off the table, but you're right. He faced many questions today from the White House press corps of why he isn't issuing that sanction against President Putin now. He is issuing it against members of his inner circle, Russian elite. He did some sanctions on Tuesday and again issuing more today. He also is issuing sanctions against Russian banks we are seeing. And he says that some of those banks have about $250 billion worth in assets. They also say these new sanctions would limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be a part of the global economy. But the president's also facing criticism for not issuing swift sanctions, blocking Russia from the global financial system that ties banks across the world together. Biden insisting that his measures will exceed SWIFT and that Putin will begin to see the impact of these sanctions, saying that it will weaken his country and therefore he will have to make a difficult choice.
The clock is ticking. All right, Kelly Meyer live in Washington tonight. Kelly, thank you. Leland, I think the big question as we watch these explosions happen in Kyiv tonight is where are the Russian forces right now? How are they getting into Ukraine? And what is the concern in the next few hours?
Yeah, all great questions. And picking up where Kelly left off in terms of the timing, delisting people from SWIFT happens overnight because banking transactions are cleared overnight. The sanctions that are being put in place by the Biden administration could take a month or more to cripple the Russian economy. And there's real reasons to believe that the Ukrainians don't even have 30 hours for the Russians to stop. We talked about the explosions in Kyiv. This is the capital right here. And the whole idea of the Russian military right now is to soften the capital up by blowing up their military facilities inside, gaining air superiority, taking out the air defenses, and it appears, based on the video out of Ukraine, that they're pretty close. Next is coming the ground invasion from 3 fronts. You've got up from Crimea, which the Russians took in 2014. This is a straight shot here up to Kyiv. This is a very, very desolate part of Ukraine. The flanking maneuver from Kharkiv coming around here into Russia. This is very important because it gets around the very best Ukrainian forces are all dug in along the line here that was originally thought to be where the Russian invasion was coming from. The Russians are going around it. They've taken Kharkiv. Now they have a straight shot into Kyiv there. From Belarus, we have one column of Russian tanks coming down here, another column coming down here. Right now, they're about 30 miles outside of the city. They've taken Chernobyl, which is where the nuclear accident was. This is where this gets really interesting because now there appears to be a 4th column of invasions coming from here, the far southwest corner of Belarus, in this way. Here in Poland is where U.S. troops are, just this border separating them. Go ahead and take some of the satellite images. We'll show you exactly what we're looking at. Take this off. This is one of the airports, and what the Russians are doing is phenomenally precise. This is one of the Ukrainian military airports. Taxiway here, runway here. The Russians have come in with their airstrikes and cratered the taxiways here, here. Turn the pen back on so you can see. They've cratered the taxiways here, cut them here, and here. What's that do? That prevents the Ukrainian military from using any of their aircraft. At the same time, Marnie, the Russians didn't bomb the runway, so they can come in and use the runway themselves.
The one question, Leland, that I have tonight, I don't know if people at home are wondering this as well, but you heard Ukrainian's president speak earlier today saying, I'm target number 1, my family target number 2. By all indications, he is in the capital city of Kyiv tonight in hiding, being protected. You and I had spoken last night that Lviv seemed as though a place where the Ukrainian military forces and government officials would go. At this point, what is their strategy in terms of where they go to respond militarily and to respond with diplomacy as they continue to try to reach out to Vladimir Putin?
The best way to do that is to go back to the map, the main map of Ukraine, to show you where the invasion routes are. Once we switch it, we'll tell you that. We actually don't know where the Ukrainian president is. Remember, for example, the U.S. has bunkers all over the United States the president can evacuate to. So conceivably, the Ukrainians have thought about that. Lviv is over here, very close to the Polish border, and also very close to the U.S. forces and the NATO forces here in Poland. So this is the Alamo, if you will, for the Ukrainians. And you can see there's been some airstrikes by the Russians in this part of the country. This is why Lviv is so important in terms of the strategy and perhaps where the Ukrainian president would end up. Primarily, it's because of how Ukraine is split. And this is a relatively rough thing, but it kind of works. This part of Ukraine, the eastern part, is ethnically Russian. Russian is primarily spoken over there. About 75% of the people who I would talk to when I was in Donetsk in 2014 for the invasion identified as Russian. It's a little bit poorer area of the country. This is the wealthier, more educated part of the country that identifies as Ukrainian. So if there is going to be a long insurgency war like Congressman Green was talking about, it's going to happen over in this part of the country. Also, it's a lot easier for the U.S. and for NATO allies like Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania to come in and resupply an insurgency over there. So it's going to come down to, can the Russians move quick enough in their invasion routes down and circle Kyiv to cut off the president and cut off the government? And how long do they have to do that is going to be the answer to your question, to whether or not they can, in the words of the Pentagon, decapitate the Ukrainian regime or the Ukrainian government.
Right, and based on what we're seeing on this map, what looked like targeted explosions last night, we're now seeing it all across the country of Ukraine, which, by the way, for some perspective, is about the size of Texas for people at home, but of course...
Yeah, no, it's huge across, and it seems as though the airstrikes we're seeing today in Ukraine as they're waking up, it's far, far more intense, especially in Kyiv, which would lead us to believe that you're seeing a lot more of the invasion force get close. And we also know that the Russians have a lot of reinforcements still left to throw down into the battle space.
Widespread attack, Leland. All right, thank you. A web of lies spun for the sake of support. More on the power of Putin's propaganda machine. We've got that for you coming up. Also, a Ukrainian professor who right now is in hiding, trying to decide whether to return to the capital city or seek refuge elsewhere. She's going to be joining us live next.
Before you go there, or fist bump there, or, oh, I can't wait to go there, or reunite there. Start here. Walgreens makes it easy to stay protected wherever you go. Schedule your free COVID-19 booster today.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because as a fiduciary, it's our responsibility to always put clients first.
So you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. We help clients enjoy a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility.
One that we don't take lightly. It's why our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Fisher Investments is clearly different.
I'm Greg. I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling, to give back to younger people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to, or they don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking Prevagen for about 3 years now. People say to me periodically, man, you got a memory like an elephant. It's really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Why hide your skin if Dupixent has your moderate to severe eczema or atopic dermatitis under control?
Hide our skin, not us.
Because Dupixent targets a root cause of eczema, it helps heal your skin from within, keeping you one step ahead of it. And for kids ages 6 and up, that means clearer skin and noticeably less itch.
Hide my skin? Not me.
By helping to control eczema with Dupixent, you can change how their skin looks and feels. And that's the kind of change you notice.
Hide my skin? Not me.
Don't use if you're allergic to Dupixent. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. When you help heal your skin from within, you can show more with less eczema. Talk to your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent, a breakthrough eczema treatment.
Meet a future mom, a first-time mom, and a seasoned pro. This mom's one step closer to their new minivan. Yeah, you'll get used to it. This mom's depositing money with tools on hand. Cha-ching. And this mom, well, she's setting an appointment here so her son can get set up there and start his own financial journey. That's because these moms all have Chase. Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Some people have minor joint pain, plus have high blood pressure. They may not be able to take just anything for pain. That's why doctors recommend Tylenol. It won't raise blood pressure the way that Advil, Aleve, or Motrin sometimes can. For trusted relief, trust Tylenol.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
All right, Kyiv, Ukraine, as the sun is just about to come up, it is always darkest before the dawn, and the explosions are continuing of Russian bombs and missiles coming in. The government in Ukraine is telling its male citizens between 18 and 60 they can't leave the country's borders and urging them to join the fight.
Others are choosing to leave as the Russians take over, advances further. The United Nations Refugee Agency says more than 100,000 people have left their homes since the invasion began, seeking refuge in neighboring countries in Eastern Europe. So many tonight trying to figure out what their future looks like. Maria Shuvalova is a Ukrainian literary scholar and lecturer at the National University of Kyiv. She is in hiding tonight outside the city, location that we will not disclose for her safety, as well as others with her. Maria, we appreciate, again, you joining us. I want you to describe your experience over the last 24 hours as you shift your focus in terms of where you go and what you do.
Thank you a lot. It's my job tonight. Keep working a lot and keep explaining what we're doing right now, what Ukraine is dealing with right now. So last morning, we were attacked by Russian Federation, and we didn't expect that it was so much severe attack, and that it will be continued, and we will be faced hard challenges. So yesterday early in the morning, my university suspended lectures, and in a few hours, I started getting messages from my students that they are voluntarily joining the army. Also, my family is part of my family. We're voluntarily joining the army, and I also trying to do my job coordinating with my students, with people who are from Ukraine, but currently they are abroad because they also help to get more information, to get more support to Ukraine right now. I slept today for 1 hour. It's really hard to eat or to be focused on stuff. And we are trying to do our best here. We are united. It's not easy. It's worst day in my life, but we know what to do. We know how we may help. We are trying to help locally to swim globally. And a lot of going on right now. Everything changes just in 10 minutes. So now I'm safe. I left a few hours ago, and now I'm in safe shelter and trying to help my students. But I definitely do not know what will be in the morning. Right now, I do not have intention to leave my country, and I really hope and a lot of Ukrainians won't have to do that. So we are focused on doing our best, and we are focused on victory.
Maria, we have heard reports of some of the bomb shelters being closed. What can you tell us about that?
My bomb shelter also was closed. My students are reporting that their bomb shelter is closed and the subway is not near for them, because in Kiev, subway is the main and biggest and safest shelter right now. But we know how to act. We know that bathroom is the most safe place in your house. Also, first floor near the elevator, but we definitely know that we shouldn't use elevator. Also, we're having internet, we're connected, so that's how we're doing. We know how to make our apartment safer, and people are doing that. A lot of people are trying to find safer shelter near the Kiev. It's also an option, and we are trying to inform people what is going on the roads, what is less safer way to find another shelter near Kiev. But also a lot of people are staying and doing their job, volunteering, and we're doing that.
The Ukrainians, courageous and brave people tonight. Maria Shuvalova, we appreciate you once again sharing your experience with us. And as you heard her say, many of her students in Kyiv, certainly the men over 18, have been forced to stay, but in many cases are willing and want to stay to continue to fight for their freedom, to fight for democracy, willing to die for it. And some may, in fact, as we watch bloodshed.
Some already have and will continue to. It's always humbling when you're in a war zone with folks and you come in as a journalist and you meet the people who are willing to stay and die. Because as a journalist, at some point, you're going to leave. You're going to get chased out, as I was in certain countries, or the other crew is going to come in and you're going to leave. The people, though, who are going to stay are like Maria's students and like some of the other fighters that we've seen saying goodbye to their families as they're heading to the front lines. It's inspiring, it's humbling, and at the same time, it makes you profoundly angry when you see some of the images, some of the ones that we're going to show you coming up in here in a minute, about what is happening to these brave people by somebody who, at least in the case of Vladimir Putin, it is truly a dictator coming in and trying to impose his will on a free people. You can't help but really touch your humanity.
Right, and it also shows you and indicates how fragile democracy is, that freedom is not free. And in this case, you sympathize with Maria and so many others, not only choosing to stay, but not having an option to leave, right? You think if something were to happen to you, where do you go, right? Do you pack up a bag and you cross into Canada or Mexico? I mean, there aren't a lot of options. And so for those folks, courageous and brave, and in our prayers tonight as they face these difficult decisions. And we look at this live shot, once again, people waking up in Kyiv to explosions. And then this, newborn babies at a hospital in eastern Ukraine moved from the NICU to a makeshift bomb shelter. The New York Times obtaining this video from a doctor, a target of missile strikes from the Russians. Newborns wrapped in blankets. They are laying side by side, some in the arms of hospital staff. The doctor telling the Times, this is the NICU in a bomb shelter. Can you imagine?
Yeah, sadly, we don't have to imagine. We can see the pictures. It tells you all you need to hear. I think it was Ronald Reagan who said, freedom is a precious thing. It's only a generation away from being lost, to paraphrase him. The Russians, who are certainly trying to take the freedom away from the Ukrainians, well, the Russian citizens are shielded from what's really going on in the world, the propaganda and Putin's attempts to justify war to his own country.
No matter where you live. With Dish, you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish.
Psoriatic arthritis made my joints stiff, swollen, painful.
Emerge Tremfyant. Tremfya is approved to help reduce joint symptoms in adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Some patients even felt less fatigued.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
My mental health was much better. My mind was in a good place. But my body was telling a different story.
I felt all people saw were my uncontrolled movements. Some mental health meds can cause
tardive dyskinesia, or TD, and it's unlikely to improve without treatment.
Ingrezza is a prescription medicine to treat adults with TD movements in the face and body. It's the only treatment for TD that's one pill once daily with or without food. Ingrezza 80 mg is proven to reduce TD movements in 7 out of 10 people. People taking Ingrezza can stay on their current dose of most mental health meds. Don't take Ingrezza if you're allergic to any of its ingredients. Ingrezza may cause serious side effects, including sleepiness. Don't drive, operate heavy machinery, or do other dangerous activities until you know how Ingrezza affects you. Other serious side effects include potential heart rhythm problems and abnormal movements.
It's nice people focus more on me.
Ask your doctor about Ingrezza, #1 prescribed for TD. Learn how you could pay as little as $0 at Ingrezza.com.
Cough if you're in here.
I took Mucinex TM for my phlegmy cough.
What about Rob's dry cough?
Works on that too, and lasts 12 hours.
12 hours? Who studies that long?
Mucinex DM relieves wet and dry coughs. The #1 brand doctors trust.
If you think all pads are exactly the same, think again.
The totally reinvented Always Ultra Thin Wicks gushes 90% faster and absorbs even more for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort. Always Ultra Thins like never before.
I'm Stephen, I'm 52, and I'm a makeup artist. I met my husband in 2002. I miss those eyes.
Do you think you could fall in love again?
I'm so ready, you know?
So, what do you see when you look at yourself?
I see a really long life lived of vast experiences.
Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved to temporarily make frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
An electric guitar that hits all the right notes. Extraordinary. A coffee tea alarm clock that wakes up your senses. Unreal. A QR code that lets you explore and revel in a curated selection of the world's most unique and unexpected tech, fashion, home, and adventure items. Wondrous. Open your phone's camera, scan the code, and discover all that awaits you at touchofmodern.com.
The media are playing games with the news. They're taking sides on issues, refusing to show both sides. At NewsNation, we're different. We know the best way to get to the heart of a story is to present all sides. That's why NewsNation is the fastest growing cable news network. Because without balance, NewsNation, news for all America.
And we're seeing this play out in a number of cities. Russian police arresting protesters who demonstrated against the invasion earlier today. State media reporting police arrested nearly 2,000 people in 3 different protests.
Yeah, protesting against Vladimir Putin in Russia is an easy way to get sent to the gulag. So these people feel strongly enough about being against the war that they're willing to risk this. We bring in Dmitry Alperovitch, Chairman, Silverado Policy Accelerator, formerly expert with the U.S. government as it relates to Russia, cybersecurity, Russian propaganda. You think about this, Vladimir Putin got this big bump in popularity after Crimea. He viewed himself and sold himself as the guy who was going to bring the motherland back together. Are these protests a sort of a flash in the bucket, or is a flash in the pan, or is Putin going to have to get this done in X number of days before public sentiment turns against him?
Well, this is definitely not 2014, and Ukraine, all of Ukraine, is really not Crimea, that most Russians were supportive of getting back into Russia's sphere of influence and annexing it. And the reality is that they've done very little prep in terms of propaganda to convince the Russian public that this war was necessary. In fact, they were trying to sort of go through these motions diplomatically to make it seem like he was not going to invade. And only in the last week or so did you see the ramp up in propaganda and making really outrageous and frankly silly statements that the Ukrainians were pursuing nuclear weapons, things that are not credible even to the people that are only watching Russian state televisions and believing this propaganda. So the Russian public is ambivalent about this war. There's certainly people that are hardcore protesters. They're relatively small, but the rest of the population is not enthusiastic about it at all. They may not be protesting it yet. They may be sort of looking to see how it pans out. And yes, if it becomes a quagmire, if you have tens of thousands of casualties coming back to Russia, it will be a huge problem for Putin.
Dmitry, cyber warfare, obviously a serious threat at this point. We've already seen it happen, crippling the Ukrainian government by the Russians. When you talk about vulnerabilities here at home in the U.S. in terms of a cyber attack, where are our greatest targets, and where are the places that you think the U.S. government are watching tonight? And I think more importantly, some steps that people every day can take to make sure that we don't open ourselves up to this very real threat.
So the U.S. government today is on a high alert. We have, of course, instituted pretty severe sanctions, actually, on the Russian economy, even though it's not yet touching oil and gas, but sanctioning their big banks, preventing their really titans of industry across numerous sectors from being able to finance themselves on the global markets is really severe, is going to have a severe impact on their economy. And I expect retaliation. I expect economic retaliation, but I also expect retaliation in cyberspace. We may very well see attacks on our financial sector, on our energy sector from state groups, state intelligence agencies in Russia. But one thing that I think we're definitely going to see is more ransomware attacks from criminal groups that are going to now get this implicit message from the Russian government that Western organizations are, it's an open season on them. They can target them without any fear of being prosecuted in Russia.
What's the best way to combat that?
Well, the best way is to be vigilant. The best way is to not click on anything that you think is suspicious, because that's how they really get you. They social engineer you to click on a link, open up an attachment, and then they enter your computer through that mechanism because you've now sort of opened up a virtual door into your network. So if it looks fishy, if it looks suspicious, just don't click on it. Ask an IT professional or security professional whether they think it's safe or not.
Yeah, Dmitry, getting back to this idea of propaganda, there was actually a lot of discussion that some of Russia's propaganda was being taken off the air. Russia Today, the mouthpiece of the Kremlin in English, if you went to their website, it's where I get all my news, everybody else should too, to watch it for a little while and see what Putin was saying. You couldn't. They had a denial of service attack today. But we did put together a little montage of what is being allowed to be put out there. Take a listen.
What Putin is doing, he had every right to do. At the end of the day, he was defending those two nations that he just made independent from ongoing years of war that the Ukraine has been inflicting.
Welcome to Crosstalk, where all things are considered. I'm Peter Lavelle. Moscow repeatedly warned it would not tolerate Ukraine being used by NATO to threaten Russia's national security.
Moscow Peter, I guess you could call him, something like Baghdad Bob of this war. But as you think about the offense, or the defense right now that you talked about with Marnie going on about American companies, there's this debate about using offensive cyber weapons by the United States against Russia. Describe for us, because you've been in these discussions, the arguments. On one side, it is, do we really want to use our ways into the Russian power plants and the Russian infrastructure and the Russian military on this one? On the other side, if you don't at least in some way, push back on Vladimir Putin and his military. They're going to just keep doing whatever they want.
Well, there are a number of considerations here. The first one, and it's really a priority for the Biden administration, is do not get into a war with Russia, right? We do not want a conflict with Russia that would be devastating to the world, given that they're one of the top nuclear powers in the world. So they're looking very carefully at potential for escalation here. Putin warned everyone on Monday when he announced the recognition of these republics, and then later when he announced the invasion, that he will retaliate very strongly to anyone that attempts to interfere in this operation. So that's one consideration. The second consideration is, what effect can you really have? Perhaps we can slow them down by a few days. Is that really worth it? Is that really going to achieve any strategic advantage for the United States? And what kind of blowback can we get in return? And three, are we going to expose our tradecraft? Are we going to expose our tools that we are saving perhaps for a much more strategic purpose in doing that right now in Ukraine? Those are the considerations that we'll be looking at.
Dmitry, what would be, in your mind, the red lines for the U.S. government and for the Russian government? Obviously, Vladimir Putin threatened nuclear war if he is attacked, so that's one thing. But for the U.S. government, what do they typically define as their red lines? Russians shut down the gas supply for the East Coast. We didn't hear about any retaliations. What has been communicated in the back channels to Vladimir Putin of, if you mess with X, there'll be problems?
So the U.S. government usually avoids defining the red lines very specifically, because we don't want, of course, our adversaries to walk up right to the line but not cross it. We want to be ambiguous about when we would exactly retaliate. But you're absolutely right. We've been hit numerous times. Our critical infrastructure has been hit by ransomware groups. Of course, Russia claimed they had nothing to do with it, and it was just criminal groups that were behind it. But we know, of course, that there's a symbiotic relationship between criminal groups in Russia and the state. Oftentimes they get arrested and then they're offered a choice. You can go to jail for 10 years or you can go work for the state and continue hacking. And they often choose, of course, that alternative.
No kidding.
So,
Dmitry, the global implications of all of this are far-reaching, to say the least. You say that China could be the biggest beneficiary of this war. Why is that?
When I look at this current situation, we've been very focused on China, of course, going back to the Trump administration and really continuing to the Biden administration, continuing this pivot to Asia. And now we're getting distracted. We're getting dragged back into Europe. We're sending our military back into Europe. China loves this because our attention is off them and they can continue to pursue their policies, both economic policies that are endangering American prosperity and, of course, their military buildup. But more importantly, as we're putting these sanctions upon Russia and shutting them off from the global markets, guess who's going to come to their aid? It's going to be China. They're going to offer them financing terms that are going to be highly, highly advantageous to the Chinese. So they're just going to enrich themselves and make themselves more powerful as a result of these actions.
A threat that is layered very deeply. Dmitry, we appreciate your insight tonight on a number of topics, in particular the cyber warfare that could take place and all the propaganda, which I think helps clarify why you're hearing so many different stories coming out of that region of the world. Dmitry, thank you very much.
All right, the ripple effect of this invasion. You talked about cyber attacks coming back to the United States, pain at the gas pump. The president warned about gas prices going up, but just how high? Daniel Turner tells us how high and if there's anything the Biden administration can do to back up their promises to do everything.
I'm Adrienne Bankert. You're watching News Nation, news for all America.
I like that my plan is built just for me.
Arugula, you get an extra
With the new WW Personal Points program, you take an assessment, enter your goals, the foods you love, and what fits into your lifestyle. You don't have to eat diet food. I can enjoy the things that I really love, like wine, cheese. You can add points for eating vegetables or being active. I lost 26 pounds and I feel incredible.
Get your first 3 months free at WW.com. Hurry, offer ends February 28th.
And it's easy to get a quote at libertymutual.com, so you only pay for what you need. Isn't that right, Limu? Limu? Sorry, 1 sec. Yeah.
Oh, boy. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What's my safe flight story? I'm a photographer, and when I'm driving, I see inspiration right through my glass. So when my windshield cracked, it had to be fixed right. I scheduled with Safe Flight Auto Glass. Their experts replaced my windshield and recalibrated my car's advanced safety system. Safe Flight is the one I trust. They focus on safety, so I can focus on this view.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
At Intracellular Therapies, we're inspired by our circle. A circle that includes our researchers, driven by our award-winning science, who uncover new medicines to treat mental illness. It includes the compassionate healthcare professionals, the dedicated social workers, and the supportive peer counselors we work with to help improve and even change people's lives. Moving from mental illness to mental wellness starts in our circle. This is Intracellular Therapies.
Energy is everywhere, even in a little seedling, which, when turned into fuel, can help power a plane. At Chevron's El Segundo refinery, we're looking to turn plant-based oil into renewable gasoline, jet, and diesel fuels. Our planet offers countless sources of energy, but it's only human to find the ones that could power a better future.
Charmin Ultra Soft has so much cushiony softness, it's hard for your family to remember they can use less.
Sweet pillows of softness.
This is soft. Holy Charmin. Oh, excuse me. Roll it back, everybody.
Sorry. New Charmin Ultra Soft is now even softer, so you'll want more. But it's so absorbent, you can use less, so it's always worth it.
Now, what did we learn about using less?
You gotta roll it back, everybody.
If we all go, why not enjoy the go with Charmin?
Yo, dude, you need some help?
Don't worry about me.
Yo, there's no shame.
You don't know my family, man. My parents or brothers or sisters or cousins ever found out?
Dude, this weight is pretty heavy.
I just need some time and I'll figure it out myself, okay?
Sometimes you just need some help. So if you need therapy, find a licensed therapist at BetterHelp.com.
The moment you order the world's most delicious snacks from Nuts.com, something truly magical happens. Freshness. Your choice of fresh nuts, dried fruits, sweets, and treats are hand-selected from our kitchen. Freshly roasted to perfection or freshly baked, freshly dipped, freshly seasoned, or freshly popped. Packaged fresh, and Nuts.com delivers this yumminess super fast with free shipping. Nuts.com. Fresh snacks from our kitchen to yours.
I know this is hard and that Americans are already hurting. I will do everything in my power to limit the pain the American people are feeling at the gas pump.
And the pain could be significant, seriously significant. President Biden today warned that Americans will see much higher prices because of the Ukraine crisis and vowed, in his words, to take every step possible to limit those increases.
And we're already seeing it. Drivers here paying higher prices long before Russia's invasion. The average price now $3.54, up from $3.33 a month ago, $2.66 last year. And oil prices today at one point surging past $100, but closing at just over $99 a barrel. A year ago, for perspective, oil was roughly $64 a barrel. Daniel Turner, founder and executive director of Power the Future, is joining us now. Daniel, we appreciate you giving us some time. First of all, worst case scenario here in terms of energy resources, how bad could it get?
Oh, it could get much worse. I mean, we could easily see the days that we had in 2008 where oil is hitting $150 a barrel. Russia's the world's second largest oil producer and top 5 natural gas producer. And as sanctions kick in, and they eventually will, and as tensions continue to escalate, as their goods are kept out of the global supply, there's going to be a huge price increase, and we're going to feel it, and it's going to be very painful.
Give us a number, number one, that you think it could get to. Number two, you've obviously been very critical of the administration for saying that they've really hobbled the American oil and gas sector. Congressman Green on earlier saying that's something that we could really do differently to change the dynamic with Vladimir Putin. But give us a number that you guys think it could get to, number one. Number two, a number that politically the Biden administration would have to do something about it that would actually help the U.S. oil and gas industry.
Yeah, you could easily get to $125.
Which translates to what in gas?
Well, it depends upon what state you're in, right? What region you're in, but average in America would be $4.75. Obviously higher in California, less in Louisiana. The Biden administration will do nothing to change this. And I'm sorry, with all due respect to the president who said that he will do everything in his power, that is just a flat out lie. He's not going to do everything in his power because the things he could do to alleviate this, we have been calling for. We sent him an open letter this morning that we published. He could renew fracking and lift the moratoriums on federal land. He could renew lease sales on federal land. He could renew the lease sales in the Gulf of Mexico. He could reopen ANWR. He could continue pipeline permitting, not just Keystone, but several pipelines have been held up by this administration. So when he says, I will take the steps necessary, that is a lie. He is beholden to the environmental left. And as prices escalate, he now has a wonderful foil in Putin. Everything will be blamed upon.
Well, it may not be everything, because his tweet 5 hours ago saying that he's going to do everything to prevent prices from being raised and active measures to bring down the costs. The other end of his tweet is, an American oil and gas company should not exploit this moment to hike prices just to raise profits. So I guess watch out.
But again, here's the inconsistency, because they tell us on the one hand that we can control prices, it's a global commodity, but now he says the oil and gas companies are doing this. So I'm sorry, Mr. President, we're not going to be your scapegoat. For a year now, we have been asking you to take your boot off of our neck so we can produce. Coming out of the pandemic, we've been asking to work with your administration to allow us to do what we do best. So we're not going to be your scapegoat. Vladimir Putin has not the ability to come on your show and defend himself, but I am not going to let the oil and gas industry to take the blame for a lot of these problems that are caused by his administration.
Daniel, what are some of the other alternatives to Russian natural gas to support that region of the world, which will be greatly impacted by the sanctions and by the continuing conflict?
Well, an ideal situation would be we are exporting our natural gas to them. That's what the previous administration tried to do. We do produce enough natural gas, especially with our partners to the north in Canada, that we could be supplying the world and our allies very successfully. And we have so much more that we haven't even tapped. And that's the amazing thing about our country. That's the real blessing from God. We have more oil and gas reserves that we haven't even touched yet, but we have to be able to get them, and we have to be able to bring them to market. That would be the ideal situation, is we supply our allies, and the benefit, no one buys Vladimir Putin's natural gas. No one gives him any money, and his economy will crumble.
The trickle-down effect will impact us all. Daniel Turner, we appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
And stay with us. We have more continuing coverage as the situation in Ukraine continues to unfold. They are waking up there to a second day of war. We'll be right back.
Abrams, 9 o'clock, telling it like it is, now at a new time.
Here's where I'm coming from. Here's what I'm thinking.
Dan Abrams live at his new time, 9/8 Central, starting next week on NewsNation. News for all America. Russia invades Ukraine. NewsNation has live continuing coverage.
He has been following every development.
We have air raid sirens here right in Kiev.
From the front lines to our homeland. For continuing coverage on Russia at war, stay tuned to NewsNation.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Get 5 boneless wings for $1 with any handcrafted burger. Only at Applebee's.
Are you an influencer? Like watching action movies on a teeny tiny screen? No? Then why do you need endless data? Get TracPhone's $40 per month plan now with 8 gigs of high-speed data on America's largest, most dependable networks. TracPhone Wireless. Now you're in control.
OnStar, we see them.
Okay, mother and child in vehicle. Mother is unable to exit the vehicle. Injuries are unknown.
Thank you, OnStar.
My son, is he okay?
Your son's fine.
Thank you. There's something in the road.
It's okay, you're safe now.
Meet apartment 2A, 2B, and 2C. 2A is monitoring his money with a simple text.
Like what you see, Abe?
Yes.
2B's covered with 0 overdraft fees when he overdraws his account by $50 or less. And 2C? Well, she's not going to let a lost card get her stressed. Am I right? That's right. That's because these neighbors all have Chase. Alerts that help check, tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours.
A logo can do more than identify your company. It can connect in meaningful ways, energize your team, and inspire your customers. We're 4imprint, and we know your logo on the right product can create moments that matter. With 30 years of experience and thousands of products to choose from, we guarantee your order will be right the first time, on time, and for a great price. Be certain that the right moments will matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. Basilor 325 liquid-filled aspirin capsule is clinically shown in a 7-day study to cause fewer ulcers than immediate-release aspirin. Basilor, the first liquid-filled aspirin capsules. Amazing.
Psoriatic arthritis made my joints stiff, swollen, painful.
Emerge Tremfyant. Tremfya is approved to help reduce joint symptoms in adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Some patients even felt less fatigued.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
What's inside Airborne? A blast of immune support that's more than just vitamin C. It's a unique crafted blend with zinc and other vitamins, minerals, and herbs. Seize today with Airborne, the #1 immune support gummy and effervescent brand.
This past year, we've all let ourselves go a little. But now it's time for everyone to step up their game. With Wolf and Shepherd. Wolf and Shepherds look great with full grain, Italian leather, and classic styling. But they're my go-to shoes because of how they feel. Cushy, light, and super comfortable. Okay guys, let's get to work.
This is it, your last chance to win big money from Publishers Clearinghouse.
2 days left to enter to win. $5 grand a week for your life. Then after that, someone you choose gets $5 grand a week for their life.
February 28th, you could be next. Last chance. Enter now at DCH.com.
New Vicks Vapo Stick. Strong, soothing vapors help comfort your loved ones. For chest, neck, and back. It goes on clear. No mess. Just soothing comfort. Try New Vicks Vapo Stick.
All right, the sun is just coming up in Kyiv, which has been under attack. We lost that live shot now. The U.S. Capitol back to Kyiv, where the sun is coming up, and boy, the amount of traffic on the streets has just evaporated from what we saw yesterday morning when this war began just a couple of hours ago during the Russian air attack on Kyiv. Watch this.
Смотрите, ребята, взрывы. Жесть.
And to give you a little bit of a perspective of what's happening, it appears as though Ukrainian air defenses intercepted something and blew it up. From having been in a couple of these situations, as you look at it, the smoke coming down would have been parts of either the plane or the cruise missile that was intercepted coming down. You saw that big, massive fireball falling as well. This goes to the issue, Marnie, of whether or not the Russians truly have air superiority over Ukraine. It was thought that they did. They've lost about half a dozen planes, about half a dozen helicopters as well. If they don't have air superiority and don't have control of the skies over Ukraine, especially Kyiv, it is going to really slow down their ability to encircle the capital and then try to strangle it.
And questioning the next phase of this attack, we also know the U.S. Embassy is tweeting out tonight a warning for Americans, saying U.S. citizens in Ukraine should depart immediately if it is safe to do so using any commercial or other privately available ground options. And to add to that, we do know at least 100,000 Ukrainians have now fled, a nation of 44 million people, as we watch more explosions happen tonight in the capital city of Kyiv.
Yeah, a big part of the White House and the State Department's communications plan over the past couple of months was do everything possible to avoid another Afghanistan. There is no planes coming to get these Americans, and effectively, and we've been hearing this for a couple of weeks now, Americans in Ukraine will be on their own. You and I, as we talk to people in Ukraine, these brave journalists, the professor earlier, you just really hope it's not like the Afghanis we talked to who were in Afghanistan as the Taliban took over and are now still stuck there.
A dire situation for all of those in Ukraine tonight and, frankly, across the world. For continuing coverage, tune in first thing in the morning. Adrian will continue our coverage, and as always, NewsNationNow.com.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the show. This is a live look at Kyiv, and the big question now is, what could it take for Ukraine to be able to survive this attack? Is there any way they come out of this with their government intact? But first, as you watch this network tonight or other news networks, you're seeing coverage in real time of a totally unprovoked attack by Vladimir Putin in Russia on its smaller neighbor, Ukraine. While news networks across the political spectrum bring you information about